Tell me when we're ready. Welcome. Good morning. We're live again from the PowerUp Media Zone. This is the Daily Morning Show with Julia and Nico. I'm, of course, Nico Johnson with SunCast.
I'm Julia Piper, Vice President of Public Affairs at Good Leap and host of the Political Climate Podcast.
Indeed. Political climate. We have here a little bit of stirring of sorts. I'd love to hear, Julia, yesterday was a super busy day. What most inspired you, or perhaps what caught your attention the most out of all the conversations you had?
That's the thing. There were so many conversations. So things that stood out were like the return of yield codes, which is a point that you made and you've been tracking. We talked about tax equity markets and leveraging them and some of the challenges there. I was learning about leveraging distributed energy resources to benefit the grid. We talked about domestic manufacturing. But amid all of those industry trends and, of course, technology updates and launches and all that great stuff that happens here, one point that actually stood out to me yesterday was from Mike Casey at TigerCom. He made the point that as an industry, despite our growth, despite the fact that we have, over 25,000 people here, I think, and our industry is growing phenomenally, political spending is actually just a fraction of what other industries spend, is a fraction of what total political spending is. And I bring that up not only because I host a political podcast, but I think it goes to show that as we mature as an industry, it's something we have to think more about. The Inflation Reduction Act, as we all know, is huge, but it still has to be implemented. It has to be implemented at state levels. We need local leaders to engage. We need grassroots to engage, communities. There's issues the industry is going to have to confront along the lines of permitting, interconnection, community engagement, and on the list goes. So I thought that was a point that stood out to me, that despite our economic growth and what their plans are ahead, politically, we're still kind of getting our footing.
And we're being outspent something like 2,000 to 1. I believe
Right.
Mike said
it's a stunning number.
It's an absolutely stunning number. I think collective PAC collections between SEIA and ACP are less than $500,000.
Yes.
And the global oil and gas industry, the united front against renewables, as it were, or to postpone the inevitability of renewables, is somewhere around $4 billion, as I recall.
Right. Yeah. Like they were talking
number.
about China scrambled together a couple $100,000 for a major election year, which goes to show, I think, the value of our sector and just on its merits writ large. The fact that we have the Inflation Reduction Act, so many politicians and public members of the public want to engage with us, workers, it's because we have a lot of great value to offer, but you can't rest on your laurels. And as we deploy more, I think improve our might, the more challenges that do come up with that as you go into the big kids table, I think. So it's something for the industry to consider, I think.
It's true. A couple of things that I noticed on the floor yesterday are the general proliferation, I would call it, of home services. It's the new category, as it were, for manufacturing. No one is a single company or a single products company anymore. Every single, certainly, like most storage and all inverter manufacturers are trying to think, what share of wallet do we have with consumers, and how do we make the consumption or the transition to an electrified home and the consumption of electricity and the use of these smart products something that is an integrated package, right?
Yeah, the cross-sell, upsell opportunity there for revenue, obviously, but then also just being good grid citizens as we grow and making sure these resources can contribute to, say, peak load reduction. And the fact that the technology's come such a long way is really fascinating. So I want to walk the show floor today and actually get a better sense of what's been released and where the opportunities are on that front.
I hope you get a chance to walk the show floor. It is staggering how large this show floor is. One of the reasons that we do the morning show is just to give you a sense of how things are going on the floor, and it is a massive undertaking to just try and plan out your day here at RE+. You know, another trend that I've seen, Julia, that we'll talk about in just a moment with our first guest is this trend of M&A. It's amazing, the consolidation that we're seeing in the industry. I don't think it's going to slow down now, especially with the financial boon that we'll see through restructuring how the policy supports our industry.
But despite that, there's always new companies, right? Like we have an unprecedented number of exhibitors this year. You're talking about mergers and acquisitions, but gosh, the new entrants who enter the market, I find so inspiring. The entrepreneurs who have that vision, who want to make it a reality, either from technology development to business model innovation. That's what makes it so exciting to be at this show, is there's always someone new getting into the game, and that's what I love too.
It's super, it's very accurate. With that, I want to bring up our first guest for today, and it's the president of iSun, Mr. Jeff Peck. Hey, Jeff.
Hey,
Hello.
Jeff, those headphones are there for you, my friend. I want to make sure we get you in front of that microphone.
Shuffle around here. Doing it live.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get that microphone as close as we can to you, brother.
Good morning.
All right, perfect.
Right on.
Great. So I want to jump in and ask you here. You guys have a presence here at the show. I'm curious, though, from your perspective at iSun, we're day 2. How has the show been for you so far? Has it lived up to expectations? There's a lot of pent-up excitement about getting back together. How's it been for you so far?
A lot of excitement. It's great to see so many people in person. We've all become accustomed to doing these Zoom calls and meeting people virtually, and to come here at the show and see people, some that we haven't seen in 3 years. It's been great. We've had a lot of really good meetings, a lot here at this booth 438.
Any trends that stand out for you?
Trends, we have people from our company. We service every sector within the solar industry, really from EV infrastructure all the way to development services and utility scale solar. And so we have people representing each one of those segments here, out talking, looking at new technology, finding best practices, meeting with customers, signing deals, trying to get jobs.
You're actually being productive. It's not all parties.
It is, we just left Solar Fight Night a few hours ago, so I walked over here from there. So certainly, you can have fun when you're out meeting with clients and customers and learning about new technology at the same time. So we've had a bunch of that, and certainly have enjoyed seeing customers we haven't seen in a while. We our company's based out of Vermont, and we ran into somebody from Vermont. And it's like we've got to come all the way out here to Anaheim to see each other and talk business. But it's been great. It's wonderful. It's a long time coming. It's fun.
It's a community.
It's a community.
That's great.
It's a long time coming, Jeff, indeed. And I think one thing that's certain is the kind of company that iSun has become is a long time coming. I'd love for you to talk a bit about why it makes sense at a time where you have been in just really rapid growth, for you to come and have a presence at a show like RE Plus at a time of the year where everything is at a fevered pitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our mission is to accelerate the adoption of solar, and the best way to do that is to serve our customers. And coming here and learning about new innovative products in the industry, learning about what competitors and frenemies in the industry do, and what their best practices are, and how we can be better at serving our customer, I think helps accelerate that transition to renewable energy.
Yeah.
And so it's important to come to events like this, meet our counterparties, talk to our customers, really listen to what they need and how we can best serve it. We talk about political stuff. Meet with some of the political leaders and figure out how we can be more effective in making sure that the policies that matter to the industry get implemented. Leadership matters, policy matters, especially at the local level. So it's great to come out here and listen to what other people are doing in their community. I've heard some great stories about how they've, out in California, how they got people to oppose some bills here and what they did, and really represent the industry well. So it's been a great learning experience, I think, certainly for me and the entire team.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole line of work around engagement that we can't just focus on, the task at hand. There's plenty to do on the core business, but then you got to remember we're living in an ecosystem. There's other stakeholders and other players, and time has to go into that. And I think it's a reminder that if you have a project you want to showcase to a policymaker, show it. Invite them to your ribbon cutting. That's how you engage and show the value of what we do every day. So as a message to everyone here at the show, I think there's an opportunity ahead for you, and SIA and other organizations can help you do that.
Jeff, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I feel like every panel asks some version of a similar question around the Inflation Reduction Act. How has your team digested the opportunity that it exemplifies? You represent everything from residential services with SunCommon through to utility scale services, and I'm curious how you are thinking about sort of marshaling resources and where particularly you see the advantage to your customers that the IRA is going to deliver.
So iSun's been, this is our 50th year in business.
Wow.
And we've been, a couple of years ago, we were named the number 3 C&I firm by Solar Power World, operate in a union environment, so prevailing wage. A lot of the C&I tax credits as we move forward will have, we haven't seen the final language yet, but it'll require prevailing wage conditions, apprenticeship programs, and probably some other items in there. And we've been working in that environment for the last 50 years. We're familiar with it. It's not really a switch you can just turn on. So I think we, as we approach our customers, we always want to bring value. And think one of the things where we're going to bring a lot of value is ensuring that the tax credits that are used for projects that are being built are safe when you hire a company like iSun, because we have that long-term experience in working in the prevailing wage environment.
Is that going to be a lift, do you think, for the industry to understand that process? What are some of the challenges you think in fully complying with that to get that full tax credit?
It'll be interesting to see how the language comes out and where that responsibility goes. I expect that a lot of the contracts that we'll be seeing for these projects getting built will push that responsibility down to the EPC. So, when you hire a company like iSun, that we're fully equipped to do that. We've been doing it for 50 years, and this is nothing new to us. Just because legislation's come out, we've always had a workforce that approached the industry as a career, and we believe in the values that a lot of the union members adhere to, livable wages and providing pensions so people can retire after working in a hard industry with dignity, and providing health care for them and their families. And so those things have always been important to us. Our employees are our greatest asset, and so we want to make sure that we're taking responsible care of them and providing them with a great career and a path forward. And so some of these prevailing wage provisions, I think, will be really supportive of what we've done over the last 50 years and really help us better serve our customers and bringing them that value.
Very good. Jeff, you've got your table here at the PowerUp Media Zone. You guys are having meetings throughout the day. I've seen a great influx of folks coming to your meetings or whatnot, your table. I'm curious, as you think about going out on the floor today, what one section, if you can't miss it, are you absolutely going to go look at? What draws your attention on the show floor?
That's a great question. I want to learn about some of the new technologies. I heard they've got a great beer garden in the back, so maybe
I checked it out.
Five
It was
or six.
pretty
Was it good? Yeah. I didn't wander much from here yesterday, so I'm curious to get out there and take a look at the map. I'm always interested in the new technologies, innovative ideas, what's up and coming, making sure that we're looking.
I imagine you're going to go over to the EV pavilion.
Yeah.
You guys have a huge EV piece of your business, right?
Yeah, we landed early this year. I think the largest single carport order of any company. 1,780 individual units will be delivering throughout U.S. and Canada. That'll actually be expanding. So, we have a gentleman who heads that division here, meeting with stakeholders, trying to figure out what they see in the industry, what they want. I think we all have cars now, and some of us still fill up with gas. Not me, but when you do, you establish a routine. And so I think the user experience in charging your EV is going to become incredibly important. And having a nice solar carport with you're out of the weather and out of the sun, and it's light and safe, I think it's going to be important for the user experience to charge vehicles. Yep. So we're trying to help solve those issues.
Jeff Peck is the president of iSun. It's always good to see you, my friend.
Great
I know
seeing you.
You've got a busy day gig ahead of you. We'll see you very soon.
Appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Take care.
Well, next up is a dynamic duo. I was going to bring them up one by one, but as we run out a little short on our time for the morning, I'm going to bring up, you have to forgive me, I've talked a lot in the last 48 hours.
Yep.
I'm going to bring up the Alfson brother and sister duo of Jennifer and Johan. As they're coming up, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Do a little switcheroo.
Yeah, we need to maybe slide a chair up for Jen. That's all. Graham, if we can get this, that'd
right
be good.
There.
Perfect. Okay. Good morning. All right, you're back on now.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again. Happy to be up here again.
Welcome back. You've got, I'm going to check we've got a little hot there. All right.
We good?
Yeah, we're all good.
Good.
Johan, can you remind me what is the role that you've taken at K2 now? I can never tell if if you're the president yet or
Oh
not.
no, no, Andy's too cool. I can't fill those shoes. I actually came on to help get the marketing department set up, and so a lot of technical marketing and helping with product development and also training. So that sounds like a lot of work, which it was, but we helped build the team. They have a lot of folks who've been there for a long time and a lot of new faces as well, and they've been growing. So long story short, I came in and was doing technical product marketing.
Yeah.
And, these products, we're not selling, phones or consumer products to the end user. We're selling technical roofing products, really. So it's kind of a niche. And I got that started. And then once it got off the ground, we have a great marketing team now and product development team. I moved over into what I love doing, which is technical training, working with people.
Yeah. Well, we'll get back to the technical training in a minute. I want to ask Jennifer, is it ironic to you that you both have engineering backgrounds and ended up in marketing roles?
Well, funny you bring that up because
Jen's the product marketing manager at Fluence.
Yeah, it is funny that we've kind of ended up doing really similar roles, but came at it from different sides. So I came from the engineering side. Johan came actually more from the training side. So. So most people think he's an engineer, but I have to correct you on that.
Oh,
He's actually
I
not.
fake it till I make it.
I love it.
All right, getting called
I love
out.
it.
She's the smart one.
Look at the cred. So I've heard several folks introduce you lately as Jen's brother. How does that make you feel?
I could tell that that's her setup, so I don't fall for it.
Yeah.
Great marketing.
Johan, how many years have you been in the industry?
I lost count after 15,
Yeah.
but I started as an installer in 04.
Wow. Here in
That's
North.
so many careers. That's
Yeah.
like installation, workforce training, marketing. I think it's kind of, I don't know if it's unique to this industry, but it feels like people always have multiple roles and just forwarding this whole new sector. And it's kind of amazing, the talent. I mean.
Well, Jennifer's moved. I think it makes sense for her to be in marketing. She's brilliant at it. And when people are in a technical role, they see how the product should be marketed.
Yeah.
And she does a great job. She gets the whole system. She really, we come from a family of engineers. I'm just the one that's like, I like people.
Yeah.
But she's the most social engineer. It's kind of a rare breed, right?
Yeah.
Well, she supported the PowerUp booth Fluence did, so clearly you know what you're doing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we were very excited to be able to sponsor this. Fluence has been growing so quickly, and that is one of the things that we're excited about. And to Johan's point, it's not easy to market products to a technical audience, and so you need people with technical knowledge to be able to fill that. We have an amazing product marketing team, and we focus on that, creating not just content to sell our products, but really it's about educating the industry, and like how can we help share information that's going to help us grow as an industry together. Because us learning together and sharing that information means that even if it's benefiting our competitors, it's really benefiting us as well, because we do a better job. Our customers have more confidence in our projects performing as they're supposed to and being safe. And Johan and I saw this a lot in the solar industry, where in the early days there wasn't a lot of training, and that's where Johan really pioneered that with back when we were at QuickMount. He was the face of QuickMount and all about respect the roof and all, and so that was the beginning of that shift of really focusing on training, because people need the information.
Well, we've got a lot of folks that want to get into the industry. It was one of the things I wanted to talk to both of you about. When you were at Mayfield, you spent a lot of time in technical training and helping folks get oriented to the technical nature of this industry as an engineering firm. Johan, what do you guys see? I'd love to hear both your perspectives, but how do you see our industry addressing the dramatic workforce requirements that we have, and do you foresee that that's going to continue to be an obstacle, or do you think that we're actually addressing it at a pace that's going going to make a difference?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think we're doing a good job. You see a lot of manufacturers coming out with training programs. And I mean, we did a good job doing that before. And I think going back to what Jennifer was saying, making the training, essentially not boring, and make it fun, and make it marketing. And I always used to say training's sales in disguise, really, because you just make it fun. And so we created that training program there at our last, at QuickMount when we were there. And so many companies saw that and realized that that is a big deal. And not just training on the products, but training on best practices. So the industry, you see all the manufacturers doing that now. And I think we're doing good, but the industry is growing so fast that we can't keep up, but we're getting better. So we're catching it.
So in just 20 seconds, because we're running out of time, what areas of training do you think are most needed? Is it just getting people into the sector to begin with? Is it technical skills? Is it customer care? Is it marketing? Like, what sectors do you think are kind of the pain points on workforce development and training?
I think, it's kind of a good mix up here because I work more in the residential and kind of light commercial, and Jennifer works in big space where they're doing lots of big projects and battery and storage, which is huge and very important and complicated. I think the most important is, from my side, because I'm so tied to residential, crews. Like guys men and women that want to get their hands dirty and do the work. They don't have a good way to go and climb the ladder, literally. They just get thrown to the roof and they're just like, follow that guy.
It's all on the job training.
Yeah, and some installers are picking up, have a training program, and some manufacturers now are starting training.
Some financing organizations.
Yes, like GoodLeap, we have a Next IQ job training program, but there's a lot more to be done there, and it's hard to get the right programs that meet people where they're at. Do you use badges or some kind of development that gets people to move through courses? And you got to make it accessible and make sure there's time in their schedules. They get paid maybe during the training. So a lot goes into it. So commend you for the work that you're doing. And it is an unprecedented moment, though. The opportunity is there. So jump into the sector. Now's the time.
Jen, I would love to hear, as a parting thought, if you have around workforce development specific to the utility scale sector that you're focused on. I know that Fluence has to spend a lot of time training on the technology itself. Where do you see the gaps?
We see the gaps. It's moving, like Johan said, the industry is growing so fast and it's so hard to keep up. I see a big gap in the in installation. With utility scale, the thing that's unique is it's generally not, you a lot of times have third-party contractors. So you have an EPC that's coming in and doing the actual installation who may not have any idea, have never seen the product before. And they could have some experience installing an energy storage system, but maybe it was a different type of energy storage system, a different manufacturer. And so there's a huge learning curve with that. And I think there's a lot that we can do as an industry to help close that gap, and it comes back to education. And then same thing with AHJs, like getting AHJs comfortable with energy storage. It's new to them. They're concerned with safety and for good reason. So we want to make sure as an industry that we're educating AHJs, fire departments, where these systems are getting installed, to make sure that they understand, like, look, we are doing our due diligence as an industry. Fluence just did a large-scale fire test. So things like that, where we're doing these tests and seeing, like, what does happen, right? What does happen in these real-life scenarios, and making sure, like, that we have the confidence to say, yes, our product is safe to install, and then educating the AHJs on that. Yeah,
that's a great point. Well, it sounds like the gap we're seeing is similar across all the categories, or across all the different sectors of the industry, and that is training the boots on the ground, the boots on the roof. And I think it was a great point, because we brought it up yesterday as well, the AHJs, the number one choke point in the United States for any projects at all scales is permitting. So we have to be able to educate. So it's a dual front. We have to train the people that are going out and turning the wrenches, and we have to train the people that are inspecting the project, and for both compliance and permitting, so that we can facilitate but really remove the barriers to accelerate the growth. Over-the-counter permits has been a thing we've been fighting for years.
Well, in
right?
residential, we have some new funding for solar app in California,
Fantastic.
which is
Gets
fantastic.
expanded out.
Speeding
Yeah.
up that, trying to get it across the nation. If you live in a jurisdiction that wants to speed up residential solar permitting and battery storage permitting, check out solar app.
bring
But
it in.
yes, it's just one piece of a larger puzzle, as you're saying, Nico.
Yeah, and the technology's always changing. The style of installing, the codes. It's hard to keep up. So we definitely have. That's a good point to train inspectors, AHJs, and we have to evolve together.
Well, I want to thank you, Johan, and you, Jen, for joining us on the stage for our daily roundup. Excuse me, this isn't the daily roundup. This is the morning show. Jeez,
Get ahead of yourself, Nico.
I'm already getting ahead of myself. I want to also thank iSun for helping get this morning show off the ground. And I'd also like to thank Sterling Wilson. Sterling Wilson is an additional sponsor for today's morning show. They are a renewable energy company, a global pure-play end-to-end renewable engineering, procurement, construction solutions provider that provides EPC services for utility-scale, floating solar, and hybrid energy storage solutions with 11 gigawatts of portfolio operating around the world. Raise your hand if you've heard of Sterling Wilson. Yeah? A few people here heard. I've actually worked a lot with Sterling Wilson. I think they're a fantastic crew. They have presence in 25 different countries. And they have operations in India, Asia, Middle East, Africa, around the world. Sterling Wilson has been operating in the United States since 2019 and currently has a portfolio of about a half a gigawatt here in the United States and growing. You can meet with the Sterling Wilson team at room number 253A in the Convention Center. Well, back again here live on the show floor for our daily morning show presented by iSun. I'm Nico Johnson, your host. And
I'm Julia Piper, yes, your co-host.
We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for our final morning show presented by iSun. Thanks for joining us. Fluence. I want to say thank you to everyone who is joining us live here on the show floor. We've got a really exciting segment this morning to kick the day off. We've just finished our morning show, and we get to announce for our audience, we get to announce something that was announced yesterday, which is really exciting. The winners of the American-Made Challenges Solar Prize Round 5. Here to talk about it is the prize lead, Sarah Gomack. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Thanks. Good to see you too.
Yeah, we got the chance in 2019 to announce the first round. You guys have been busy.
Yeah, we have. We've run 5 rounds of Solar Prize since then. The 6th round is open through October 6th. And we're really excited to be here. We gave away $1.5 million last night to 5 really deserving teams, 4 of them that we're going to meet today.
Fantastic. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and kick it off with the winners. The first winner of the it's divided into 2 divisions this year, right?
Yeah, round 5 is divided into 2 divisions, hardware, and then we specifically wanted to call out software too.
Mm-hmm. And so we've got 2 software winners, 2 hardware winners, and then there was a Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion winner as well, who's not present.
You got it.
Okay, cool. Well, who are we going to start off with?
I think we're going to start off with one of our software teams, Solar Grade.
Solar Grade. I see David Peñalva and James over there. Why don't you guys come on up on the stage? Perfect. All right, first off, just take a moment to introduce yourselves. We'll go from that side to this side to make it really easy. James, you can go first.
Hey, James Nagel, co-founder of Heliovolta. We're the providers of Solar Grade.
Got it.
David Peñalva here, co-founder of Heliovolta as well.
Fantastic. Well, guys, I wanted to ask a quick 3 questions. There are 3 easy questions. What's the thesis of the business? How long has it been around? And what are you going to do to support with the money to support? So what's the thesis of the business as you presented it to the American-Made Challenges?
Great. So Solar Grade is a fieldwork management software that is actually built for the renewable energy industry. It trims inefficiencies in the field, drives consistency, which helps out with a lot of the safety risks that we're seeing, and then drives towards faster issue resolution, so you decrease downtime and increase uptime.
Fantastic. Anything to add?
Yeah, with the funds from the American Made Challenge, we're gonna grow the team and keep working with our partners and clients to deploy technology into the field work.
Now I know some ideas come around as a result of folks going, oh, there's money through this AMC. You guys had the idea beforehand, and AMC is now sort of putting fuel on the machine?
Yeah, the timing was great. Because we left our previous company and decided to start working on a software product, and that was just aligned really well with the timing for the American Made Challenge. And it's been great working with the connector community, helping us to be accountable and kind of going through the different phases, and it's just really reinforcement on our entrepreneurship journey.
Yeah, what would you tell a team that's looking to apply for round 6?
Great question. Yeah. So right now is the time to apply. Get your application in. They're not insignificant, so get in there. But it is a really great network. The connectors that we've been mentored by have been fantastic. Really driven us to introducing us to new clients, to really helping us think through our business model and the product that we've developed. And then just being surrounded by the competitors too, we're in very good company. So that helps to drive and structure the development of the product that we came up with.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations. It's no small feat to win the prize, and I wish you well. Look to check in at some point, maybe bring you on SunCast to talk about the progress.
Sounds good. Thank
you, Nico. Thanks so much.
Fantastic.
Congrats as well.
Thank you very
Good
much.
job.
Yeah. Welcome, Sarah.
Sorry.
Quite all right. So, Sarah,
Getting settled.
As close as you can get to the mic is fine.
Okay.
You can't be too close.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, Sarah, it's great to see you, and I'm sure you're excited.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sense of what is the thesis of the business as you presented it to AMC?
Yeah, I mean, coming into a conference and a trade show like this, you see all these really cool innovations that are popping up. It's such a dynamic industry; it's changing all the time. But one of the bottlenecks is how do you make sure your frontline teams, your field teams, your installers, and your technicians actually know what to do when they're on site, right? If they're installing an asset that they're not super familiar with, how do you make sure they're actually doing things right? They know what to do and they're doing things without sacrificing quality. So, we talk about training programs, we talk about giving them those resources, but here at Yulu, we really think the most powerful thing is giving them that step-by-step information as they're going in and installing the work with built-in verification in that process, so they know exactly what's required and the best way to execute that task. And you collect really great metadata, right? Where do people get stuck? What steps in what order causes failures? And it's super flexible where, if new code changes happen or new product lines are introduced, you can immediately update that in the master workflow and everyone's following the same thing. Everyone has the best guidance.
So what had you done before the Solar Prize? Where was your company and where are you now?
Yeah, so our team was actually building solar microgrids in Myanmar, and we had worked kind of across the world and really faced this problem in emerging markets where you really have a skills gap. I think in the US now you're feeling this too with the new workforce that's coming in that might not have that background. And so we were doing that over there. We had built up a initial version of ELU just internally for us to use to digitize our SOPs, and other people got interested in it. So the American Made Solar Prize has really allowed us to focus on the software solution and bring it to more people.
Love it. And any, as with the prior guests, any advice for other teams looking to apply?
Yeah, it's such a great network. I think the thing that, we come from being installers, developers, so we're kind of more familiar with that world, and the prize has allowed us to connect more into the training and workforce capacity development world, which is, something that we weren't as familiar with, especially in the US.
Yep.
And it really opens doors for you in terms of people who have great views and can let you realize new opportunities that you might not have.
Sierra, it's really exciting to see the technology come into life, and now you've got a wonderful war chest to work with and put some more folks in and more technology into the code and into the world. Thank you for all that you're doing, and congratulations again for the win.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Great. I think we're going to switch tracks now. We're going to head over to our hardware teams. We have two teams that took home $500,000 each last night. So our first one is Origami Solar with Eric here.
All right, Eric Hafter. How you doing, Bert? Southern? Eric, how are you doing? Can you hear us?
I'm doing great, yeah.
It's good to see you. So I know Origami was your brainchild, and I wanted to first congratulate you. Can you help others understand the thesis of Origami as a product that you presented to AMC?
Well, thanks. That's a great question, Nico. I've been fortunate to spend my entire career, over 30 years, in solar, and what I've seen over this year has been advancements in every single area except for the module frame, which is basically the same as it was when I started. And we haven't seen a change in cost, and especially a change in improvement to the environmental impacts of aluminum. And so we saw a real opportunity to rethink the module frame, to be able to lower its cost, make it more utility, and to have a significant impact on the environment.
Yeah. I was wondering, how long have you been maturing this idea before you actually presented to AMC? Is it a business already?
Oh, that's a good question. The idea has been kicking around in my head for a long time, and through other work and stuff like that, I didn't let it really germinate. And then about 2019, I really started to put a lot of effort and went full time to develop this. And I was able to bring in a long-term engineering partner of mine, Jack Patton. And we advanced the product enough so that we could then start filing for intellectual property, added advisors, and then incorporated and got financing and brought in the team starting in January of 2020.
Okay, January of 2020. So the last 2 years have been cranking along. Yeah. How will this $500,000 help you further the cause?
As we were just having a conversation, software versus hardware. Hardware is an expensive thing to advance.
It is.
And even just prototypes can run hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so having this money really helps us, because it's not obviously not just the manufacturing, but also then the team. And we anticipate using the lion's share of this to actually expand the team. We're currently at 7 people, but there are some key people that we need to add to this. And so we're pretty excited about having that opportunity now.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to be featuring the CEO, Greg, on SunCast podcast here in the coming weeks. So I'll hold a little bit of suspense for everyone if they want to hear the actual techno-economic answer to why steel frames make sense at all. It would take us longer than the scope of time that we have here to do that as well.
Yeah, I think, Eric, one of the interesting things and one of the things we look for in solar price is the impact that some of these companies have on U.S. manufacturing. And I think origami is a really great example of a significant impact in that space.
Well, thank you, Sarah. We also agree. It's been remarkable that this administration is really focused in on bringing manufacturing back to the States. And module frames have never been manufactured here. So we're not even bringing it back. We're creating a new industry which both supports the steel industry and domestic production, domestic hiring, and it gets rid of all of the carbon of all of this overseas shipping. We're pretty excited that we're going to be able to really change the paradigm here.
And it reduces the overall cost of the product.
Absolutely. And to be able to offer a better, faster, cheaper product manufactured in the United States is a thrill.
What's not to like about that? Eric Hafter, founder of Origami. It's great to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Eric. I think last but certainly not least, we have Texie Solar and Samuel, our second hardware track winner. He also took home $500,000 last night, Nico.
Fantastic. And is it true that your last name is Truth Seeker?
Yes, it is.
I can't think of a better name for someone in the renewables and climate battle. Truth Seeker. Samuel Truth Seeker with Texie. Does Texie stand for something?
Technology, engineering, consulting for the solar industry.
That's a very apropos name for the company. And what's the thesis of the business for Texie that helped you win the AMC?
Well, we believe that solar shouldn't be expensive and shouldn't be complicated. And it should be accessible to the common folks, and it should be everywhere. And our products are all about the simplification and driving down the cost to make that happen.
Amazing. How long have you been nurturing this idea before you decided to join, to enter the competition?
Yeah, it's been over 6 years, actually.
Wow.
It was slow going because I was also building the Texie business at the same time, so it was nascent for quite a while. The American Made Solar Challenge really was allowed us to prioritize and really focus on it and accelerate the development very quickly. And we're going to be launching in beginning of next year.
Yeah, what are you going to do with the winnings?
Well, the winnings. The winnings are really important for us because we want to move to high volume manufacturing right away, and the AMC money will be used for molds, which are quite expensive because we have polymer components on our product, and so a lot of the money is going to be used for that, and also to get us going with some initial automation to again continue to drive down the cost of the product, so we can bring it to market right away at a very competitive price.
That's great. So, as I asked everyone else, what advice would you have for someone who's thinking about applying to round 6?
Well, do it. It is the American Made Solar Prize is a great opportunity to develop your product, but also work on the business. And you guys do a great job of focusing the organizations in a very methodical way to move you more towards a successful position. So even if you don't win the final prize, I felt like by the time I got to where we are today, as an organization, we were much more developed and ready to make it happen.
This is great. Nico, can I be here all day and just ask people to say nice things?
I would love for you to come and help me co-host. You do such a lovely job. Well, Sarah, as we wrap up here with Texie being the final and Samuel being the final guest, what final thoughts do you have for folks that are thinking about round 6, and what is the timeline that they need to keep in mind?
Great questions. Round 6 timeline. Applications are due October 6th. Round 6, October 6th.
Perfect.
And I think the advice I would give is you've heard from a lot of different teams today who started at very different places and made a lot of progress. So I don't think anyone's too early or too late to apply for the Solar Prize and really take advantage of something tailored to help you succeed.
I love it. Well, it's now in its 6th iteration. It's been fantastic to watch the journey both of the prize and the companies that are winning the prize. I talked to past winner Alex Nussey and his father Bill Nussey this week as they were roaming the floor, and it's just really exciting to see how from our NREL, our National Renewable Energy Labs, we are once again investing in the innovation at the front end of business building, not just the loans to get things to scale, but into the innovation, the giving lifeblood to these young companies so that they can have non-dilutive capital and grow.
Yeah.
Sarah, thank you for the work that you're doing. Samuel, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone else for joining us here for this segment about the American-made solar prizes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nico.
All right, let's.
Welcome to the PowerUp Media of the Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We are also streaming live at suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tygo. If you're watching us on live stream, thank you for tuning in. What is up, everyone? Marie Berquist here, coming to you live from RE Plus in Anaheim, California. I'm joined around the mics by my fellow colleagues at GRNE Solar. If you could please go ahead and introduce yourselves by your name, title, and GRNE branch location.
Hi all, I'm Travis Kepler, Director of Engineering. I work out of our Nebraska branch. I oversee a lot of our Midwest projects, so happy to be here.
Hi, my name's Louis Butler. I'm the National Sales Manager. I'm personally based out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, but I work remotely on projects across the United States.
What's up, everybody? Eric Peterman, CEO of GRNE Solar. Happy to be with you today.
Thank you, guys. So RE Plus is a conference widely known as the must-attend conference for the industry. It's the time of year that you can really put your ear to the ground and get all the information you need about the industry and solutions for your business or maybe even your department. It's not every day that we get to spend dedicated time together or as a team or have dedicated time to explore other vendors, software, etc. for the company. So starting with you, Eric, RE Plus is 4 days, a lot of vendors, networking, travel, taking away time from our day-to-day business operations. As a CEO, how do you determine the staff to bring to a conference like this?
Yeah, it's a big time and money commitment. So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made. Can I give up time on my normal day-to-day when I'm making money to travel, spend money, and spend time away from my normal day-to-day, and not just the person at the top, but what team members do we need to invest in to continue to build so that we can grow our company. So those are the kind of things we think about as we look at events like RE Plus. For us, GRNE Solar, we're celebrating 10 years as a company this year. So we've grown drastically with the industry over the last 10 years. But as we've grown, the relationships that we've developed with industry events like this and the connections with suppliers and partners are really what has helped us grow to where we're at today. GRNE Solar now is 100 people across all of our branches. We still have 25 open positions, so we're currently hiring. If anybody's looking for a job, please hit us up. We continue to grow, and most recently we were acquired by a company called Nelnet. So the growth of GRNE Solar by itself, now with the acquisition by Nelnet, now springboards GRNE Solar forward to continue developing partnerships and relationships at industry events like this.
Wonderful. So Travis, as somebody who's attended RE Plus in the past, what methodology are you using to determine which avenues to spend your time on?
Yeah, it's been great so far. So a lot of what I do is try to network with a lot of our existing partners that we already work with and help solidify those relationships and see what's coming down the pipeline. So we're obviously booked out for quite a while, so we need to make sure that everything is in order and happening at the proper times, and we don't want to get too overwhelmed with ourselves or one of our single suppliers or distributors or engineering firms. So we want to make sure everybody is prepped and ready for everything we have coming down the pipeline.
Awesome. And now Louis, National Sales Manager, I'm sure your inbox texting is just blowing up with vendors wanting some of your time. Can you share a little bit about what outreach is really catching your attention and maybe some tips for vendors trying to get the attention of their own decision makers?
Yeah, I think that just doing your homework is so important to me. So if you reach out to me with a really generic ask that says, hey, are you going to be RE Plus? It's like, yeah, I just posted that on LinkedIn. Of course I'm going to be at the event. What do you want to talk to me about? What solution do you have for me? Do you understand who GRNE is as a company? Someone who did something really interesting the other day, a couple of us ran the 5K in the morning. Those results got posted online. I got a message on LinkedIn 30 minutes later, hey, great job on the 5K this morning. Do you have a chance to meet up to talk about leads? And it was, they knew who I was, where I was at, what I was doing, and like probably a pain point. So I really appreciated that.
Yeah, I was very excited about those results because it was 2.6, but it registered as 5K, so I thought I just smoked it. So a trending theme from all of you guys is the value add. Like, what's the value add for GR&E? What's the value add for us as individuals? What's the value add for each of our departments? Between the three of you, we have widely different focus areas. We have engineering, sales, just overall growth of our company. What are the top 2 to 3 solutions you are hoping to get or have already received from your time at RE+?
I think it's trying to figure out collectively as an industry, where are we going together? And it's when you bring people together and have these type of meetings and gatherings of the minds to figure out as an industry, where do we want to go? But more importantly, how are we going to get there? So recently, everybody is very excited about the IRA that was passed at the federal level. We do a lot of work in the Midwest, and Illinois has passed CEJA 1 year ago, about 1 year ago today, the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act. Great policies, both from the federal level and from the state level. And those are humongous wins. But now is when the work happens. We have to actually go do what we said we were going to do, why we were asking for all of these things. So we've got the roadmap in front of us now. Now it's time to get to work and actually go do it. One thing I think that is challenging us as an industry is we have a lot of momentum and a lot of potential. We need the workforce to be able to achieve these goals that we've set out for. So as an industry, how do we get there? How do we support each other? How do we support the growth and the demand to be able to achieve these lofty goals that we have? And now that we've got support from the federal and the state levels to try and meet some of these sustainability goals.
Yeah, if I put on my sales hat, what am I trying to accomplish here? And finding people is one of the most important things that we're doing right now. And so for me, it's how do I represent my team to give them the best tools to be as efficient as they can so that they want to come to GR&E, they want to do sales for us, they want to be in our marketing teams. How do I make sure that they're set up for success in a way that maybe they wouldn't be somewhere else? Or if they're new to the industry, how do we give them the tools to get trained up as quickly as possible so that they're up and running and representing the company really well over time?
Yeah, and Eric Lewis both touched on this loosely, but we're really here to establish a lot of good relationships and partnerships that we have with existing clients, and that's going to help us solidify that pipeline in the future. So we're working to build all of these relationships and continue our efforts to see everyone succeed.
Wonderful. And so you guys elaborate a little bit about the workforce. Is there anything else of solutions-based that you guys are looking for?
So right now, everybody is so excited to be back at RE Plus after 2 years off, and a lot of pent-up demand of just seeing people again and getting back into these meetings. So it's awesome to just be here, number one, but continuing to build on these relationships. When there's not enough people to do all the work that we have to do to go around, we need partners and we need friends in the industry. Maybe they are competitors, in some way, but maybe they're friends and allies in some way as well. So what I always like to do is encourage people to view this as a collective industry and pushing the whole industry forward instead of trying to knock people off and move yourself forward individually. We need everybody to continue to support the industry to achieve those lofty goals that we have.
Absolutely.
And kind of that point, there's all the booze and there's all the products, but I think a really fun thing, and maybe people don't even know it's there, it's all the posters. Eric has a poster about bifacial gain and some of the results we've seen, but walking through all of those posters and seeing the newer ideas and the questions that people are starting to ask that haven't made their way into final solutions yet gets me thinking, what else do we need to be doing now that's going to be mainstream 2, 3, 4 years from now?
Have any of the other poster topics stood out to you that are something that you're like, we need to zone in on that a little bit?
I personally, I would love to hear Travis's answer to this, but I think bifacial gain is still an area that I don't fully appreciate, understand, don't know how to talk about with customers in a bankable way, so to speak. And I also think O&M is going to become more and more important, and so there's people thinking through that process, not just after the install, but that whole supply chain leading into that install. So those are two things I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah, you definitely hit on a good topic there, bankability. So how reliable is that bifacial gain? Is it speculation? How accurate is it? So that's one thing that we're very actively monitoring and studying to see how much can we actually guarantee this is going to improve our production.
bifacial modules came onto the scene a few years back, but have really become mainstream. So now if you're looking for a commercial module, it's, the heavy majority is going to be a bifacial option. And not only has that changed the module game, but we were at a booth yesterday with Omco looking at the new tracker that they've come out with. It's changed how the racking manufacturers are putting together their product as well, to make sure that there's no shade on the racking on the back end of it. So Travis, any thoughts that you had from the tracker that we looked at yesterday? Instead of portrait, they're putting 2 in landscape, which allows for less shade on the back.
Yeah, I mean, when you take it back to its bare bones, it definitely does what it's supposed to do. It goes back down to the very basic logic behind wiring solar modules. If you eliminate the shade, they're going to do what they're supposed to do. You're not going to activate bypass diodes or anything like that. So it definitely makes sense.
And the best part is that we're at a conference and you can take an entire project from soup to nuts and you can run down the line of, I'm really interested in bifacial, so check out the bifacial modules, check out the great software that can model these accurately, even check out how to mount them, wire them, have inverters for them, and then also clean them too. There's a lot of cleaning solutions here for those areas.
Hey Marie, one thing on the poster question that you had that I thought was really interesting, and a topic I think we just need to be mindful of as an industry as well. The poster that I was looking at yesterday was on a floating array. Mm-hmm. Very cool idea. Awesome. Lots of waterways that may be applicable for a floating array. But the poster was on what's the impact to the ecosystem that the solar array is being placed on. What does it do to the water? What does it do to the animals? What does it do to the whole environment around that? And I thought that was a really interesting study, and I think that could be applied elsewhere as well. Are we doing the right things as an industry to make sure that not only are we producing great power assets, generating assets, but are we also being mindful of the environment and the effects that this new power plant is having on the environment around us? So that's one thing I think we need to be mindful of, and making sure that we're looking at the whole picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that would be a good question. This might be a little risky of a question, but as we're talking about more and more, and what the IRA is a lot of it's bringing manufacturing back here in the U.S. And has there been any conversation about the green initiatives if we were to do that, and the green facilities? Have you guys heard anything about that?
If there's one answer that has been the most vague throughout the conference, it's what's the implication of X, Y, and Z? And there's a variety of answers, but people are still figuring it out. I think is the quickest and shortest answer that I can think of. Is there's so much to think through, and it's been a relatively short period of time. So will the solar coaster smooth out? I don't know, but it feels like there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. So taking us a little bit off topic from that, what is something so far that you've learned or saw that was unexpectedly of value? So Eric shared about the ecosystem impacts of floating solar. Is there anything else, Eric, that you might have seen that was like, wow?
So if you haven't made your way around the exhibit hall yet, do so. One of the most interesting booths that I've seen is by Chico USA. You have to check them out. It is an 80s themed arcade, movie quotes. They're a racking manufacturer, but if you haven't stopped by their booth, please check out Chico USA. They do racking for rooftops, residential, ground mounts, C&I, metal roofs. They have all different kinds of applications. Please go say hey to Wayne. They have extremely value-oriented product. They have guaranteed the lowest price. So if you're looking for savings and you want value for your customers, they have the best prices, and they have not skimped on the quality of their products as well. When we were in their booth yesterday going over some of their product sheets, the pounds per linear foot of aluminum in their rails is higher than some of the main manufacturers that you'll see out in the industry as well. So go take a look at Chico USA, say hi to Wayne, and tell him that Eric says hey too.
Absolutely. How about you, Travis?
That's a tough question. There's just so much new and exciting stuff. It's a lot to take in. Yesterday I had some free time, so I tried to roam the floor just as much as I could because I know we got a lot of meetings today. But it's great to see everybody back together, all of the innovation that's being driven by competition. There's a whole lot of new battery products. There's a lot of push on that. So it's just really great to see everybody and how products are evolving.
Yeah, and you mentioned yesterday, which was very true, that you've been in the industry for 6+ years, and you've been able to put now a lot of faces to names, and that's how you're really, connecting with people now. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people here. So
yeah, it's been awesome to actually meet all the people that I've been working with for the last 5+ years in person. Some of them I've never met.
Right, and they were just email signature lines until today and yesterday. And how about you, Lewis? Cool, unexpected things that you've seen?
This is going to sound really boring on the surface, and there aren't necessarily a lot of booths, but it's financing products that you're not expecting, especially on the C&I side. Someone was talking to me about a PACE-backed PPA yesterday in specific markets where that would make a lot of sense, and clearly I identified a target customer I had never thought about before. But if you walk around the beautiful booths and the 80s themed arcade that Eric is so fond of here, it's not like there's like a spreadsheet plastered on a wall showing how great the IRR is, but all of that work is being done, and so in an unexpected way for me, that was really exciting to have that conversation.
Yeah.
One note also, just for young companies or first-timers or somebody that is just overwhelmed by RE Plus and everything that comes along with it, you really have to find a strategy of what do you want to get out of the conference. They have amazing education sessions that are really good to get you up to speed on where the industry's at, or to refresh your knowledge on codes or the NEC or upcoming fire codes or anything like that. But the boosts, the relationships, all of that, reach out to people. Don't be shy and ask questions, because as we've grown over our 10 years of existence, have leaned on other industry experts to get us to where we're at today. And it's because of asking questions, making relationships, doing events like this that has really allowed us to grow and become the company that we are today.
So, perfect segue into one of my last questions here. When you think about taking your newfound knowledge, contacts, even swag back to the office, what are your plans to make everything you've learned here actionable?
I'm going to sleep first when I get home. So I can be the first thing that I do. That's the real challenge, because while we've been here, our inboxes have basically been on pause, and we have, as Eric mentioned, there's 100 people that report into him or us in various ways. So I think one is just get back to level, and then it's us reconnecting, sifting through. Basically all of my notes is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to document all my notes and then just reflect and make marginal changes between here and the end of the year, and look forward to 2023 is when actually most of them will show up for me.
Yeah, Lewis definitely touched on it there, the actionable items. So a lot of the things that I'm working on are already tangible and physically exist. So it's following up on those contacts and making sure everybody's doing what we talked about, and that we're all going to be set up for the best end result.
You have to take notes. You have to take notes. There's no way that you will remember all of the people that you met, all of the meetings that you had, every piece of nugget that they gave you in those conversations. You have to write it down in a notebook, in your phone, whatever, and then identify of that information what is important and what is actionable. What do I need to follow up on? Oh yeah, I remember meeting with those guys, and we need to make sure that we follow up on that project that needs this thing. So take notes, make sure that you are succinct in your time and figuring out what is actionable.
As somebody who absolutely overpacked for this event, Lewis had a great tip where he will take the literature and then take photos of it so that it's documented at his home, but he doesn't have to take home all the literature, all that paper. So I thought that was a really good tip. Any other tips in that brain of yours, Lewis?
I mean, I like taking it and writing the notes on the literature in the booth, and so it's very connected in my mind. And then I also try to go to booths I normally wouldn't and tuck that away in my digital folder. And then 6 months from now, maybe I'm talking to Travis about this floating array or whatever the heck it is that we're working on, and and I can say, oh, you know what? That in that folder, I have that piece of literature I was not interested at that particular moment in time. Lets me go back and recall a lot of that information, and it's a good way to kind of have this encyclopedia of knowledge at my fingertips.
Yeah. So before I let you go, I want to do a quick RE Plus lightning round. I am going to ask you a couple of would you rather questions, and I want you to rapid fire your responses, okay? So would you rather spend time in the poster gallery or on the showroom floor?
Showroom floor is my answer.
Showroom floor.
Showroom floor.
You don't want to spend time at our beautiful poster?
We have a great, beautiful
We have
poster.
an amazing poster.
Check it out.
Would you rather discuss digital solutions or physical equipment?
Physical equipment.
Digital.
Would
Sales
you,
guy.
Here, I'll qualify that. In the sales world, we're trying to get organized, we're trying to do proposals. Our world is how do we become more efficient as a team. A lot of that's going to be digital.
Yeah. Would you rather good swag at a booth or a scheduled meeting?
Meeting.
Meeting with coffee or water, preferably.
And then would you rather physical business cards or QR codes?
Give me a card.
I have one of these tap cards. I love it, but paper is just so quick and efficient. So I'll take photos of the business cards. But yeah,
Yeah, I
business
agree.
cards.
Physical cards.
What I love about a card, not to go off on a tangent, is even literature is you can feel it, you can touch it, and you can stick it in your pocket, and then later that evening or some other time they pull it out and they see it there, and it reminds them. And oh yeah, I had that conversation.
It's a physical
a lot
task
more
for me.
established connection.
Yeah, that tangibility.
And then the
of
next
it.
week when they pull it out of their briefcase, they're like, I still have this thing, and it's still reminding me of Journey Solar and why we should work with them on great projects.
So what does that mean when you throw a business card away?
You don't throw business
Okay,
cards away.
good
You
answer.
keep all business cards.
The Rolodex making a comeback.
You should see my desk.
I can't thank you guys enough for taking time out of your busy days for joining me today. Special thank you to SunCast Media and RE Plus for hosting us in the PowerUp Media Zone. Be sure to bookmark Suncast.live and take the conversation with you to go. We'd also like to thank supporting sponsors who help make the Media Zone possible: AES, Aurora, SMA, Solrit, and Sungrow. And now you know what's up at RE Plus.
the audience as well as our supporting staff. I want to thank everyone who is helping behind the scenes to bring this to life and to bring it to live stream. We are live streaming at suncast.live. You can take that on the go, just like your lunch. And you can watch all of the amazing thought leadership that is being presented here, live streamed and recorded from the trade show at RE Plus 2022 in Anaheim, California. We're coming back to our next segment, which is all about the future of home. And few companies understand the future of home like those that have been already embedded in the home for more than 3 decades, namely SMA. I'm joined by the Vice President of Home Solutions for SMA in North America, Nan Pimentel, and the Executive Vice President of the Business Home Unit all the way from Europe, Mr. Jan van Letem. Thank you for being here. Actually, so it is so good to have you here joining us on the stage to talk about the future of home. Jan and Nan, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
I didn't have the microphone unmuted for you a minute ago, so I apologize for that. Well, let's take it from the very sort of the highest level. There is a macro theme, Jan, that we talk about, which is the adoption of these new technologies, new as of the last 15, 20 years for homeowners to really think about how to electrify their lives, how to harness electricity in their homes, and what that does to empower them. And really, generally speaking, it feels like a relatively new industry, so to speak. For a lot of homeowners, it certainly does. But can you give folks a sense of the corporate heritage that is SMA? It's really been a cornerstone of the renewable sector for a long, long time.
Sure, I'd like to try to. It's actually, Nico, it's a story going back all the way to 1981 when you had 3 college students, university students, deciding to do things differently. So they went into electronics, but they said, well, let's do electronics for the good cause. And I can tell you already that the good cause is being good for the planet, and this is really what's been embedded in SMA's DNA since the beginning. So these 3 students started off doing all kinds of stuff, amongst things like small windmills, but in the end, after a few years, they made a firm decision, let's go for solar, and namely solar inverters. And they were in a good time, they have good products, and actually the environment helped as well. In Germany, that started with 100 roofs program, 1,000 roofs programs, and so on and so forth. So come the turn of the century, SMA really became the key player for what was then PV, which was panels on the roof and a solar inverter. Around that time, actually, also SMA USA was already founded.
Yeah.
So while our history goes back over 40 years, SMA USA is 22 years now.
Amazing, eh? You celebrated your 20th anniversary during the pandemic.
Yeah, exactly, which is a challenge.
It's interesting because when you think about it, some of the peers in the industry that you're compared with, namely the companies that are top of mind for consumers, like Tesla, didn't even have a solar division until 2015. Yeah. And SMA is 40 years old with a 20-year heritage, a good 15 years prior to companies like Tesla having a presence in the market.
Yeah, definitely, and that's all fine. All players are welcome. If everybody contributes to literally a better world in terms of energy sustainability, that's fine, but you have to keep a few things in mind. You need to be in there for the long run. You need to deliver quality. You need to make sure that all you do is quality-wise. What we produce is produced energy neutral, for example. Those are the things you really need to be mindful of. We're not there for a quick hit-and-run solutions. We're there for the long run.
Well, it's something that globally is recognized for, SMA in particular as a brand, recognized for the fundamental, solid German engineering of the product, right? It's something that it's been a brand staple for SMA, and it's one of the reasons that it has had such a long tenure as a leading inverter manufacturer. Well, let's talk about the target audience for SMA, which is the homeowner, right? It's to own that space. And of course, SMA has product categories that extend beyond just the home, but we're going to focus on the home today, and I want to do that with the Vice President of Home Solutions, Nan Pimentel. Nan, I'd like to hear your definition of home, because I have a sense that it's a little different than maybe folks might be thinking.
It absolutely is. Home is very different from utility and commercial, and coming out of a 2-year pandemic, I think we all know more deeply what home means to us. And I started polling people globally. Anytime I talked to anyone, it didn't matter age, it didn't matter where they were located in the world. Home is a very emotional thing, right? It's safety, it's security, it's where you can be yourself and be an individual. It's where your family is. And those things aren't technical. They're very emotional. And so home needs to be somewhere that people can feel safe. And our approach to home is different from our approach to C&I and to utility. It's how can we make it so that the homeowners utilize SMA to influence these things and to feel safer, to mitigate against power outages, mitigate against utility rate climbing up, to kind of have a luxurious life at home. And that's our approach to home, and that's what we think home is.
Yeah, it sounds like like many folks are trying to think about how to empower the homeowner and how to be more as a product category. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how SMA is approaching this suite of products to address not, you already are inside of many homes, many thousands of homes in the United States market particularly. So how do you think about empowering the homeowner and bringing that sort of more holistic provision?
Absolutely. We want to empower our homeowner to take control of their energy. And it differs from homeowner to homeowner. It really does. So there isn't a one solution that fits everyone. We want it to be expandable. A lot of times these energy solutions are overwhelming financially for someone. And so let's start simple. And then as their needs grow, let's build on it. And so our platform is a modular platform. We want to make sure that we provide everything and anything that's needed. Our brand is, worth something because we've been in the industry longer than our warranty. And we want to make sure that homeowners know that they can trust SMA to be reliable, to be safe, and that's what we stand behind.
Yeah. How many market leaders right now can say that? We've been around longer than our warranty. I remember when I was at Trina, that was one of the number one things that customers had an issue with, right? How are you offering a 20-year warranty? You've been around for 13, 14 years. What kind of shifts are we seeing in the U.S. home market right now, and how do you anticipate that to affect the consumer mindset and behavior?
Historically, when you talk home energy, it's usually PV only. And you're seeing, especially if you're walking the floor, right? If you're walking this floor, you're seeing all sorts of batteries, you're seeing smart outlets, you're seeing just home energy solutions. People are talking about energy management, consumption metering. There is an evolution and it's signaling towards a smart home technology, right? People want to control when their washer and dryer goes off. They want to control their appliances, they want to turn on the heater before they come home. So it's very real, and you can also see that based on market entrance, right? You see security companies trying to enter this space. You see Google, Apple, Amazon creating things. You see Samsung, all the appliances are creating smart technologies, and even the IRA has benefits for the homeowner to adopt smart technologies. So it's very real, it's coming, and it's coming fast.
Well, it's a pivotal time, and obviously we've got things like the Inflation Reduction Act, but I'm curious, is there anything in particular in the American market that makes now the time for this transition? Because we've seen other markets, and we'll get to Europe in a moment, where this transition has been ongoing for a while.
Yeah.
Why now?
Well, because utility rates are climbing, and people want to somewhat have a fixed utility rate, right? So the cost of energy has skyrocketed, both in fuel as well as natural gas and electricity. People are buying more EV. You're seeing higher EV adoption, and usually EV leads to PV because everyone wants to charge EV with green power. And so with that, you're going to see people turn on. And most of my family and friends have the Alexa and everything else, and they like talking to it. People love the Nest thermostat. So it's very real. It's all kind of segmented. It's not standardized, and so we're seeing people work together to somewhat try to figure out how to standardize the communication platform so that things can work together.
Yeah.
And so I really do see it as a real thing, and it's coming.
Yeah. Well, Jan, I want to talk a minute about before we expand out to the macro market and how the global industry is driving the change that you're seeing. When we talked before, Jan, you mentioned to me that from the very inception of the product that is, the Sunny Boy and the SMA inverter line of products, you've built in the concept that it was more than just a power conditioning device. Could you talk a bit about the vision from the very inception and over the last couple of decades maturation of that vision for being able to have a beachhead inside of the home and then extend the product product mix
sure
from there?
Yeah, absolutely, Nico. That's exactly what we've been evolving from. I mentioned it in the introduction in 2010. Let's say you bought panels, you bought an inverter, and you started harvesting subsidies. These days you don't want to do that. As Nan said, taking control of your own energy, that means that you need to have a system that controls everything. So over time, we went from approaching the end user, the consumer, with what now would be called cloud application, our Sunny portal, close to 1 million users at the moment, which was really well received. But now we need to integrate that one, and we're doing that with other sectors, what we call sector coupling. So you want to control in Europe your heat pumps, you want to control here in the US, for example, also your AC. So when EV drives PV, you could also say that the heat pumps drives PV. It's all inroads into that renewable area of working. And that's what we've been developing. We saw the sector coupling coming, I would say, around 2015. So we started dabbling and developing, testing. It happens to be that Germany is a real good test market because they are a front runner in the world. And that's also what we see coming now. What we see very active in Europe actually comes then to other countries, and I do believe that the US is just at the verge of taking that step as well and going for total ownership of your energy.
Let's talk about that, because I think that given that you are in Europe and you're the executive vice president for a business home, you have a vision or visibility into the kind of a postcard from the future, like what we can expect. In many ways, like what's happening in Australia is what we hope to see here from a dramatic reduction in upfront costs and permitting and things like that. Let's talk about what you see in Europe from both the macro trends and maybe even geopolitics that are driving this moment, this wave for the electrification of the home and the revitalization of the concept of home.
Yeah, you said it. It's actually not all rosy. What's driving the development now? We had COVID.
Yeah.
On our own economic scale in the industry, we've got these component shortages, electronic shortages. And then on top of all of that, you've got a war situation in Europe.
Yep.
All these three things combined actually boosted the whole development. People really now get enormously aware. I can tell you, my energy costs next year are going to be 8 to 10 times higher than today. 8 to 10 times.
8x.
Yeah. And that's kind of terrible, but that's for a lot of people too terrible. So they're urgently looking for solutions, and that's what we need to provide now. And then combine all of that, and there's one more thing which is actually, in the long term, the most important one, and that's the climate change.
Yep.
So in addressing this with a sense of urgency, we're actually working to address that climate change. Solving, we won't be doing it anymore. We've gone too far already. Yep. But containing it and making it better again, we can do that.
Well, one of the things that, as a company continues to further deepen their brand presence in each territory, they have to sort of become a little bit more nimble in corporate structure. Yep. Talk about how SMA, over the last few years, has really re-envisioned the way that you organize your leadership so that you can empower someone like Nan to own the North America market, but learn from what's happening around the world.
Again, you said it's all about ownership. So in the beginning, SMA was a company that made power electronics.
Yeah.
We made very good inverters. We were very good at that. And then, as in any companies, you keep changing, you keep adapting to the markets. I'm not going to bore you with all the changes that we went through, but I think the last one is really spot on at the moment. We have really now have a segmented focus where, as I said, Nan is the leader here for the US home segment. She owns that home segment, and we've done that globally. So in my team, we focus exclusively on all the needs for the home consumer. And this is also rolled out worldwide. So what we organize in the headquarters, we also match within the regions so that everybody sings the same song, but a dedicated song.
Amazing. Now I want to turn back to you. As you think about taking that ownership here to North America, and you are re-envisioning how SMA both thinks of itself, repositions marketing collateral, and repositions the mindset of the deep installer network that you have.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear how, from a leadership perspective, you all are adapting to the kinds of changes that Jan is pointing to. Not just the geopolitics of Europe, but the rapidly changing homeowner consumer adoption rate of technology, like Google Nest, like electric vehicles and charging, and they're thinking about things like VPPs, et cetera. They're like, homeowners are conscious now that they could potentially not just store electricity, but sell it back. How are you all adapting to that migration?
Absolutely. First and foremost, you create a home within your workspace and your company, right? So I always tell my team we're a family because we spend more hours together than we typically spend with our own families. You know, it's at least 8 hours.
Yeah.
And for us to be really successful as a team, we have to feel safe, comfortable, especially when we're changing what we're doing. I often tell Jan, we're a startup in a large company within the home segment because it's evolved so much that we really don't have all the facts in front of us. Some of the things we're doing, it's just a gut check, you know, and so I think it's true for the industry, really. Everyone's always kind of started with PV, and now you're seeing people go different directions based on what they think is needed. And we're taking this opportunity to do just that. So we're focusing on, again, really trying to understand what motivates a homeowner. And you touched on VPP. There's energy trading. Homeowners would love to make money with their systems, and those programs are really real.
Yeah, especially here in California, it's already real in the last 3 months.
Exactly. And it's something that we are going to capitalize on our bench strength, right? We're one of the few companies out there that have put a hold on all 3 segments, right? We've got relationships with the utilities, and we're working with them to really understand what their goals are for VPP, and then it trickles down into home. And so it's an approach that is a 360 approach that we're taking, but at the same time, our focus is also on the homeowner, as I said earlier.
As you were putting together your team and your approach to RE+, it's the first time we're back in 3 years.
Yeah.
How did you think about what you wanted to demonstrate on the show floor and how you wanted that to feel to the industry? We are all homeowners, and yet you're trying also to communicate how they can sell through to the homeowners the products that you're bringing to life. How did you think about organizing that for your booth?
Well, have you seen our booth?
I have. Where is it?
It is right outside, booth number 1.
Yes, I did see that. It's
right
beautiful.
by the fountain.
Yeah,
it's humongous,
yes, it's
right? To say that we were really excited about RE+ is an understatement.
Yeah.
And we wanted to come in and really show the industry what we've been doing.
Yeah.
And we focused on each of our segments. If you've seen the home wall, you've seen the look and feel of our product. We took a lot of time to really say we don't want a box on a wall. We want something that looks really good.
Yeah.
I talk to installers, and sometimes they tell me stories where they go to install the system and the wife comes up and goes, "You are not installing that in my garage." So we took that and we kind of joke about it a little bit, but we say, you know what, we want something that you can install in your living room and you can show off to your friends. So it's something that we take very seriously, and homeowners do care about what they put in their house. It's their most expensive investment, and on top of that, investing in energy storage or energy solution is expensive.
How far are we from having, a showroom where I can go in and say, I want the bookshelf model, or I want the corner model? Is that a reality, or is it always going to still be an industrial piece of equipment?
I really think it's going to be less hardware and more software.
Yeah.
Because you walk the floor, you just see boxes, right? You don't understand what these boxes do. But it's the hardware or the software that really shows someone what it does.
Yeah.
So I think that's really where it's going. It's who can develop the best digital platforms, who can really make it easy and simple, right? Because simplicity is what homeowners want. No one wants an app that's complicated, that is hard to utilize.
What's been the response? Maybe Jan, I'd love to hear your thoughts as someone who's standing mostly, observing and engaging as necessary at the prime position, the pole position, the first place in the walkthrough. Everyone basically has to walk right by you all and the fountain. What's been the response that you've seen from folks that are coming through and engaging with the new product line?
How soon can we have it?
That's always good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the best response we could expect.
I love that.
It's also good then to see if you start explaining to people like really your system is in your app.
Yeah.
And you can live the whole system. You turn around in our booth and you see all these elements going.
Wow.
That's what people really like to see.
Yeah.
And they can relate to that in their home.
Yeah. Well, Jan, let's bring it on home with a final question. I'd love to hear what you see as the future of our industry. Be a little bit of a future teller for us and bring us forward into maybe 2025. How has the U.S. market evolved and the concept of home really become transformed?
Actually, we talked about this before. I don't think it will be 2025. It will be quicker.
Okay.
I see as we spoke about, all the geopolitical and the global events, things are in an acceleration. And let's say 23, 25, people will actually come to their home, open their app, see what the home's been doing.
Yep.
Okay, this week I had so much, my app sold so much back to the energy utilities, we made good money, and in doing so, we actually did a little bit of good for the world.
Yeah.
So that whole experience is going to be far beyond just PV.
Yeah.
It's going to be storage. It's going to be your EV is going to be doing. But you know what? We can actually not predict what will happen. It's going so fast these days that we just need to be prepared for an ecosystem of energy management. As Nan said, there's a lot of talk about smart homes, and that's all great. But smart energy homes, that's the thing we still need to do. And consumers really want that. Consumers just want a solution for themselves, and that's what we try to provide. We provide solutions by making systems, and in those systems, you've got that energy management. You get an SMA device, you get the energy management embedded in it, and then you can build and expand on it. And that's the whole thing. And that's SMA, but I think this is going to apply to the whole world, including, of course, the US. You're probably going to be a front runner because you've got this IRA now coming, and it's going to give a boost.
Nana, are you going to be a front runner?
We're going to be a front runner. You know, my goal, I always tell the team, is home is where the heart is.
Oh, yeah.
And my goal is to be the heart of the home.
I love it. Well, on that, I couldn't possibly think of a better way to bring our session to a close. Nan Pimentel is the VP of Home Solutions for North America at SMA. Jan van Latham is the Executive Vice President for Business Home Unit. It has been a true honor to listen as we engage in what is the future of home, here with two folks that very much have a deep inside understanding of that truth for homeowners, thousands of which are enjoying the product that SMA has provided for the last 40 plus years. Thank you for joining us here on the stage at the PowerUp Media Zone.
And thank you, Nico. It's been fun.
Yeah. I'd like to remind everyone that we are here at the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast and presented by Fluence. We're streaming at suncast.live. Please bookmark suncast.live so you can take the Media Zone on the go with you as you walk around the show floor. We'll be back in just a few more moments with none other than the co-founders of Aurora. Once again here on the PowerUp Media Zone stage, produced by SunCast Media, presented by Fluence. I'm really excited about the next conversation that we are going to have. It has been quite some time since I've had a chance to host the Aurora folks. Sam, it was 3 years ago, almost to the day, I think it was October 1st, 2019, right after Salt Lake City, that we did the first ever SunCast Live, like legit live, from your offices in San Francisco. How you doing? Good. All right, start. Yeah,
okay.
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I remember, in addition to all the other things that were great about that day, I think you brought some beers, or we got you some beers, and that was fun.
It definitely makes the conversation a little less hectic.
Yeah.
If it's fueled by some libations, that's for sure. Chris, it's good to meet you first in real life, in 3D, as they say.
Nice meeting you too, Nico. And what I really want to know is what color suit were you wearing last time?
I don't think I had a suit on last time. Yeah, we were a little more casual.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for those who are unfamiliar, today I'm greeting Samuel Adeymo and Chris Hopper, the co-founders of Aurora. Raise your hands if you've used the Aurora product before. I bet folks walking by have used it. Look at all these hands. Wait, hang on. Let us know if you've used the Aurora product before. I bet somebody. Yeah, there we go. More hands out in the court, roaming around. And there's no surprise either. It has the Aurora has an incredible track record. I'd love to get a sense from the two of you of where, sort of how this product came to be, and the two of you came together. Let's just start there. And I'm not sure, Chris or Sam, which one of you wants to take that piece? Yeah, let's let Chris, because I've had Sam tell the story.
Well, hopefully the story is the same. But
we're corroborating today.
I know. Yeah, cross-examining. No, so we met back in 2011 in grad school. At business school, we were classmates, became friends quite early on in the program. And in a nutshell, we initially wanted to start a solar installation business. That was what we set out to do. And so we put together a pilot project, which was actually a commercial scale installation, about 50 kilowatts for a boarding school. Went through that whole project soup to nuts. And through that process, we realized just how cumbersome the whole process of figuring out that installation was. It was really difficult. There's no software to support it. It was a whole tool soup, Excel spreadsheets that were Frankensteining out of control. And as then more and more people started inquiring whether they should go solar, what would be a good design, whether it makes sense for us, for them, we're like, well, we don't know. We don't have a good way of figuring this out. And that's really how Aurora was born.
I remember, you now have the happy marriage, and we'll talk about that in a minute, of owning essentially the core design products in the industry. But what vision and leadership? Early days, Aurora had, I think, the best training and definitely the best visual graphic support, as it were. I remember installers saying to me, that product that you recommended, Aurora, you're welcome, is like hands down, like their YouTube videos make it easy. So the vision that you had from the very beginning of making the product accessible in a way that almost nobody else did, right? Like you guys took a very Silicon Valley hands-on product marketing approach. Was that something that you feel was, obviously it was intentional, but was it something that you feel was a strategic advantage in the growth of Aurora early on?
Yeah, I would say so, and thank you for recommending us. And I have to say, a lot of the work that went into making the product look and feel so good has to do with the work of our team, the design team, the marketing team, everyone else. But the reason that we spent so much time on doing that was, at the end of the day, our mission as a company is we want a future of solar energy for all. And what we want to do is build a platform through which all these solar installations pass and are better off for having gone through that.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of being better off for having gone through our software means that it's more accurate. The homeowner has a better idea of what they're getting. And there's a huge part of that that's visual, showing them what their house would look like with solar on it, showing them what the best parts of their roof are that get the most sunlight, what the shading elements are, all of those things. And at the end of the day, you want to tell them this is how much energy you're going to be generating, this is how much money you're going to be saving, and this is how much good you're doing for society.
Yeah.
So it was always important for us to make sure we can encapsulate all of that in the product.
I don't know if you were the first to introduce it, but it was certainly the absolute easiest to use, and the reason I use it in all of our trainings early on. The ability to do shading analysis from your computers. I mean, I would crawl up on a roof with a solarmetric sun eye like every other schlep in the industry until Aurora started disrupting this thing. And I was like, wait a minute, the strategic advantage of like me telling the homeowner, you can trust that I know what I'm doing and I'm drawing these pictures, it just evaporated in a much like more elegant and beautiful way. And I wonder, from the very beginning, Chris, were you thinking from the perspective of empowering not the installer but the homeowner themselves to have access to this technology?
Well, you know, one thing to point out is like our pilot project was actually in Kenya, Nairobi.
Yeah.
And so what's special about that is it was the same type of project you do in the US, but it was so far away that we couldn't visit, right? And so it's sort of the pain point that you felt, but amplified, cranked up to, we're like, well, we can't go there, so how do we bridge that gap? And that was really how the idea of remote design was born.
Tremendous.
And then we looked at the US, we're like, well, all these folks are, you know, driving out, climbing on roofs, and that adds all these costs, right? I mean, the site visits up front are like, what, $850 per install system by the time you sum it up? And so that was a big cost that we knew didn't need to be there, and we knew we could solve that with technology.
Amazing. Chris, as the CEO, part of your job is to ensure that Samuel can go out and sell something without having to worry that his paycheck is going to be fulfilled at the end of the month. And I would say that unlike most in the industry, or rather better than most in the industry, you have excelled at your job. You had a tremendous Series D announcement. Can you tell us about the process of growing a company to the place where you become one of the few real unicorns in a space that no one really thought there'd be unicorns, let alone software-based unicorns?
Yeah, I mean, thankfully I don't have to worry about Sam.
I didn't get any paycheck from that. I just want to.
He's still waiting. He's still waiting.
But thanks for bringing that up, Nico. I've been trying to figure out how I'll tell him
how that would work.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, look, I mean, we're partners in this. We've been since day one. In the early days, it was 4 of us, and we've built this company together. And so it's really is a partnership between us. How do we? Sorry, your question though.
Yeah, well, the question is, how have you evolved into a company that would go out and raise more than $200 million in a Series D? I mean, it's a staggering number, frankly, like when we think about where our industry started.
Yeah.
Folks still to this day are still trying to beg and plead for $10, $20 million, right?
You know, now there's all the headlines, but we still remember the early days. You know, 2013 is when we started, and solar was not cool.
Yes.
We're sort of in the wake of the first clean tech boom. Yeah. We try to pitch what we're doing. Customers always got it. That was the thing that kept us going. They're like, this is awesome. We need this. Kind of a lot of your stories that we heard. But investors are like, like, what's this solar thing? Why is this going to be a big thing?
Yeah.
What does an installer do? Why do they need software? What exactly does
it? It's too niche.
It's kind of niche, all that. And we're like, no, you don't get it. There's this big thing happening, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest industries out there. Energy is undergoing this massive revolution, really, right? And we're still at the early innings of this, and there needs to be a software layer to this. And so it was in a way lonely, because at the time, a lot of investors didn't resonate with it, but in a way it wasn't, because our customers did, and that what's kept us going. And we actually bootstrapped for 5 years, so we're very accustomed to the grind of it as well. It's not just about the flashy headlines and the more recent fundraisers. We're grateful for that, but more so that actually it's a function of the industry getting a lot more attention.
Yeah.
Right. It's not just us. We're trying to do a great job, but it's also all of our customers out there putting more solar on roofs. It's more in the headlines now. People are thinking about renewables, thinking about that energy transition, and realizing, whoa, there's an answer here. And a big part of the answer is solar, and that's really what gets us excited.
So you go raise all this money, and you've got a huge team, and you've built world-class software, but you still get to deploy these resources to move beyond just I'll call it simple, but it's anything but simple, a simple solar design. I mean, in the minds of the investors, how do we move beyond that niche? what products and new offerings are afforded a company that has the financial capacity that you have now? You started out of the gate, picked up your number one partner in San Francisco, Folsom Labs, bolted on an existing user base globally, right? Can you talk about the addition of Folsom and the additional products that this financing round has enabled for you, Sam?
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. Just to provide some background for everyone, what we did is we partnered with Folsom Labs. We acquired Folsom Labs and the Helioscope product, which is the leader in CNI design. And what's really exciting about that is we're able to deploy many more resources, engineering resources, product resources, customer success and customer support resources to that particular product base and to that customer base to, at the end of the day, make them more successful and happier using the product. Some of the most immediate advancements of that manifestations of that are LiDAR data.
Wow.
So LiDAR is something that we pioneered and continue to be the leaders in at Aurora. And what that does is allows you to get a very accurate 3D model and get very accurate shading.
Yeah.
So today, that is now rolling out within in the Helioscope infrastructure. And that's just, being able to use the data set that we've gathered over so many years and continue to add to and curate and everything else, and the underlying technology and infrastructure and applying it there. That's just one of a whole suite of things that are coming out. And of course, we continue to invest heavily in Aurora itself and our product offering. And there are a couple I could mention. I'll talk about a technology, AI, that we've been investing in for 6+ years and is now coming to the front, taking a process that used to take days with Aurora, took minutes, now to seconds. Literally click a button. So those trainings that you're doing and so on and so forth will be easier than ever before. All you have to do is click a button and you get a 3D model of your house, calculations of shades, number of panels on it. So it is a lot of money, but there's a lot of things that need to be built to continue to make the industry as efficient as possible, to get from the 3% of energy coming from solar up to 30%.
Yes.
It's not going to be easy, right? Like the low-hanging fruit has been plucked, right? Like now what we're doing is going after the tougher things and trying to make those problems easier for solar installers. So.
And Nico, to tack on to your previous point, it's hard work to make things simple.
Yeah,
that's right.
Like we have a lot of folks just building the core product and maintaining that, improving it. There's a new version that we're rolling out. There's new features we roll out all the time, every week basically. And so that's just a big undertaking. It's a complex problem that requires a lot of talented folks that we have the pleasure of working with.
Yeah. Well, speaking of talented folks, you have a very talented marketing team. I'm curious if they've been able to help you tap into how the evolution of Aurora has really impacted the industry. Do you have any data around that?
Yeah, I'll start off with one really big milestone that we had. We've now had over 10 million solar projects that have been designed in the solar. Yeah, thank you. And one thing that's remained consistent from when we raised $0, right? As Chris mentioned, the first 5 years of our life, we were quasi-bootstrapped for the most part. Till today is we've always tracked the number of projects that go through the software.
Yeah.
So we hit a huge milestone in terms of 10 million solar projects.
Wow.
And what marketing does is in terms of helping our customers sell solar, but also helping tell the story and celebrate that event. That's a big deal, not just for us. That's a big deal for everyone who cares about the industry, who cares about the planet, who cares about what we're doing over here. 10 million is something we can celebrate. So that's one example that is recent because it hit right around Aurora's 9th birthday.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that by the time we get to our 11th birthday, we're at 20 million. So that's a kind of
what's keeping you from
acceleration
getting to 50 million?
Time, but you're right. Like we should up our targets.
Well, if AI is taking it down by a factor of 100, you should be able to scale parabolically now too.
We are doing that, but you're ambitious. I like it. So all right.
Nico, one thing to point out though is I'd rephrase your question is what's taking us to get it to 50, right? I mean, we don't do the projects. It's our clients that do that, and so that's the questions we ask ourselves all the time is how do we help our clients be better at their jobs, do more projects, and that's a big part of what's driving us.
Yeah. I'm curious in that regard. You've got a strong culture and strong history of customer service. I mean, and especially adding in the Folsom team, who was, I mean, pound for pound, they were absolutely qualifiably the tier 1 of customer service. Always answer the phone, the best webinars, right? So you've got a core internal product. Do you see homeowners factoring into the education process at this point? I mean, you've got to start going, as we cross that chasm that you mentioned, getting to 30% and getting to that early majority, it takes pull through, not just educating the installers. How do the consumers partake in this revolution?
I think it's a very big and important question, especially given how high acquisition costs are in the industry, right? I mean, our path is not directly to the homeowner, but rather, with our customers.
Yep.
And so increasingly, Aurora used to be much more of a back office solution, if you will, a design tool. Recently, as you know, we added some new products, specifically Sales Mode and Lead Capture AI.
Yep.
And both of those are basically B2B2C, right? They're products that interface with the homeowner.
Yeah.
And so our team, our design team in particular, is spending a lot of time understanding what matters to homeowners. How do we help our customers communicate the value prop of solar to their customers, which is the homeowners? So we very much look at them as a stakeholder that we work with and need to understand in order to drive adoption of solar.
Yep. Well, top of mind, everyone is talking at the show about the incredible tailwind we all should experience for the next 10 years, known as the Inflation Reduction Act, or the Climate Act. And I am really curious to hear from the perspective of a software company. Lots of hardware companies are really clear on how the tax benefits work. How does it work to help scale software? I mean, surely seeing how tech generally has empowered an economic progression in our not just in our country, but our globe. How does the IRA help to spur software innovation for our sector?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I would say that what the IRA does is it provides a lot of impetus and a lot of stimulus for professional solar installers to go out there and deploy more solar. And what that does is force us to make sure that we're staying ahead of the curve in terms of building the products that they will need to sell solar or solar plus storage, for example, now that that's included, and other sorts of products. So when we think about what we're doing, we think we're on the right track because all the IRA has done is accelerated what we think would have taken many, many years or decades to accomplish. And we don't have many decades because climate change isn't waiting for us. So we're glad that that's all been accelerated.
Yeah.
But what it means for us is, well, maybe we need to spend more time thinking about some of the other components that people are going to be including when they're pitching solar, storage, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And these are active thoughts that we have, and we fortunately have the team to go and build this stuff and to talk to customers to understand what they need and continue to deploy those solutions.
Yeah. So the platform historically has been focused on solar, and in that, solar design. And I'm curious, you touched on a few of the points. New sales mode, you've got additionality that you're offering the installers and the sales teams to get closer to the homeowner and make an impact in that way. But where does the platform really go from here? We've got heat pumps and thermostats. There's the concept of the smart home generally, which is where the consumer lives, is top of mind and tip of tongue for every single booth you walk by today. How does Aurora fit into that picture?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, the most proximate trend, I guess, is batteries. So that's we added a battery module into Aurora. We'll continue to do that and invest into that. But yeah, many of our clients increasingly are looking at other parts of the home electrification process as well. And so it's definitely something our teams are thinking about. How do we integrate that, and how do we make that process easier and streamlined for our customers? So stay tuned on that.
I wonder, as we close, when you think about your ability to grow as a company, your team's ability to address your customers' needs, and just the breakneck pace the industry is growing, where do we still have bottlenecks? And what do we need to move out of the way as an industry to help companies thrive?
Yeah, I think that there's still quite a few.
Yeah.
And until you get to the point where, there's as much solar going in as there are new homes and everything else, you'll anticipate that there's still bottlenecks. Some specific ones have to do with, for example, the permitting process. There have been some big improvements made there, really exciting news coming out of Solar App and everything else like that. But that's still a bottleneck for a lot of installers who have sold jobs and want to get to the point where they actually install it. So we have a solution that is about a week old now.
Okay.
We offer plan sets at Aurora, so that's exciting.
And does that integrate with products like Solar App? Is that the kind of thing that you're thinking, or is it amplifying it?
So Solar App is available only in certain areas,
Okay.
right? So we're working with the team at Solar App to make sure we have all the specs and informing that as well. But also for all the other areas that aren't digital yet, we want to make sure we have a solution for them as well. So we have that. And then also a very exciting area we're expanding into, which I think is ultimately the biggest bottleneck in solar, is there are not enough homeowners, there are not enough customers who know about it and know what it can do. It's not taught, they don't think about it the way someone would think about landscaping or which car they're going to get or anything else, or home improvement. And the biggest part there has to do with what you were referring to, customer education. So we've invested heavily in this product, Lead Capture AI. A homeowner can go on there in a minute, answer a few questions, get a 3D model of their house, those visuals you like, and self-educate themselves on solar.
Perfect.
And what we're doing is we're deploying that technology through our customers, through solar companies who can take that in technology and embed it on their website, so on and so forth. So that's another big bottleneck. Both I've given you the two bookends, people who are finding out about solar, and then solar installers who are closing solar and want to actually install it. Those are still two big bottlenecks that we're directly working on and rolling out products to address.
Yeah, obviously I agree with that, but there's one thing to add is CNI too, right? You mentioned helioscope. Also, at this point, big shout out to Paul and Paul. We're, we shared very similar paths over the last decade, and
almost similar addresses.
Actually same address.
Now same address.
That's right. You're in the old Folsom Lab.
We moved into the Folsom Labs office, but great admirer of what they've built, obviously. So we were very excited to partner up. And so there's a lot more we can also do in CNI. So that's historically not where Aurora's center of gravity was, but increasingly, obviously with helioscope now, we're thinking about that. How can we push the boundaries of CNI design, and LiDAR is just the earliest instance of that. For Resi, I would zoom out and I look at the stats we're all familiar with, that more than 50% of the system cost of a Resi install is soft costs. Right? And so there's a whole bucket of problems. We just have to go through one by one and knock them out one by one. And it's going to take some time, right? But that's what we're here for. And it gets me actually very excited. People always talk about problems, but problems oftentimes are opportunities too. And so, for me, those 60% or so represent what it takes to get the panels on the roof. Right? And all the equipment, the inverter. And so if we had a better way of doing that, if I can snap my fingers and panels would appear on your roof, solar today could be half the cost it is today. Right? And so that gets me excited, because what would that do to the world if Resi solar at the consumer level was half the price it is today?
It's called Australia.
Well, there you go. And how do we get there, right? And what would that do? And I think we can get there, and that's why we're here. And we're excited for the next decade and beyond.
Well, Chris and Sam, we're excited that finally solar is top of mind for consumers, and not in any small part thanks to companies like yours, who are getting attention in Silicon Valley and elsewhere by raising such an incredible breed of talent and software and money to deploy against our climate action, right? And deploy these climate solutions that really do matter. You've got thousands of installers who are who provide testimonials of the ease of use, and now with the implementation of LiDAR and AI, homeowners can participate in that customer journey. I want to thank you for the non-apparent 10-year overnight success that now our industry can say, look, we've got a company that everybody's talking about on Wall Street and everywhere else, right? That you guys have, you've put in the hard work. It's not something that, you're not a Johnny-come-lately company, and it's really great to see the success that you're having. Chris Hopper and Sam Adeymo are the co-founders and CEO and CRO, respectively, of Aurora. It is a pleasure to get a chance to interview you here live on the PowerUp Media Zone stage.
Awesome.
Thanks for having us, Nico.
Thanks for having us, and congrats to all that you've done as well.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Nico, and thanks to the SunCast team for hosting us here at RE Plus in Anaheim. My voice is definitely on day 3 of RE Plus, so bear with us as we're almost to the finish line. But so happy to be joined here by such a great panel to talk about this really important topic. As Nico said, we are Factor This. This is a production of Renewable Energy World and Clarion Energy. We are a weekly podcast that focuses on the solar industry and crosses over with storage quite a bit. We cover in-depth topics that the industry needs to hear about, and we try to cover especially policy that changes so rapidly in this space. So to help us do that, I'm so happy to be joined by Kevin Smith. He is the CEO of Lightsource BP Americas division. Scott Moskowitz is the Director of Public Affairs at Qcells, and we have Luke O'D, the Vice President of Engineering at Cypress Creek Renewables, a utility-scale solar and storage developer in my neck of the woods, North Carolina. So happy to have you guys here.
Great. Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
So today we are talking about the 2-year timeline, how to meet U.S. demand with U.S.-made solar modules. And it obviously comes at an important time post-Inflation Reduction Act. So let's set the stage here a little bit. Earlier this year, the solar industry obviously came to a screeching halt when the Commerce Department initiated that investigation of the Oxen Solar tariff petition, looking at modules imported from Southeast Asia that were purportedly skirting trade duties against China. And with 80% of our supply coming from Southeast Asia, that was obviously not a fun experience for our developers here in the US. Since then, a lot has changed. We got a 2-year moratorium from President Biden on new tariffs against modules imported from Southeast Asia after an aggressive and persistent push from our developers and our manufacturers and the trade groups that support our industry, and then the 11th hour Inflation Reduction Act incentives that clearly came at an appropriate and needed time to incentivize domestic manufacturing here in the US. So that's what's at play here. And to really start off this conversation, I want to talk about the IRA, and someone very close to that was Scott, and with Qcells being so intertwined with Senator John Ossoff, the author of the Solar Energy Manufacturing for America Act, SEMA Act. You guys are obviously have your presence with the factory in Georgia. Would love to hear from you, Scott, about your reaction when that legislation that, the 700 pages came seemingly out of nowhere, included SEMA, and really changed the landscape for what we're talking about.
Yeah, I was in my car driving to pick my daughter up from daycare when I got a call that Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer had reached an agreement on this landmark bill that was then called the Inflation Reduction Act. And it's, I think from moving forward, we will always think of our industry in a history of 2 eras, before and after the Inflation Reduction Act passed. Yeah. And you speak to some really complex and long-standing supply chain and trade issues that our industry's undergone. Without this bill passing, we would have had a very difficult time solving any of those issues in the long term. I think we have 2 years in front of us where those issues still remain. They aren't going to get solved overnight, but now we have some policy in place that's really going to that creates the possibility to solve these issues and really invest in U.S. manufacturing, really diversify the global landscape, and accelerate the energy transition. So we're really excited about it passing.
We saw First Solar announce a $1 billion expansion just a few weeks ago. Toledo Solar this week announcing an expansion of their own. Qcells and Hanwha have said that they were ready to pull the trigger on a multi-billion-dollar supply chain investment pre-SEMA Act, pre-Inflation Reduction Act. Now we have those incentives. Yep. Care to break any news about site visits and evaluations for Qcells?
I won't break any news today, but we invested last year in REC Silicon. They've got a 6+ gigawatt polysilicon plant in Washington State. We're hoping to bring that online by the end of next year. We're currently expanding our 1.7 gigawatt module factory in Dalton to a little over 3 gigawatts. And we are working on some multi-phase, multi-billion-dollar expansions across the full supply chain that are really going to be unlike anything I think we've seen in the U.S. in a long time. So we're working on that pretty hard.
Factory in Texas?
Well, we're looking at several states, including Georgia, where we've been really lucky to be the last couple of years.
We'll circle back to that. Okay. Yeah. Kevin Smith, as I said, CEO of Lightsource BP Americas, one of the largest developers worldwide of solar and significant presence here in the U.S. as well. You were the first repeat guest of the Factor This podcast, and the last time we talked to you, the entire landscape was different. The Oxen tariff petition was fairly fresh. Commerce's announcement of the investigation was new, and the industry was still shell-shocked by the impact that was causing. Now, as we said, everything has changed. At the time, you talked about the political risk of the U.S. market and how it was challenging to assess how to make investments and how to plan for the long term in the absence of a clear industrial policy and a clear policy to support clean energy. How do you feel now?
Well, obviously, the Inflation Reduction Act is just kind of a fundamental change in where we were. I talked about some of the political risk that I've dealt with. I've been in the energy industry literally decades in the U.S. and internationally, and we've always struggled with short-term programs, 2 years of this, a year of that on the renewable energy side, and this is really, as I said, kind of a fundamental sea change in policy. Shout out to the industry group. Solar Energy Industry Association did a fabulous job. We're very active, and so we have the ability to kind of help impact some of the policy issues. But now we've got a kind of a 10-year view. It puts us, one of the things that renewable energy has struggled with is the fact that I'll say conventional energy, oil and gas, has similar tax credits all embedded in the tax codes for decades and decades and decades, whereas renewable energy, we struggle with this 1 year, 2 year, 3 year renewals. Now we've got a 10-year landscape in front of us that allows the industry to really accelerate. There's a huge amount of jobs in the industry, 250,000. We're looking at pretty much an easy path to 1 million jobs by 2030.
2 years is not a lot of time. So this moratorium, the clock is ticking. We have this supply need, obviously, and I think all parties involved want to see a robust domestic manufacturing base for solar. A year and a half from now, what do you think the supply looks like in the U.S., given the conversations you're having with partners at Lightsource BP?
Well, first of all, Commerce hasn't made their determination yet of whether they'll impose taxes. So we have this 2-year clock that's running for the deferral of tariffs. So which is, I think it goes to June 2024. Yeah. Commerce now has delayed their decision on additional tariffs to the end of the year, maybe January, I think. So we're holding our breath. Obviously, from my view, 18 months, 2 years from now, there'll be significant impacts, there'll be significant announcements. I think there'll be, certainly an increase in U.S. manufacturers in the U.S. market, but it won't come close to providing what the U.S. capacity requirements are. We've done we did a big, 5 gigawatt deal with First Solar. That's helping us, meet some of those requirements. We avoid the tariffs. We've got one of the main U.S. manufacturers under kind of as a partner for us in our projects, but it's not a 2-year time frame. It's going to be 3 to 5 kind of before we can really look at a large portion of U.S. supply coming from U.S. manufacturers. But I'll let my colleagues here comment on that as well.
Yeah, sure. And I'd like to go to Luke here on that point. Cypress Creek and some other partners, AES Clean Energy, Clearway Energy Group, D.E. Shaw, all built the consortium and the multi-billion-dollar commitment to procure U.S. manufactured modules. I think that was also in June, pre-Inflation Reduction Act. So that was helpful to see. Luke, what kind of assurances can that give to manufacturers like Qcells, First Solar, others about their 10-year timelines and meeting your needs?
Yeah, it was an interesting timing because it was pre-IRA. It was in the
2 weeks
back in the dark ages a couple months ago when we all thought the Build Back Better Act was not something that was going to come to fruition. And Cypress, along with other developers, had been looking at a challenging landscape where we have, we're flirting with tariffs coming in and out. We're dealing with other supply chain challenges and shipping and the availability and things arriving on schedule. And really thought that we wanted to be a company that was that our supply chain was aligned with our company values, that we were ethically sourcing our product, and that we could be a force for good in our communities where we're building projects and having local impacts by also supporting American manufacturing. And Cypress had kind of had this idea, and we ran across colleagues in the industry who were thinking the same way. So we joined forces and formed the U.S. Solar Buyers Consortium and committed to 6 to 7 gigawatts per year of volume. starting as early as 2024 for domestic supply. And we thought, hey, this is something that we as an industry can just do. We're just going to step up. If the federal government's not going to play this role, we're going to step up and try to get the snowball rolling. Because once the snowball starts rolling, like the volumes will get bigger and like the cost will be competitive. And that's what needs to happen. So. It's a really interesting time where we were like stepping up and just wanted to be one of the leaders in making this happen. And now we have the IRA in place, and hopefully this volume is something that lets a manufacturer or a couple of manufacturers have some orders they can take to the bank and really accelerate their plans. Because it does seem like there are a lot of suppliers out there who had a plan, who they put on ice as these bills was. Since last year when the bill was first around, and hopefully this is something that lets folks get their financing and really accelerate plans and start building these factories and getting that module volume flowing as soon as possible.
Yeah, and Q-Cells was very clear about that in the year before the Inflation Reduction Act, that we are ready to pull the trigger on a multi-billion-dollar commitment if and only if SEMA Act passes in one way or the other. So how long then, with those supply agreements, how long does it take a manufacturer to really make meaningful upgrades to its own supply chains and production quantities? Because we all want to see this happen as fast as possible, but these are infrastructure challenges too.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, and I like Luke's point about getting the snowball rolling. A lot of manufacturers, a lot of us announced that within the last year, saying that if SEMA passes, we will all make these big investments. And of course, the bill kind of toiled in obscurity for, we'd all hoped this would have passed it about this time last year. But here we are, and folks are ready. Some of these investments can come online pretty quickly. It takes 8, 9, 10 months to get a new module assembly facility online. It might take 2 years, a little longer, to get ingot, wafer, and cell. But what I'm hopefully, again, this snowball rolling metaphor, is that a couple things are generally true in this industry. The last 2 years have kind of flipped some of these rules of thumb on their head, but typically installations and demand in this market grows faster than people expect, and prices usually fall faster than people expect. Again, the last 2 years has been a huge exception to that rule, but I'm hopeful that the same is true of domestic manufacturing investment, that right now we've got a number of companies that have announced intention to build. We know of 10 plus 20 close to 20 gigawatts that are probably going to come online within 2 to 3 years, but I'm hopeful it will be much more than that, and maybe there will be 40 to 50 within 4 to 5 years. These incentives are for 10 years. They step down after, like in 2029, 2030. There's incentive to move quickly, and they are healthy, and they will work. So there could be a lot of stuff coming. And yes, it's going to doesn't solve our problems overnight. We got 2 years ahead of us, I think, where a lot of these things have to get figured out and looked at. But it's a new world that we're living in. I could talk about that for a long time.
And for a long time we've got 13 minutes, so you can fill as much as you want. But right. You mentioned those other pieces of the value chain too. It's not just modules that we're talking about that we really need to address. So I guess for anyone in the group, like, how do you view the other components that you were mentioning, poly supply and wafer? And we've seen some announcements over the last week, but there still is a significant gap there. How do we address those challenges?
I'll let you guys comment on this, because there's obviously more trade issues that are ongoing than just this, the circumvention case that you mentioned. So it's an important thing for companies like theirs to figure out ensuring that product can come into the U.S. I'll let you talk about how you think about it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the more difficult task. We're going to have assembly certainly in the U.S. There's going to be expansions in facilities. I think poly supply into the U.S. that's going to be the big issue that we're looking at. We've taken a bit of a different route. We should mention obviously that First Solar doesn't depend on poly, so they've got a different technology. Right. And there's actually some other technologies out there as well that can advance that. So you're going to see some major players that are going to do assembly here. The poly supply, I think, is going to take a while. At the same time, as kind of Scott mentioned, we're going to go from 20 gigawatts to 40 gigawatts. So it's not like we're going to have a stable, flat demand on the module supply side. It's going to be ever increasing as we carry on. So the supply is going to be chasing the demand in the U.S. market. We're looking, obviously, there's issues other than just tariff, responsible, sustainable supply issues. We're looking at those issues very, very carefully as well to make sure we're buying responsibly. One of the things I like about the Inflation Reduction Act is prevailing wages and apprenticeship programs. It levels the field for everybody. And it provides those good paying jobs locally. It's going to cost a little bit more for the projects, but everybody's held to that standard. So I think that's going to be a really nice selling point for solar into the communities as well. So poly supply, is going to be the biggest challenge, I think, as we look forward.
Luke, any thoughts there?
Well, I'll two quick points. One is I'm also interested in the other bill of materials items like the glass. I think as you have more module plants in the U.S., you'll start to see those other bill of materials items hopefully starting to spin up here in the U.S. and the other parts of the supply chain that's not cell related also being produced here and not needing to be imported. So like glass, it's a lot of glass that we need out there. And then on the jobs and had really interesting conversations over the last couple of days at the show here with several module suppliers, and I'm learning more about what it takes to build modules and build cells and wafers, and the level of skilled technical workers that are needed to fulfill these manufacturing plans. Both module assembly, which is technical assembly, but also like building cells is, we were told this week, everyone on the production line is at least a bachelor in engineering level of training. So there's a large, highly skilled, highly technical workforce that's going to be needed, and there's a lot of job creation that's going to come with all this manufacturing.
Interested if all three of you can peel back the curtain a little bit too, and how you started reevaluating pipelines and production plans as in that near immediate aftermath of IRA. Aftermath sounds negative, so I'm not a different word, but following the IRA, it did come as a surprise to most of us. So I imagine there was an all hands call or email that went out fairly soon after that. But walk me through that.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a big pipeline of projects across the U.S. 100 plus projects. Kind of 20 gigawatts in 30 states, and we're now looking at each one of those. Where do they fall in with the ITC? Is PTC a better option? We've got our modelers are working kind of 18 hours a day, kind of trying to look at some of our projects. How does it affect pricing? Should we be looking at different size projects? Should we be looking at interconnection? More interconnection applications into certain markets.
That's a whole other podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on the interconnection side. So, it's a changing the economics on a lot of projects. In most cases for the better. But it is the whole tax equity side is now going to be different. Some positives, some negatives. You've got transferability issues in the IRA, but at the same time now you've got tax credits for manufacturing, you've got tax credits for green hydrogen, you've got tax credits for storage. So the tax equity markets are, they're looking at a bigger market for them, and we're still going to have challenges on the tax equity side. So transferability issues, those kinds of things. There's a lot of unknowns that we're still looking at under the IRA that are going to wait for Treasury guidance. Right. Treasury, Department of Energy, Department of Labor, that are going to have to look and provide guidance on exactly how some of these are going to work. So, we're running sensitivities on how we think it's going to all work out, but there's still a lot of unknowns that we're dealing with over the next few months.
Yeah, the domestic content adders to the investment tax credit are a good example of that, in which there's an obvious benefit that folks will be able to get. You get a 10% bonus if you source domestically, but it's not yet clear exactly what's going to qualify for that. I will note, though, from once the bill passed, most of us, there were U.S. senators that were not aware that deal was getting worked on. So everyone that the text came out that night, we were all looking, what made it in the bill? What are the implications of that? What are the specific languages of things that, what survived in those negotiations that were happening behind closed doors for weeks? And I think one clear example to give about why this stuff is going to work is on the manufacturing side. So a couple of years ago, when the pandemic started, there were a bunch of pieces of legislation that started moving to keep the economy running, to start solving some of these supply chain issues that were clearly emerging. And U.S. solar manufacturers started looking at, in particular, what can we ask for that will help us grow? And the first thing that folks looked at was that domestic content adder to the investment tax credit. And we pretty quickly realized that, that's a great policy. People know tax credits, but it's not the thing that's going to drive a bunch of new manufacturing investments. Just because it's hard to figure out who gets those credits, how it's going to drive up and down the chain, like between a poly company and a module company, for example. So folks started working on what became the Solar Energy Manufacturing for America Act, which also got things like backsheets and trackers and inverters and a bunch of other stuff that made it into that. An actual better name for that would be the Clean Energy Manufacturing for America Act, because it's also got storage and wind. But both of those things made it into the final bill.
Yeah.
The Solar Energy Manufacturing for America Act and the domestic content adders. So, these policies are, at least SEMA for sure, are designed to work. They're designed to get investment, and there's just more in there than anyone could previously have dreamed about. So it's going to be a really exciting couple of years as folks take advantage of it.
Well, when the text dropped, that was my first thing. Command F, Control F, looking for the SEMA provisions.
Yeah.
That was what I was checking for. Luke, did you have a thought there?
Well, as a developer with, a pipeline, a large pipeline of a lot of projects in a lot of different places, yeah, it's been a big data problem of trying to, this is the best kind of problem to have, but where are all the energy communities? What are we thinking about PTC versus ITC? That question gets another level on it when you look at domestic content and where, if, let's say we're in a world where domestic manufacturing is not yet fully supplying the U.S. industry, so you have a limited supply of domestic modules, maybe some imported volume. Where as a developer and as a project owner, are we gonna benefit the most from putting domestic modules? Is it, a PTC region with super high yield by boosting a PTC, or is it gonna be on ITC projects? So yeah, the release of this bill text, and there's so many different programs and different provisions in here. I think I mentioned energy communities, trying to map those out. Where do those zones overlay with development assets? Where do we want to pursue new development? Has been exciting, and it's definitely causing us to really take a fresh look at every project in our pipeline, even ones that were maybe looking more challenged. So the good projects have gotten better, and maybe challenged projects that might not have been meeting an investment threshold now all of a sudden are looking more competitive and may get built. So Bill's doing what it's supposed to do there.
Well, and a couple of you guys mentioned the apprenticeship component and prevailing wage component. Anecdotally, that has come up in almost every conversation that I have had at RE+, is questions about how that'll be defined and how that'll work in terms of the full life cycle of a project, from developer to EPC, and coordinating some of those aspects throughout the project could prove difficult. Another piece that we need to wait and see on a little bit for clarification.
And we need to recognize that really the industry isn't done yet on this implementation process over the next could be 3, 4, 5 months before we get Treasury guidance and guidance out of labor and energy and others. So the industry groups, Solar Energy Industry Association, we're very active in trying to help formulate policy. We invite everybody else to kind of join that process, because the government and the politicians have put in place a large framework, and there's a lot of general concepts in there, including things like prevailing wages. But the implementation is going to be really key, and this is a great bill. It can be an incredibly great bill, or it can be a modestly great bill based on the implementation issues. So government needs to be timely on that, and the industry itself, the solar industry's got to push government, get active in their industry associations on how these things are going to be implemented. Prevailing wages, I've done a prevailing wage project before. It's very complex. There's a lot of reporting and audit requirements, and depending on how those things are identified and what classifications of labor are utilized can make a big difference on costs and implementation. So everybody still needs to kind of be at kind of full speed to make sure implementation goes smoothly and helps this bill become as great as it can be.
There, one fine point on the labor requirements that I think doesn't always get the most attention is that those also apply to operations for the first period of a project. And as a company that operates 4 or so gigawatts of projects and add more every day, that those are those are higher paying jobs that that do impact the O&M line of your project, or impact operating costs, but also provide some stability in the communities where projects are built, where those ongoing jobs are higher paying, and interesting aspect of the labor that isn't always top of mind for everybody, but certainly has an impact as well.
Absolutely. Kevin, Scott, Luke, thank you all for participating in this live recording of Factor This. I'm John Engel. Thank you all for listening and showing up today, and hope you enjoy the rest of RE+. Please check out Factor This wherever you get your podcasts in renewable energy world, and thank you to Nico and the SunCast team for putting this together.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Can you hear?
I can hear.
Good. You good?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, here we go. Welcome everybody to the PowerUp Media Zones, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We're streaming live on suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tygo. If you're watching on the live stream, we thank you for tuning in. So I had a ton of fun yesterday talking about technology and how we're going to leverage technology in the sector. And today, I have a great lineup of folks that are going to come on and talk about a variety of topics that loop all this together. So we're going to be talking about policy, infrastructure, workforce development today. And I'm super excited to have with me Brian Lynch to talk about everything from the current state of the supply chain to the IRA. For those that don't know Brian is a solar OG for sure, and a solar evangelist, as he would say. We go way back. His resume is seriously too long to review, but he has served as the Director of Sales and Storage for LG. Most recently was the Senior Vice President of Sales for ADT Solar. He's the owner of Brighton Renewables and certainly widely regarded as an expert in supply chain. So Brian also happens to be my solar spirit animal, as he knows, and I'm really excited to talk to you today. Brian, thanks for coming.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Nate. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So I think one of the things I wanted to get your take on is that the ink is still drying on the IRA, which is for those that don't know, the Inflation Reduction Act. It's really a transformative piece of legislation. And I'm curious what your big takeaways are for how this is going to affect the residential solar industry in particular moving forward.
Yeah, so the IRA is probably the most substantive piece of policy that has been passed since I've been in solar, which is going back about 20 years. Because what it provides is 10 years of stability. And so if you think about all the different pieces of policy that have been market enablers, they've always had relatively short-term time periods to them. And so whether you're a manufacturer or a downstream installer and you're thinking, well, how do I do a business plan 3-4 years out because of the life cycle of all of this? If you didn't have that policy certainty, it was really hard to rationalize those investments. Now we have that. 10 years is a really long time in any industry, but especially solar. And so you're going to see a lot of investments being created throughout the value chain. So number one is market stability, which is going to create stabilization. Number two, we're going to start to see a reduction in soft costs, right? This is all about scale. And so the more that these companies reach scale and have that stability to make these investments, the more the costs will come down. So of course, everyone's talking about the increase in the tax credit from 26% to 30% on the residential side. That's going to be absorbed a lot through increased component costs, through increased dealer fees because of a higher interest rate environment. But ultimately, it's the companies, the installers on the residential side won't have to absorb that. They can now pass that through from an increase in tax credit standpoint. And then over time, as the costs start to decrease, especially on the hard goods and soft costs like Solar App Plus adoption, now that'll be passed through to consumers, which will enable greater market expansion.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And one thing I think people want to talk about, I know you're kind of one step now removed from supply chain, but like I said in the intro, you're widely regarded as a supply chain expert. You've been in the industry with multiple large manufacturers. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that because really since the start of the pandemic, the U.S. has seen record levels of inflation, right? And also really tight supply chain issues across all sectors. Surely solar, as we all know, has been affected like everything else. And I'm wondering, what do you expect to see with supply chain over, say, the next 18 months?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different divergent forces, right? So the headline out of the IRA is you have the what was known as the SEMA provisions, which allow for reduced costs or subsidization in the form of manufacturing tax credits for full value chain manufacturing, not just for solar panels, but also for trackers, as well as inverters. And so you're going to start seeing some reshoring in manufacturing. So about this time next year, none of those factories will be online, but the companies that are making those investments will start being able to take orders on their books against those factories, which will come online in the subsequent 6 months. So you'll start to see some price stabilization. The challenge, though, is you have these other forces, right? So the AD/CVD circumvention case, that was a big thing back in like June, July, and then President Biden signed a 2-year reprieve on that. That hasn't gone away. And so you talk about an 18-month horizon on this from a supply chain perspective, that doesn't go away. So this time next year at SPI or RE+, we'll be talking about that. And I keep saying SPI, I'm sorry, I'm going to get fined. That's going to be much more top of mind, right? Because if you're an importer and you're developing, a downstream 100, 200 megawatt project, those projects have 2 or 3 year time horizons. And so that really hasn't gone away. And the final thing that's driving supply chain uncertainty is the forced labor stuff. And so the UFLPA, I think by this time next year, 18 months, most companies that are at risk of that will have found supply chain paths around that. And so you'll start to see that diminished as the AD/CVD comes back up again.
That's great insight. Honestly, if I didn't know what I was going to talk to you about and I wasn't staying disciplined, I would rabbit trail on that for the full hour because there's so many things that we could continue down that. But I think another pressing question when I think about supply chain is when we look at the IRA and what it's doing to even increase domestic manufacturing. I'm wondering if you think there's anything in the IRA or just in general, what's in there? Is it enough? Do you think, again, I know this is all conceptual, right? No one has their magic ball, but is it enough to really pull manufacturing back to the U.S. in your opinion?
So I was talking with somebody, I think it was yesterday, and they said that their belief is that within 5 years, approximately 50% of components consumed in the solar industry will be made in the U.S., which is a pretty large number. I think that's a little more aggressive than I would say. You've seen, of course, For Solar's large announcement, Hanwha Q-Cells is doing full vertical integration. You have a bunch of other press releases, right? Press releases aren't worth a whole lot until you see a shovel in the ground or ribbon cutting. It's very conceptual, but you will absolutely see more domestic supply chain, Nate. The challenge, though, is right now there's an equipment access challenge. A lot of the equipment is made in China, which is subjected to a 301 tariff, right? So that's the next fight the manufacturers are going to have to get through is how do we get equipment to make stuff here that isn't tariff? That's kind of a paradoxical challenge that's being faced. The other issue is skilled labor, right? So to use Hanwha as an example, they're aggressively building out capacity in North Georgia, and at some point they're just going to run out of people. And so as an industry, we have to face this crisis. I know you're talking with some folks later to talk about the people element of this industry, but we need to do a better job as an industry working with vocational schools and services to create this idea of manufacturing is coming back to the U.S. and it's coming back in a big way in the solar space. And we need to develop the next generation of solar talent and employees that are really encouraged for really high-skilled, high-labor, great jobs.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I appreciate the plug. The second half of the hour, we're going to talk with some industry experts about that and how we attract more labor into the workforce. And yesterday, that ties into the whole technology theme and how do we leverage technology to increase efficiency, because it is, as you said, it's going to be very challenging to get enough labor at the growth rate that's expected as a result, mainly of the IRA, but also just the industry growth in general. So that's a good segue into another question I want to ask you that's super high level that I think you'd have great insight into, and that's with the passage of this legislation, what, if anything, do you think is holding the industry back from reaching its full potential? Do you think it is just that labor component? Is that the main thing? Is there anything else? Like, what do you see on the horizon?
It's labor. 100% is labor. For as long as I've been in this industry, Nate, there's been more capital than there have been projects, and projects necessitate people. People develop projects, people build projects, people maintain projects. And right now, as we're hitting this transformational moment in the industry, we're scaling from 250,000 people up to 400,000 people up to potentially 1 million people that are going to work in solar. It's going to make lines really long at RE Plus next year to get a sandwich, but it's so exciting. And so how as an industry do we engage with stakeholders, whether they're community colleges, vocational schools, to help them develop the curriculum? As a quick aside, my wife is a STEM teacher, and one of her projects is she surveys all the students at the beginning of the school year about what industries they're interested in. And then she brings in once a month experts, culinary, she'll bring in a local chef, and renewable energy is on there. And the whole goal is someone comes in, she never picks me for renewable energy.
I was going to ask that.
No, she's afraid of that. And what they're supposed to do is basically make the curriculum tangible. Hey, you want to work in solar or whatever, like this is why you're learning calculus. This is why you're learning physics. And that's great. I'm appreciative that she does it, but we have to invert that. We have to develop curriculum in the schools that show kids that there's a pathway. If you stay on this path, you can get the job in the industry and the career that you want. And again, this is a transformational kind of reform we need to do in the educational system to create the labor that we're going to need as an industry to really build this out.
Awesome. I know we're almost out of time, but there's no way I'm not going to ask you this last question because it's actually stemmed from something that you said to me the other day, and I just really wanted your take on it because for some reason I just wasn't thinking about it this way, and I'm sure there's others out there that have been, but I think that the audience will find it interesting, and I'm wondering, who do you think is going to benefit more from the IRA? Is it the solar companies or is it consumers?
So this question actually stems, I challenged Nate to an arm wrestle because he's a big fan of third-party ownership, and I'm a big fan of direct ownership and residential. And so I said, I'm going to arm wrestle you at RE Plus for this one. And so this question is a derivation of that. And I think the answer is honestly the consumers benefit because you're going to have stronger companies that are going to have greater market access, greater stability. And so at the end of the day, the consumer benefits. Solar is such a positive technology. It's a phenomenal sale that saves people money, adds value to their home, and it has environmental attributes. So it doesn't matter the reason that you're investing in solar, there's a positive to it. Now to have healthier companies with healthier balance sheets, better supply chains, better access, which is going to create greater scale, which creates greater market access. There was a McKinsey report from a few years ago that I think it said every 5 cents per watt we can drop in installation costs, we open up 1% more of market. And today we're at about 3% penetration residential in the US. If we can get to 10%, 20%, 50%, think about the economic enablement that happens from that, as well as the savings that are created for consumers. And so it's a positive all around, but at the end of the day, the folks that invest in solar, that go solar, are the ones that truly benefit from this.
That's a great stat. I love that. So we're out of time. I could talk to you all day. If you want to reach out to Brian, you can find him on LinkedIn. Is there anything else you'd like to plug before you leave?
No, I appreciate it, Nate. Always fun to chat solar. I got a little string on my back, so if you see me walking around, pull it. I'll talk supply chain and solar all day. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much for coming on the Industry Pulse, sponsored by Enerflo. Appreciate it.
Thanks, bro.
So once again, thanks everyone for joining us in the Industry Pulse, sponsored by Enerflo, your solar platform. We're going to stay on topic here. We're going to move a little bit more from the IRA to infrastructure. And I'm excited to have Allison Brown on to talk about really EV charging stations and managing infrastructure and how these EV stations are going to play, or what role they're going to play really in the grid of the future. So Allison is the president and founder of Flux Energy Systems. Flux specializes in engineering services for distributed and utility scale solar, batteries, and electric vehicle charging technologies. We actually just met about 2 weeks ago through a mutual acquaintance, and I'm really appreciative to have you on. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So we were talking, I think it was last week, about, it's very timely actually, but President Biden set a goal for half of the new car sales in the US to be electric by 2030. And I think they approved something like $900 million for 35 states to really bolster their EV charging networks, and that's what got me super interested in talking to you. And obviously the other big headline is California banned the sale of combustion vehicles, I think by 2035. So all these policies are adding to the rapid adoption of EVs. I mean, just walking around here or outside, it feels like every other car is an EV. And I'm curious, what do we need to do as an industry, in your opinion, to prepare or continue to prepare for this electric vehicle boom?
Well, I have a long wish list of items, but if you were to give me 3 wishes, the first would really be workforce development. We need, in order to deploy EV charging stations across the state, we need qualified engineers, project managers, utility coordinators, permitting, the list goes on, all able to make sure that every step of the process is performed in a quality manner, because that's going to make sure that the charging stations are robust and will function. And then once they're operating, we all hear the stat that 10% of level 2 EV chargers are not operating right now. And we need repair and maintenance technicians deployed all over the state so they can quickly get to those charging stations and repair them. So that's wish 1. Wish 2 is access to equitable access to charging stations. So right now, a lot of people rely on workforce charging, public charging, or in-home charging. And I know in my neighborhood, at least, most of the residents don't have off-street dedicated parking. So for them to adopt an electric vehicle, we need to have access to charging for them. The city of Seattle has a program that I've been following. It's pretty exciting. Seattle City and Light has a pilot program where residents can apply to the utility for an EV charger to be installed on a utility pole outside their home. And so the utility is analyzing those charging stations to make sure it can be installed. They'll install them, maintain them, own them. And that allows all of the people to get access to charging. And I think the first 30 are going to be installed in October. So I'm excited to see how that goes if more utilities do that kind of programs. And then the third is environmentalist in me really wants to see cleaner battery recycling. I don't know the solution there, but someone's going to solve it here.
That's awesome. Yeah. I didn't know about that program. We hadn't talked about that, so that's really interesting. Definitely learned something new today, which I appreciate. But it's funny that the first thing you mentioned, and this was not planned, was labor force, because we're going to continue to talk about that, especially on the second half of the hour. But if we could bring it back to the technical for a second, and when you look at an EV charging station, what do you look for to recognize these technical risks early in the process? I mean, you mentioned like the utility's going to put them on certain poles. What are they looking for? Is it something that you can mass deploy, or if you put an EV charging station in, how do you view that as an expert in this field?
So we work on the consumer side. The utility needs to analyze all of their infrastructure to make sure that the additional current coming to these chargers isn't going to cause any problems. So that's on the utility side, and they have all of these problems to figure out as well. On the consumer side, we really look for 2 things. One, is there enough electricity available for those charging stations, and is it coming in at a rate that's going to support the charging stations charging up the batteries fast enough? So we'll start with any project, go to the utility service entrance, look at the power rating of the service entrance, and then we'll follow up by analyzing the current rating of all of the equipment between that point connection to the utility all the way through to the EV charger, make sure that everything's rated to support the additional load. So that's the electrical side. Then there's the physical side of it, and we look at all the parking lots. So each parking stall needs to have adequate length for a charging station to be installed, and these are vehicles, so there's got to be a wheel stop so that they don't run into this electrical infrastructure. And then we analyze the parking lot on a whole to make sure that the additional infrastructure can fit. And then there's really strict codes about the quantity of parking spots in a parking lot, depending on the use case of the parking lot that it's being attached to. And then the right number of ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, charging stations as well. And you have to add a certain percentage of ADA compliant EV charging stalls with every non-ADA compliant stall. So that's going to change the layout of the parking lot and could reduce the number of parking stalls in the facility.
So I know you had said something to me when we first met about future-proofing. And I don't know why that just stuck with me, because I think you see these things on social media or whatever of these long lines of Teslas usually, or whatever, an EV car waiting to charge. It's usually from a naysayer, right? But you see these lines, and it kind of struck me as, okay, that makes sense. I hear what you're saying, but can you speak that a little bit? Like, in other words, what should be considered as we're building out this EV infrastructure?
On a site basis, as you build out the infrastructure, you're going to add more chargers to the parking lot as more and more EVs are adopted. Like, if you go out and if the convention center were to put an EV charging station at every parking stall, currently, most of those are going to sit unused. It's not the right use of their capital. So in order to prepare for that, you won't want to tear up your parking lot more than one time. So I always think people should put in extra conduits. You're going to have to get the electricity there. Just do it once. You don't want to cut through a parking lot and patch it multiple times. And then the second piece is not a technical solution, but it's a conversation. As people in the industry, I think it's our responsibility to have that conversation with, the apartment building owner and say, okay, you have 2 EV chargers right now. You're expecting 40 in the next 6 years. Who's going to pay for the eventual service upgrade that's needed so that those EV chargers or the batteries can be filled at a rapid enough rate to support your users? And I think that conversation is something that's being ignored right now. And the capital going into those upgrades aren't necessarily being planned for. So I think we have some work to do there.
So we're almost out of time here, but what I did want to get this last question in, and that's, what role do you see these EV charging stations having with energy management, or maybe more pointed, like, how do you see them interacting with the grid of the future?
I'm fascinated by the question. I was designing a bidirectional charger in 2010 in Germany. So this is something I've thought a lot about, but it's becoming real now. PG&E has a pilot program for $11.7 million to start doing vehicle-to-grid deployment. It's tiny, but that's in the millions versus in the thousands. So really excited to see where that goes. Where I'm more interested, and what I've been learning a lot at the conference, is the vehicle-to-home. Or vehicle to building, because vehicle to grid is solving sort of demand response questions. But vehicle to building, you can have peak shaving. It serves the consumer a little bit more by reducing the demand charges. It helps the utility ultimately as well. But I think that there's, besides just plugging into the Ford F-150, as we heard about Monday night, you don't want to have to take your cord out to the car to plug in. So really excited to see where that goes.
Awesome. Well, I really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for coming on. If people wanted to connect with you or see you at the show, what would be the best way for them to do that?
Well, my team is all here, or many of my team is here. We're in the Flex Polos. So Polos aside, we'll also be around for the show. And then our website's fluxenergysystems.com. We'd love to talk to you.
Thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. So right now we're going to take a quick recharge break with BayWa RE, and I'll be back in a minute.
BayWa RE for the recharge energy break. So we've just got a few minutes here to cover a couple of topics, but just to start, I'm Misty Chioffi. I'm head of marketing for BayWa RE.
And I am Summer Ursa Marsa. I'm the senior editor for the solar distribution arm of BayWa RE. Great to be here.
Yeah, likewise.
Fantastic. So Misty, first of all, this is day 3 of the show.
Yeah, 2.
Day 3?
Two?
Depends
Two
on when
and
you
a
got
half.
here.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about it?
I think the show is really exciting so far this year. I think we've seen just an incredible amount of activity on the show floor. Like, I've been coming to these shows for 15 years, and this is probably the busiest show I've ever seen. I think I heard a number about 28,000, so that's pretty shocking.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Fantastic. And so when you think about the show, why do you think it's so popular this year specifically?
Well, I think the obvious answer is we had COVID, and so there were 3 years that we really missed connecting with everyone. So it's really nice to be back and be able to reconnect with people. I think kind of a secondary factor is the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, just passing. I think that has just given a huge headwind for the industry, or sorry, tailwind, I guess. But we're going to see, I think, exponential growth as a result of this awesome, act passing.
Definitely. I think that's definitely the case. And I think that as things ramp up next year, we're going to see even more
definitely.
Items that we're not expecting. So fantastic. So for BayWa, what does that mean when it comes to growth? I know we have a lot of positions open, but what are we seeing when it comes to growth throughout the whole industry and for BayWa specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think the industry is seeing just huge growth. I think for us, we have 2 new businesses that are with us here at the show this year. So Operations Services and our Power Solutions group. And so with those new businesses, we're touching a lot of different things across the industry. And we're just hiring like gangbusters across all of our businesses.
Yeah.
So I have to feel that that's pretty reflective of what a lot of other companies are feeling.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think, we have an incredible need to grow and to scale quickly, and that's what's coming like a freight train at all of us.
Definitely. Yeah, I know through the solar distribution side, we have a lot of positions open for
Mhm.
sales associates, sales managers, and then also for warehouse people, because we need help to put the products out there into the market. So
get the widgets to the installers.
Yeah, exactly.
And from the operation services side, we're hiring field techs left and right. We have construction crews, getting hired. We're growing like crazy in Hawaii right now. So I think all markets are just on fire, and we're trying to keep up. Speaking of which, if you are looking for a job, you can find us over at the job fair today. We are in the Hilton. Please stop by. It's the Grid Alternatives job fair that they're putting on. It's awesome. Please go check that out.
yeah, definitely lots of companies there, but definitely look for the BayWa booth specifically. All right, so one of the things I just want to touch on real quick is culture development. And so one of our colleagues, Alex, will be up here soon talking more about career development and things like that within the industry. But for BayWa specifically, one of the things that we really focus on is how to build that culture within our companies. And so on the distribution side, we do a lot of support for solar installers, for residential and commercial installers to really build their businesses and then also find and retain that talent. And so just a quick plug here, if you are looking to build your business, to grow your business, go to solar-distribution.com. And on there, you can sign up for our newsletter, and we'll be providing a lot of content there to help grow your business, build your culture, etc.
Yeah, and if you want to find out more about the culture that we're building at BayWa RE, we have a happy hour today from 3 to 6 right off the back corner of our booth, 1838. Please join us. Consider this a very welcome warm invitation to our happy hour. We will have craft beer, live music, games. Please come out and check us out and learn about how we can work together. So hope you can join us for that. And anything else you want to mention, Summer?
I think we're good to go, but we want to give a big welcome to the next segment, right?
Yeah, so Nate Jovanelly, Head of Business Development for Enerflo, will be coming back up here to finish the Industry Pulse segment. And he will be joined by Alex McClendon, our Head of HR for the Americas. So excited to hear that next session.
Definitely. Have fun out there today, everyone.
Thanks.
Is the head of human resources for BayWa RE America. She's responsible for leading the regional people strategy in Canada, Mexico, United States. Obviously, BayWa RE has a tremendous presence, 29 countries. As a company has 6 businesses that span the whole range of renewables. I'm really excited to have you on. We had an awesome chat, and you can already see that no matter, we talk about technology, we talk about all these different things on the industry pulse, and it's all coming back to labor. So I think a lot of people are going to really enjoy what you have to say. And how I wanted to start was that PV Magazine, I think it was just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, published an article that projected that residential solar companies alone were going to hire 340,000 new workers in the next 5 years. And right now, the total industry for solar has something like 255,000. So it's a tremendous increase, and that's just across one segment. And I'm just curious how you think of this, and when, in general, like, where are these workers going to come from? What industries have transferable skill sets, and how are we going to attract them to renewables?
Well, so first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you for having me. You know, the good thing about our industry is that it's growing by leaps and bounds, and we're going to be able to attract workers from everywhere. I mean, I think that there are some places that people think of automatically. You know, I'm a former oil and gas person. I think that there are a lot of folks with transferable skills from oil and gas. We're talking about possibly, as we move away from oil and gas, 600,000 employees from the oil and gas sector who could come over to renewables and make the right choice, like I did. So it's not just people there from there. I mean, I think that all segments of the energy industry are going to have lots of opportunities for people to come into renewables.
So each year there's a solar job census, and it's performed by the Interstate Renewable Energy Council. It's IREC for those who have not heard of it. But they have shown that firms, even particularly in this environment and with all the growth, are having difficulty hiring. In fact, this last one that was released this year found that 89% of firms in 2021 reported difficulty finding qualified applicants. Why do you think that is? And again, how do we overcome this challenge of finding applicants in this fast-growing industry?
So I'm going to have a bit of a controversial take on this. I'm sure that people are finding it difficult to hire what they consider to be qualified candidates. My challenge to the industry is think about what is really qualified. What does a qualified candidate mean? I've had some conversations with some of my colleagues at BayWa that, you know, if you don't look and talk and act a certain way, I mean, do you have a chance to be in renewables? I don't look and act that certain way, and would I have a chance in renewables? We need to figure out what the qualifications really are. We also need to branch out a little bit. And the idea is, you know, qualified candidates, well, we're going to cannibalize ourselves if we keep looking for the same types of candidates. And so looking for qualified candidates is more about opening our minds about what qualifications might actually mean, and widening the net as to what those candidates might be coming to us for. I also think that a kind of a passive way of looking at this is, you know, that candidates are attracted to us. We need to go out into the streets and get the candidates. They're not just sitting in we have people here who are at a job fair, and obviously they're taking the initiative, but there are plenty of other people who couldn't get the day off today in order to come to a job fair. There are plenty of people who, given a little bit of training, could be qualified, and I think it would be significantly less difficult for hiring managers to feel like they're having a hard time attracting candidates if they just widen their net. The other thing that I would like to say is, if you're not paying well, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
If you're not paying well, then I bet you it's real hard to find candidates if you're not paying well. If you don't offer work-life balance, if people don't like what the kind of work you are doing, yeah, I bet you it's real difficult.
So the way you answered that is like you almost answered my next question as well. So we're gonna have to peel that back a bit, because right now, as reported in the job census, less than a third of entry-level solar jobs require a bachelor's degree. So when you think of qualifications, you still have over 66% don't require a degree, and a large percentage of firms that are surveyed have on-the-job training. So I was going to say, what do you think's missing? I think you hit it there, but does it come down to pay? Does it come down to being more proactive?
So to answer your specific question, the idea, first of all, let me challenge the idea that a third of the jobs in renewable energy require a bachelor's degree. My job doesn't require a bachelor's degree, no matter what anyone tells you. Most of the jobs that I interact with as the head of human resources, I would say do not require a bachelor's degree. Now, is a bachelor's degree some kind of shorthand for some people to say, oh gosh, they can read, they can write, they have a certain amount of discipline? Maybe, but there are other ways to find candidates who have those same skill sets. So first of all, the bachelor's degree thing, that's a whole different situation. If we widen our net, we will not have as much difficulty finding qualified candidates. And yes, if we pay better, we would not have that much difficulty finding candidates. In terms of your question, it goes back to what I was saying in the second part of my answer, which is the idea that candidates would just be coming to us, right? When we're the ones who are in need, we need to go to them. And it's not post and pray anymore, where you post a job and you feel like people will come in droves and then we get to pick, like at a grocery store, I want an apple, I want a banana. In-house training, even if we have it as a benefit, we need to go pound the pavement and invite people to be part of these in-house trainings. And I would say a better advantage would be to go to those traditionally ignored communities and seek folks out who might be interested in this type of work and never even thought about this type of work.
I love that. Yeah, you definitely don't need a bachelor's degree to do my job either.
Nope.
If you haven't figured that out yet, for those listening. But I mean, that's why I knew you're going to be a great guest.
I'm a fantastic
You're
guest.
Tremendous.
I am phenomenal.
But also, with BayWa RE, you guys have such reach, as I said in your intro, and you really have a front row seat across the whole industry broadly because of all the different things you do. And I'm just wondering, are you seeing labor as an obstacle to growth? Not even maybe for the industry, but for your business, however you want to take that. I mean, what are you seeing with the labor that's out there or hiring in general?
Do I see it as an obstacle? Nah. But I can tell you that BayWa is interested in rapid growth, right? The industry is growing quickly. BayWa wants the industry to grow quickly. BayWa itself is growing quickly. Just in my region, we've doubled in the last year, almost doubled. So we want big growth. The key is to not have such big growth without intention, to be able to be strategic and to have the growth be sustainable. It makes no sense for us to grow tremendously and then half of our employees leave after 6 months because they weren't fit for the job or because we didn't orient them correctly or whatever. And so do I think it's an obstacle? No. I think, though, that it means that we need to be intentional about the way that we grow and sustainable and strategic. And the way that BayWa is doing that is Big BayWa in the sky, which is in Munich, and also BayWa here in the Americas. We're investing a lot in our internal recruiting functionality so that there is someone whose whole job is to be on the hunt for talent so that I can focus on other things that I need to do.
So we are running out of time. I might try and fit two more in because that just led me to this next question that I'm really glad you touched on in your answer, because when I think about BayWa RE, I think of a culture-first company. And you said something interesting. It's like you don't want to just hire people for the sake of hiring them and then they leave because maybe you don't develop them or they weren't the right fit. But what advice do you have for other companies, or what's anything that you've implemented or that you can attract and maintain talent and keep them happy so that you can you could focus on adding the right people without having all that turn?
I want to answer that question with a different question.
Sure.
Because people have been talking, some version of what you're referring to, people have been talking about quiet quitting in that way, right? Mm-hmm. And so I would say that the same reasons that people supposedly are doing quiet quitting, and for those of you who don't know what quiet quitting is, the idea is kind of folks not going above and beyond, right, in their job because for whatever reason, that's called quiet quitting. They're just doing the bare minimum to stay employed. That phenomenon is the same reason why people are leaving their jobs. And if employers are not offering, I mean, I hate to use jargony terms, but if the employer is not offering a value proposition and the employees are engaged in what they're doing, then it doesn't matter with the pizzas and I'm going to give you a big title and all that. That does not matter. I promise you, as many people as I've seen who have gotten the pizza and the big title and then they go somewhere else where they feel valued, right? So I didn't really answer that question exactly how you wanted.
That's perfect.
It's engagement. And I don't mean engagement meaning like it has to be a promotion every 6 months. I mean, I wake up at 3 a.m. to take calls with Germany because I really freaking like my company and I like the people that I work with. For me, that's a big deal.
That's an awesome spot to end. So before we leave, I really appreciate you coming on. Had a lot of fun. But I want to know, is there anything that you want to plug before you leave?
My album.
Go for it.
No, I'm just
I was so wondering where that was going.
No. Misty, do I have things to promote? Oh, yes, the happy hour.
This is the international sign for happy hour. For those wondering.
Go to the happy hour, Beiwa, or Baiwa, if you're saying it in German.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Beiwa or Baiwa. R-E.
Right.
R.E.
And where's the happy hour at? In the beer garden. All right. So go to the happy hour in the beer garden later. I'll be sure to stop by. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate you. Without you guys, I wouldn't be up here having so much fun. And of course, I wanted to welcome everyone back to the Industry Poll, sponsored by Enerflo, your solar platform. So again, my next guest is Kristen Graff, and she is here to talk about, again, on our theme of labor, really, and workforce development, diversity, inclusion, and women in renewables. And Kristen is the Executive Director of Women in Renewables Industries and Sustainable Energy, which is RISE, W-R-I-S-E, which is a national nonprofit with the mission to accelerate the transition to a sustainable and equitable energy future by igniting the power of community. I just love that, and I had to really make sure I got that right. But she's worked in renewable energy for over 20 years, and over the last decade has been a tireless advocate for more diverse energy workforce and efforts to center equity across the industry. In recognition of her work over the years, she was just named the 2022 Green Power Leader of the Year by the Center for Resource Solutions. And yet she's here talking to me. I feel like this is a little bit of a step down, but I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Here. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
So I think where I want to start is that where we're going here and what I'm leading up to is that the solar industry still has a lot of work to do to meet its goals for diversity, equity, inclusion. For instance, women made up just under 30% of solar employees in 2021, which is well below the 47% of women that in this country that are in the workforce. And I'm wondering, this is what you do, what you're passionate about, expert, extremely well known and now recognized rightfully so for it. So what can the industry as a whole be doing to attract more women?
Right, and I think it's important when you're talking about those numbers too to recognize that 30% is sort of a flux of where we've been, and it's of women overall. And I think it's really critical for us to demand the data that gives us the intersectional information of where are we in terms of women of color in this space, where are we in terms of all sorts of layers of demographics in the space, because that's where you start to get the real story of everything that's going on and how much work we really have to do, right? The numbers are so dramatic, and it's not just the demographic numbers, it's who's at what level and where, it's what's that pay equity look like, and it's the reality is we need that diversity across this entire sector at every single level and every type of role. And to the extent that it's all in one place, or it's not getting well paid, or it's not getting the things it's need, or it's not advancing and staying and continuing, we need to know and understand all of that data, and that's where we're going to start to get better. But to me, it's about really sort of digging through the layers and getting a much better understanding of this. There's important work to do on the recruiting and hiring side, but we have so much work to do to make sure that people feel welcome coming in and want to stay and advance, and that we are doing the work in our companies and organizations to make sure that that's happening across the board as much as possible.
So one thing that I want to make sure I get to, so I want to ask you now, and it's a good segue, because what we're seeing is that installation workers are reportedly the hardest to hire for. And it's the most, these are positions are the most difficult to fill. You're hearing that broadly across the industry. And I'm curious, we talked about how there's training programs, and maybe we could do a little bit better job of a lot of these don't require a degree, but maybe we could even lower that further. But if there's competitive wage and on-the-job training, because you talked about wage as well as our previous guest, but how do we attract more women into these installation roles? Like, what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think there's a huge piece here of like how we generate visibility for all the amazing women that already are in installer roles. How do we help folks see themselves in those roles? And then really in terms of those spaces, how are we ensuring their safety, their comfort, that their needs are being met when they are on site? Because I know women trying to be installers who can't find a company that will buy them a harness that fits right. Like, come on, that's just basics, right? We know how to do this stuff. We know how to take care of people, and we're not always willing to put it out there. And if we're not putting it out there for the people that want to do it, that are knocking down the door, that are coming in and wanting to do it, then we're not going to get all the people that don't even know about the sector that should know about it, that might be interested. And how are we getting those stories out into those spaces? So that, there's multiple layers here of work we need to be doing, and we've only touched the tip of the iceberg with it.
I agree. And something that you said that kind of resonated with me when we last spoke was one of the keys to get more women into the space really started with culture. And I wanted to just touch on that a little bit, because what came out in the job survey, I don't think anyone here would really be surprised by this, but in the job census this past year in 2021, they found that a majority of solar firms have not even developed a strategy to increase diversity of their workforce. And you kind of answered to the first question. You were talking about how we have to look more deeply into those numbers. So I think you'd be a good person to ask. Do you have suggestions of what these companies can do? I mean, your first one was so simple, of just having a harness that fits.
Right?
I mean, that doesn't sound like a big
amazing.
ask to me, but on a broader scale, what do you think that companies could be doing? I mean, is it just as simple as starting with a policy? Where do they start?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of different places to start. We have like a top 10 list of things. There's you think of all the different stages of an employee and coming into and through your organization. Any of those can be opportunities. But I think every company needs to take the time to do the self-reflection to say, like, this is where we're not hitting the mark yet. This is the work we need to do here, there, these pieces. And whether it's, you're hiring but no one's staying, then you have some deep retention work to do. If you're getting them in the door, they're staying for a little while, but they're not advancing, how are you looking at how people get promoted, how you're having those conversations about the work people want to do, how are you committing to them and their experience of being an employee in your company in terms of really digging in on all of the layers that bring someone in. And then are you recognizing if they are feeling isolated in their particular role, and are you getting them access to the resources they need, the support they need, whatever it is across the whole mix. And here's the amazing thing, when you start doing that for women of color, for any demographic in our space, it makes the workplace better for everybody. So there's just no reason not to be like really digging in on this stuff. I mean, we're talking about these workforce numbers and the number of people we need to be bringing in. There's no reason not to be really crunching on like all of these layers. I mean, when I first came, I've been in this now over a decade on this particular piece of working on it. And I think there has been a sea change in terms of how people are responding. As you said, not everybody has their diversity and equity statements, but at least they're not, like in the beginning it was very like, I would say quasi-patronizing, maybe full-on patronizing. You have a nice time over there with the ladies in the other room and we're gonna do business here. And I think it's being clear from so many different pressure points now, whether it's the supply chain or it's your investors or it's your actual employees themselves saying, this is important, we need to take it seriously. So now you have CEOs that are saying, oh my God, this is really important, and I have no idea what to do. And unfortunately, I think a lot of them tend to like look around the room and say, you're our top woman, or you're our top woman of color. Let's fix this. I know you care about it. And that's awesome, but they're probably really good at finance, or they're really good at whatever their expertise is, and they're actual people trained in diversity and equity that you should be paying to come in and do this work with your team, because there's best practices all over that are just low-hanging fruit waiting to be done. Like how we write job descriptions, how we do performance reviews, how we make meetings. Like these are just basic, easy things, but there's a lot of them. The more we do them, the more the whole culture starts to shift and change, and people get sort of connected into it and see how that shift's happening.
So we have about 2 minutes left, and 10 years, as everyone here knows, is a long time in solar. So I would be remiss not to ask, what advice do you have for women that want to pursue a career in renewables? Or I believe what you had said to me when we last spoke is maybe the correct question would be, what advice do you have for men to get women to be more excited about pursuing career in renewables?
Right. I think it's twofold, right? So it's who's coming in and how do we get them excited? And if you're coming in from the perspective of not being part of the dominant culture of the sector as it stands at the moment, my advice to anybody that's not in that space is to get your people, find them wherever they are, get them around you, and make sure you have their back, they have your back, and you can use that support system, that community, to make decisions wherever you are. Because no company in this sector, as much as we would love to find a perfect company, none of the companies are perfect. And you're going to have to make choices all the time about what battles are worth fighting and what battles are not worth fighting. And having people around you that can help you see that clearly is so, so, so critical to everything you're going to do. And for those of us that are in positions of power, regardless of gender or any other dynamics, demographics, the most important thing is, how are you looking around and making sure that all the voices that are at the table should be at the table? And if they're not, how are you wielding your power to bring them to the table? How are you making sure they're in the room? And we have lots of ways to wield that and to open doors. And it's just such it has to be every level. We can't just sit around and talk to each other about it not being great. And we can't just make statements and be rhetorical. We have process. We know how to do things. We know how to do a culture of safety, right? How many companies around this floor have a culture of safety? And they know they've built it in. You don't just get one OSHA person and make them run around your company and fix everything. You ingrain it into every single thing you do, and that's how this has to happen too.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. Is there anything you want to promote before you leave, or how can people find you if they want to talk to you?
Yeah, if you want to find out, I mean, you can find me, LinkedIn, all those things. We're riseenergy.org. As you said, it's WRIS energy.org. And we've got lots of great programming, both for individuals in the sector, an amazing speakers bureau. So if you're heading out to conferences or you want to get on the circuit, make sure your info's in there, and lots of tools and resources. So excited to partner and work with anybody that wants to engage in the conversation.
Awesome. I want to thank, before we leave, I just want to thank everyone for stopping by and listening to the Industry Pulse, brought to you by Enerflo, your solar platform. Please make sure you come by tomorrow if you're still around for our segments. We're going to have a bunch of great guests coming on tomorrow as well. And we're going to talk about future trends in renewable. Also, make sure you stop by and see me at booth 2370, which is the Enerflo booth. Check me out on LinkedIn if you want to learn more from me. Make sure that you check out the Limitless podcast with Nathan Jovanelly. And as always, remember, you are limitless.
Devices, because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Yeah, Tiger Rapid Shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, to provide safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Libox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's Tiger Rapid Shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, to provide safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Libox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Thank you.
I'm here to
Check.
We're looking good.
Check.
I actually have not actually. This is my first tour.
Yeah, same here.
We came straight to you.
I think it's amazing how much this event has grown over the years.
Yeah.
Okay. I walked the floor yesterday afternoon for the first time in several years, and I was just totally blown away by how
Check. All good. So thumbs up, we can go? All right.
Group.
Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at www.suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tigo. If you're watching us on live stream, thank you for tuning in. My name is Bruce Stewart. I'm the CEO of Perch Energy. And please welcome all of you to the Perch Energy Insights podcast. Boy, do I have a stacked set of panelists today. First, immediately to my left, you have Tony Grappone. I'll have them all introduce themselves in just a second. We have Adam Altenhofen. All right. They can hear the thunderous applause here at RE Plus. And Brian Didier. Thank you.
Just noting, I got the wave.
You got the wave? Yeah. Okay, good. Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you all. We have a really, really hot topic today. We're going to talk about the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and its impact on the renewables industry, but quite specifically its impact on community solar projects. We're going to talk about tax equity and the impact on IRA and what's near and dear to the Perch Energy business, which is community solar. We're one of the largest players that provides a clean energy platform and services to all the largest solar developers and asset owners around the country here in the U.S. And so let's jump into it. Why don't we? So I'll ask each of you, Tony, if you can kick it off. Give us a little bit about your background and expertise. We really have assembled some of the best and the brightest from an accounting perspective on tax equity, from an advisory perspective, from a banking perspective, and from a legal advisory and policy perspective. You really can't beat this crew. So, Tony, kick us off, please.
Yeah, great. First off, thank you, Bruce, for organizing this podcast and inviting us to be here with you today. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. So excited to be here. So my name is Tony Grapponi. I'm a partner with the accounting firm Novogradac & Company, LLP. We're a national CPA firm that specializes in providing accounting and financial consulting services to the renewable energy industry. We've got about arguably the deepest bench of CPA-type professionals in the country. We help folks structure deals to raise the money so that they can build and operate community solar projects like the ones that Perch works on.
Yeah. Critical role. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, hi, Adam Altenhofen, and thanks, Bruce, for having us here as well. I'm the Senior Vice President with U.S. Bank's Environmental Finance Group. We are predominantly a tax equity investor. We've been investing in solar and wind and related technologies since 2008. We've invested about a little over $15 billion of capital since that time. Been on the team since 2011 in different roles, underwriting, origination, and now looking at kind of new products and innovation, impact investing, which we see as community solar still being a great catalyst to really expanding access to solar, enabling low-income communities to participate in this energy transition. So great to be here and talk to you.
Well, it's great to have you, Adam. Thank you very much. All right, Brian.
Brian Didier, I'm a partner at Leverage Law Group. We're a boutique law firm in Kansas City area, and we work primarily in two areas, which is the renewable tax credit and overall renewable industry, as well as new market tax credits. We've been doing renewable deals since 2009 when the firm started, and we've had a tremendous pleasure over that time to work with a number of developers, investors, lenders, and a lot of those projects in the very meaningful community solar space. And we've seen that under a number of different state programs and criterias and several evolutions of those. So it's exciting to see what IRA has to offer those type of developments, and really looking forward from a policy perspective and how that's going to impact access to solar across the board for people who might not otherwise have it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much, Brian. So as we approach this panel, we had a lot of topics we could have picked, and IRA was one of the ones top of mind, obviously, because the solar developers out there that are building projects all throughout the U.S., folks that are actually buying those projects and then managing them over the long haul, are really, really interested in, what are the impacts? What do we know today? And what will we actually learn through time, through rule promulgation around IRA? What's also happening, there's lots of state legislation that's happening that's further enabling community solar projects to be built, smaller format solar projects. We sort of fit in that space. You've got the big utility projects, you've got the behind the meter sort of solar projects, and then you have these small format, 5 to 7 or any number of sizes, but let's call that an average of megawatt projects that sort of fill in, connect right to the grid. And our clients are like, help provide us insights, give us guidance. And I really honestly couldn't be any happier than all of you are here today to sort of provide that guidance. You're the experts. Everybody, make sure we know that they're the experts. I'm not. I've just tapped them. But I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to get some good provocative conversation. So why don't we do a little level setting, right? And maybe, Tony, maybe you can kick us off here. So tax equity. Lots of people go, uh-oh, and then run like, I don't understand it. What is it? Maybe give us a little bit of that 101, that primer, that little brief on tax equity, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure. So, Look, the federal government for decades has used tax credits as a tool to try to stimulate private sector investment into certain socially minded causes like renewable energy, trying to drive job creation into low-income communities and also to provide affordable housing. Prior to 2006, there really wasn't a solar market in this country, but at the end of 2005, the federal government created the 30% ITC, and that really served to launch this industry and has been a critical financing element of renewable energy and has really helped to kind of bring the industry to what we see today. Okay, and so how does tax equity work? The tax credits, they're tricky to monetize. There are complicated tax rules around that, and certain investors can use them more efficiently than others. Okay, so the idea is, Bruce, say you're going to own a community solar facility.
Yep.
If you can't use the tax credits because maybe as an individual you're restricted or you don't have enough tax liability, well, you can work with Adeymo's company, U.S. Bank, who can, presumably has a bigger tax liability, and the tax rules favor the bank's ability to use these credits more efficiently than individuals. Yep. And so what we do is we try to structure an investment where you as a developer can do what you're best at and bring that project to operational state, but at the same time use money from the private sector, from an investor type, to effectively monetize those tax credits.
A true win-win between these parties.
Absolutely.
Yep. And when you think of the key players that need to come together for this, you obviously have the developer side. Talk a little bit about who some of the key players. I think some of you are right here on the panel, but talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, right. So the key players, obviously, it starts with really your sponsor. The sponsor developer, I'll use those terms synonymously here.
Okay.
So they're developing the project, they're getting it constructed, they're getting it placed in service and operating it. And then, you've got your investor, okay?
Yep.
In this case, we'll just think of U.S. Bank as that investor. To close the deal, you need a team of professionals, accountants, attorneys like Brian's group at Leverage Law. You need appraisers, all, environmental specialists, engineers, and so forth. And then you need, especially with community solar.
Right.
I mean, the work that you do, I think servicing community solar customers is one of the bravest business endeavors that somebody can enter into these days. And you guys do it so well. And so that's a critical aspect of successful community solar projects, is having that service provider that can handle the billing, the collections, and monitor production and so forth.
And so, as a developer, from with those credits, the 30%, and we just had the IRA. We'll get into that IRA in a little bit, how it adjusts that. But how do you think of how would you, in a thumbnail, sort of talk about the economics? Like, what's the economic value that happens both to the developer, maybe to the bank, from an accounting perspective? How would you sort of frame that up?
Okay, so
anybody can jump in, by the way.
Yeah, please.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. So, generally speaking, the developer and the tax equity investor will form a partnership. There's other ways to monetize the credit efficiently as well. You can do it through, leasing structures and things like that. But let's just take a simple partnership as an example. So you'd create a partnership. The tax credit gets generally allocated 99% to the tax investor. The tax investor is making a contribution based on an expected rate of return or a multiple of the ITC. So U.S. Bank generally invests kind of on a multiple of the ITC basis, and we take a sliver of cash out of the deal. We take 2% of pref out of the deal over 5 years, and there's generally a buyout that may or may not occur at the end of 5 years for a fair market value of the interest. So the tax equity investor in a solar ITC project with a 30% ITC could provide 35 to 40% of the capital stack, depending on where the project appraises, depending on what its cost is, how much margin's in the deal. So there's an extra 35 to 40% of the capital stack that the developer is able to monetize through this structure that otherwise, if they didn't have the tax liability, they wouldn't be able to get monetized.
That. Right.
Yep.
Right. And then so ITC versus PTC, just from a sort of a basic standpoint, production tax credit versus investment tax credit. Just from a 101 standpoint, how do you differentiate that from returns from?
Sure. Yeah, so that's one of the changes now with IRA is now the solar is eligible for PTC. So wind has been eligible for production tax credit since 1992. Now solar can avail itself of the production tax credit again. So the production tax credit is based on the kilowatt hours that are produced and sold by the solar facility. Unlike the investment tax credit that is based on the cost of the solar facility. And so the PTCs are generated as the kilowatt hours are generated, and similarly are monetized through partnership with the tax equity investor
those are usually targeted return type investments where the investment will flip once they've received a certain allocation of PTC's losses in cash. And I think we'll see in solar that PTCs may be attractive for projects that are in sunnier locations with higher insulation that are going to generate higher production values, whereas the ITC is probably still better in states with lower insulation or projects that have just a higher cost per watt basis.
Gotcha.
And
go ahead.
And I was just going to, were you going to comment on the PTC period of 10 years versus, you get
I
the
mean,
production tax
you've got a
credit
longer
over the 10-year
play,
period.
and so I think that leads back to what you were saying, Adam, from a perspective of when is the money coming into that capital stack on the PTC, just because of the way those contributions are usually structured, there would be less money up front, perhaps more longer term, so developers will kind of make that decision based both on production versus cost, but how quickly it allows them to take their remaining capital and forward deploy that for what their strategies may be.
Got it. And Brian, maybe from a context of one of the key players here from legal advice, policy and regulatory advice, what did we miss here in our 101 from a standpoint of, standpoint of the projects and returns and the rest?
No, I think that's all correct, and we're thinking a little more along the lines of the business, and
Right.
and doing the deals though, the investor and other participants in the project want to make sure that the tax structure is sacrosanct, and that's always a key that it makes sense to not just look at that when you're finally going to market for tax equity, but to think of that up front.
Right.
And especially for community solar, there can be some trips along the way with how ownership or benefits may be structured from PPAs that you want to avoid as you're doing the process to make sure when it's time for tax equity, the worst thing you can be doing is you have to go back and do multiple touches from the other participants in the structure and say, oh, we gave you this deal, we signed this, but we need to amend something now.
Right.
So, there's a longer thought process, and to have the right involvement and investment advice up front, so you're structuring for that eventuality, gives you the flexibility to maximize the project value when it's time to execute that portion of the transaction.
So for people that are sort of listening to us here and we're thinking a little bit about well, geez, this sounds like you've got a multiple of players, some complexity, but having people that can sort of break it down, make it simple to understand. How do we think about it from a timing perspective? When people think about that engagement, you just said, hey, get us in early, right, from a guidance and advice. How do people sort of put this in a window of time for, the developer says, hey, the sponsor, to your point, Tony, I need to now engage a series of advisors. What's that sort of start to finish look like, just so people have a sense of that window?
Yeah, it probably depends on the project, the size of the portfolio, and so forth. But even sort of your simplest, cleanest one-off kind of project, it's going to take probably a month or two just, I think, to nail down term sheets.
Yeah.
Okay, and then once you get a term sheet signed, that kicks off a formal financial due diligence closing process. And I think, even your faster, kind of quicker, accelerated closing timeline is you're probably talking 120 days, even for a very efficient repeat kind of closing. If you've got a large portfolio of community solar projects, or even if it's a really large utility scale project, new sponsor, new territory, or whatever, it can sometimes take 4, 5, 6 months to close. So it kind of depends. But I'd say I would sort of caution financiers I'd caution them against thinking they could do a successful closing in less than 120 days. I don't know what Brian and Adam, what do you think?
I think that's good guidance.
Right. Right.
And I think it's a lot of it is right. It's about how well developed how populated your data room is. How much diligence do you have done? If you've done your phase one, if you engaged your independent engineer, if you thought through that, if you engaged an accountant to run the modeling, what's the status of that? A lot of times, we get asked, well, what makes kind of a good project or ready to be developed? And to me, it's have you engaged the right advisors and kind of is the project ready to go? I think the challenge of community solar and timing oftentimes is you've got a portfolio of projects, and those projects can be at various stages of development when they go to an investor, and the project that's least developed is the one that is the one that's kind of going to dictate the closing timeline for the entire portfolio. So being thoughtful about when you're bringing projects, how well developed each one of them are, and if they're all kind of similar stages, that makes sense. But there is also a challenge of trying to get the projects to a size where investors will will take a look at it as well.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, so let's say we're just playing like real time today. We're starting the term sheet discussions, and we want to take advantage of some of these great new incentives that start in 2023 for a community solar project. If that portfolio is 4 different sites that are all in Massachusetts, have very similar offtake, the leases, all the other operating documents were all kind of following the same form, and they're all going to place in service Q1.
Yep.
Right, we probably can get that done and be ready to go so that January you're ready to go and ready to start turning those systems on. If you've got 12 sites, you got a couple in Rhode Island, I got something out in Oregon, I've got something in Minnesota, I got some stuff in Illinois. I mean, and that's going to be a lot more complex, especially if some of those are already Q1 and some are already Q4 of next year, and you're trying to solve for that lowest common denominator of what needs to be underwritten, where the uncertainties are, and how that whole portfolio looks together.
Yep. And it's interesting too, you also had to add in the time frame to the extent it's a community solar project. You have to actually build that a proper lead time to actually stack it with customers, to actually go out and get your anchors.
Right, and that's exactly where you're coming in and looking at, and one of the things, Adam probably talked on this a lot, but looking at who your aggregator is going to be for both acquisition and then ongoing billing services goes a long way. Then if you come in the door and you're a community solar, like, I'm going to do that all myself.
Right.
Adam's kind of going, okay,
well,
you can do that all yourself, but I'm not closing with you until you've done that all yourself. Right.
Oh, and by the way, once you sell them, that's one thing you have to, bill, and service them and all the rest. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Billing, collections, customer service, all managed.
Somebody's got to answer that phone.
Yeah, that matters a lot.
So call Perch. Call Perch.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe the last one, maybe as a turn here to sort of the next part of our conversation. An open question. As folks are coming to you, listen, I really want a very competitive, strong ROI. Like, from each of your perspectives, what are the things that are driving ROIs? Like when you're talking and giving people guidance and advice, whether it's a small developer, an asset owner, you pick, but how are you helping them sort of think through what good returns look like? How do I have the most competitive project? What are a couple of the takeaways you would leave with somebody?
So, I'm mostly curious in Adam's thoughts on this as the actual investor.
Yeah.
But when I talk to clients, developer clients will call me and say, what are investors requiring for returns these days, ROIs, right?
Yep.
And it really ranges. It changes all the time. Okay, throughout the year, it's going to ebb and flow. And depending on the type of project, the type of sponsor, et cetera, all go into what the ROI requirements are going to look like.
Yep.
Okay, so if you're in a proven market with projects that have a track record, those ROIs can be lower. Investor ROIs can be lower there because what the investor's thinking is, okay, this is a sturdier sort of return here, more reliable, more predictable, so we can accept a lower return. If you're talking about a new technology, with IRA, you've got these new technologies that qualify for tax credits. Well, if things play out like they have historically, investors will most likely require higher returns on some of these emerging technologies. Okay, so again, kind of common sense stuff like big utility scale projects. High credit quality off-taker with a proven sponsor, good balance sheet, all that kind of stuff plays into lower returns, and then the inverse of all that kind of plays into higher returns.
That's great.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, I would echo what Tony said. We don't really have a target ROI. It does. It depends on the project, depends on the risk, depends on the supply-demand balance of tax equity versus tax credits in the market. So when there's years where supply can be tight for project supply, and there's a good liquidity of tax equity, that's going to move the needle. That's going to lower the ROI. In other years where the market is flush with projects, and there's a recession that's limiting tax liability across the board, that's going to drive the ROIs higher too. So I think there's also there's the risk reward balance, and there's also just the supply-demand balance of tax capacity.
And along with that, looking at the natural tensions within the transaction structure, tax equity and debt want certainty of returns, and obviously, as a sponsor, you want to maximize upside. And the certainty of returns comes with, a more safe, perhaps longer tenure of offtake and other agreements, and not trying to maximize all the upside. When you start taking all those other risks, then you've got a lot of upside in your project. But tax equity and debt are looking at that a little bit like, well, that's a little shakier. Maybe I'm requiring a little bit, different coverage ratios here and a little different ROI piece on that. So that's going to impact all those pricing, and that natural tension kind of plays itself out throughout the structure of striking the right balance to have an underwritable project that sits well, but also allows you to maximize your upside and then capture kind of that real cash value to the maximum extent you can.
Yep, great. Well, great points. Let's take a little turn here, shall we? So we've all got a good primer here on tax equity and project financing, some of the do's and don'ts and ways to optimize. We're here. We've got IRA. IRA is just in front of us here. What's the future of tax equity, right? Looking ahead, and what are the impacts? What does IRA change? Well, I thought as we would frame our conversation today, we'll take it into six sort of major themes, and then we'll tease those themes out with each of our experts here on a series of questions. So
the future of tax equity is great, Adam. Right? You shouldn't be thinking anything else other than tax equity.
Yeah,
that's right. Absolutely.
No one-word answers. It's awesome. Right?
Yeah,
that's right.
So the first up is transferability of tax credits. So a big issue there. I'm gonna lay these each out, and then we're going to come back. Next up one was adders, or additional incentives that are now sort of embedded into IRA. Next up, new eligible costs, different costs that weren't included before that can now be included in for purposes of your calculations, as well as technologies, as well as new technologies. Then you have solar PTCs. We touched a little bit on that. We'll get back into that a little bit more. Direct pay. Some people are like, whoa, what's direct pay and how is that applicable here? And then last, global minimum tax. All right? So those are our six topics, and we'll run with those. So transferability of tax credits. Game changer, right? An absolute game changer. And maybe just at a threshold, okay, transferability, it wasn't before, it is now. Sort of explain that. How does it work, right? Is there precedence for this elsewhere? Are there other, maybe give a start from that. And anybody can jump at it, whoever would ever like to hit it.
Yeah, I mean, so, traditionally, tax equity and the production tax credit and the ITC, the allocation of the credits is to the owners, right? And they've got to have the tax appetite, tax capacity. Transferability changes that because it allows the taxpayer at the partnership level or an individual owner level to essentially just sell the credit availability to someone else. So we can kind of go through of how tax equity approaches things in the various components of their return. It's not just the credit value.
Okay.
But there are a number of other markets, particularly a number of state credits that are transferable, even kind of certificated credits. This opens that up to potentially a much broader audience, and especially when you start thinking about the community solar space. If you are a smaller developer and you are doing smaller transactions, you may not need to aggregate to the same volume that you would otherwise have to generate tax equity interest in your deal. You've got a smaller transaction. You've got some access to capital you may not have been able to include in your stack otherwise, because he's got a bottom line monetization option that I don't have the appetite for it, but I can always transfer that to someone at some value.
Does this transferability change some of the traditional structures with, having these JVs that you were mentioning before? Right, Adam?
It depends.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It depends. Yeah, so you could still enter into a partnership.
Yep.
And the tax investor could still be allocated the credits through that partnership, and then the partnership could still transfer those credits as well. So you could do that. Or you could have a single owner, and the owner could transfer the credits to somebody that could take it. So it kind of depends, right? And there's different values that you're giving up or trading in both of those scenarios. So
I think that comes back to kind of when you invest, what are the components of your return as a tax equity investor versus the component of the return when you do a transfer? The return is simply the credit itself.
Yep.
That's all you're paying for, and you're paying something less than $1 per credit.
Yeah, that's right. And so when you're investing through a partnership, you're getting accelerated depreciation. So there's losses that you're monetizing.
there's cash that comes to you as a partner in the partnerships. You're monetizing, a stream of cash flows as well for 35, 40-year useful life. In a transfer credit, you're just buying a tax offset, and what you're willing to pay for that is going to be your return and margin on that.
And there's another whole conversation for ESG-minded investing. How does just buying a tax credit, which again, going back to the very theory of tax credits, it's essentially allowing someone to self-channel their tax liability from a policy perspective to something they believe in.
They believe in.
How does that compare versus having the ownership through a partnership or other vehicle that you would otherwise have in a traditional tax equity structure is another question.
Who's lining up, right? So now you've got this transferability. How do you characterize some of the folks that are lining up to actually be the recipients, right, of these tax credits?
So far there's a lot of speculation here, but
Yeah.
let me take a step back too and just say that the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, I think it's safe to say that this is the largest piece of tax
Absolutely.
legislation passed since probably the 1986 Tax Reform Act. Okay, not only that, this signifies the largest investment our country has made into increasing the deployment of clean energy in this country.
Yeah.
So it's massive. Now, in terms of transferability is really about inserting liquidity into the tax equity market. Okay?
Yep.
So the rules that governed how to structure tax equity investments prior to transferability, very well intended, but place a fair amount of constraints on how liquid that credit is. And the transferability option really just, it sort of expands the candidates that can use the credits in ways we've never seen before.
Right.
It adds optionality to the financing mix in ways that we've never seen before, and really will serve to just, again, add liquidity to a product that historically has kind of lacked a fair amount of liquidity.
That liquidity itself sort of changes the story going forward. We don't even know how that full story will be told. As you see it.
But certainly a lot of alternatives, and especially looking at this community solar market, the smaller end of the market now has alternatives when it maybe didn't have any before, except for if you were a developer, your best monetization scheme may have been to sell to someone who could then aggregate and take advantage of tax credit equity that you may not have been able to on an individual basis.
So one of the largest pieces of climate legislation to drive clean energy development, arguably also to the smaller scale projects, to your point, creating that sort of liquidity and flexibility in financing projects. Do you then go to an accelerator, or do you think that very nature of that transferability is an absolute accelerator on ongoing investment? Is that a layup?
I think ultimately it's going to really accelerate the deployment of renewable energy in this country.
Yep.
Okay. Initially, maybe not. It's not going to get off to an immediate jump start right now. We still need some guidance to come from Treasury on how to, really interpret all these rules and apply them. But in the long run, once those rules come out, I think you're going to the transferability option is going to be have the biggest impact on the growth of clean energy over the next, call it, 10 years.
So let's pick at that point you just made, Tony. So relative to, I'll call them issues or things to be sort of wary of or to watch, right? Whether it's rules being additional rule promulgation, what are some of the issues in and around transferability that are sort of top of mind, or that our asset owner or developer clients should be thinking about?
Yeah, I would just start from it. I think, just fundamentally, what does it actually look like to transfer? Like, what are you actually doing? I think that's kind of a first question. There's probably still some ambiguity in question around where does the recapture risk live. So, the tax credits can be recaptured if there's a change of ownership, or the project ceases operation. That could cause a recapture of the tax credit. So who bears that risk?
Okay.
Fundamentally, does it stay with the person that transferred it? Does it go with the transferee? Do you need indemnity agreements around that? I think that's an open question as well. So those are probably a couple of the big pieces on the transfer. And then just outside of guidance, I think to Tony's earlier point too, just like, where does the market kind of coalesce? Where does the pricing settle on this? Like, there's some precedent in state tax credit markets, but where does the pricing kind of settle? That'll dictate a little bit on your decision points and where does it cross over?
Great.
Yeah, and I would say, talking about this again, there is a price to doing traditional tax equity, right? There's just a transaction cost to doing that. And, there's a labyrinth of partnership agreements, other documents. There's a lot of review that gets done. Part of the question is when we get a little more clarity on transferability rules, how people price those, all those parts are going to kind of come together to dictate how much simpler the process can be and how much less work there is all the wonderful tax attorneys in the world who have been constructing all these, series of documents. There's still got to be something, but how clean can it be? What other products come out there that allow you to kind of just do a buy and sale of a certificated credit, if you will, with less review or a package of documents that's more off the shelf and less negotiation?
Got it. So plenty more opportunities for how does this all work? So we know we got the option, right? Now the question is, how does it actually all work? And that'll play out over, what's your view that's going to play out over the next, like year and a half-ish, or even longer probably?
If the guidance comes out in a manner sort of similar to how Treasury's put out guidance in the past, I think it's safe to say you're looking at 12 months, plus or minus. Could be longer, right?
Okay.
Just to kind of put a bow on the transferability questions, Adam's point about who bears the recapture risk there, that is the most commonly asked question about transferability. I think another important question we need to be thinking about, though, is what type of income can you use this credit against? Okay,
that's a good point.
Is it, for example, there are people asking, is this a portfolio income tax credit? All right, so that's another important question here, because everybody's very excited about it, but we don't really know what type of income tax liability can benefit from a transfer credit. So I think that's a question that some people are thinking about, but I think the industry needs to be thinking about it a lot.
It can open or close the pool of
Right.
interested parties.
There's that piece, as well as just giving the flexibility of having another alternative to access to the liquidity of the markets. Also, you can really change that liquidity and access to markets depending on who can take that credit. You could, blow the doors off of who's available to participate, and especially for those smaller projects, they don't have to go to those traditional sources with the right kinds of liability if they could take it to a different audience.
Right.
But I think there is concern if it's characterized one way and it can only be portfolio income, that it could actually not really have the big effect of increasing the liquidity. So I think to Brian's earlier point, like getting more corporates into this space, that I think really drives a lot of the liquidity here. ESG being a big focus for a lot of these corporate investors as well.
Yeah. So the question, the overall liquidity may not change that, but transferability can still have a really transformative impact because of the tailoring of the amount of credit to the need versus doing an investment tax credit or a production tax credit where that partnership ownership is going to set based on whatever it's going to generate, who's taking which split of that. With transferability, it potentially opens the option to sprinkle things out, or you've got a certain pool of credits, you can transfer all or a portion of the credits, and allows you to maybe maximize how you're accessing that liquidity market and tailoring to investors' particular need for a year, especially looking at, if we're after the end of the year, we're going hunting for these, we didn't have to have that ownership in the structure when it placed in service. And for deals that miss. Right now, we're signed up to do a deal, it's 2023, and supply chain happens, it placed in service 2024. Well, you didn't get any credits, but now you could go access the market for transferability and fill that gap from 2023.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. A little flexibility there. All right, let's turn to theme 2. Theme 2 here is really around adders, and the additional incentives that come through IRA, right? That get you another 10%, another 10% to 20, 50%. Prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements. You got construction, domestic construction elements and equipment pieces, environmental justice allocated credits. Clearly, all the LMI incentives that are getting a lot of conversation. Maybe take us through, like, as you sort of look at that pool, what's the conversation you're hearing about? I know we're getting lots of questions like, what does it mean? How do we actually properly sort of get at? What are some of the things that you're fielding already from IRA?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of questions because people are smart, and before the surprise announcement, end of July, people were shifting their focus to
written it off, right?
Well, people were shifting their focus and hey, we've got a step down at the end of this year where we move from a 26% to 22% ITC if we don't begin construction. So we're already looking at a lot of revisiting begun construction, and certain of those opportunities begin construction, those markets get a little tapped, and there's only a certain supply constraint. What can we get done? What are the other alternatives? That begun construction concept is still in play with a couple of these, right? So, thinking about where these different adders are, in general, all of these ones we're going to talk about are 2023 go forward. Technically, the wage and labor or wage and apprenticeship rules apply now, but we've got a get out of jail free card if you're less than 1 megawatt, which is something really important to think about with this audience,
huge.
right? You don't have that. And so the way it operates, with the reset of IRA, it's a 6% ITC for your traditional thinking in solar, right? But there's a 5 times multiplier if you are less than 1 megawatt, comply with wage and labor, or going back to this one, begin construction before the date that's 60 days after Treasury issues guidance on wage and labor compliance. So there's still a lot of emphasis right now on, hey, if you were going to come to me and say, I've got a pipeline, I'm like, hey, think about doing begun construction, because even though you may have every intention of complying with wage and apprenticeship, until we get that specific guidance, what happens if there's something there that you just can't do on certain projects? You still want to begin construction.
Right.
So that's a really important one, to start thinking about that deadline. Then looking at the rest, again, for this particular audience, we've got the different new technologies that are available, and that's really exciting. Standalone batteries now not had to be coupled with solar. We don't have to worry about how much they're going to charge. We have solar charging protocols, record keeping on that, and the more complex rules under the regs. But we've also got the inclusion starting in 2023 of your interconnection costs. And with these smaller projects, there was a bit of a penalty that someone might be paying to be the first to kind of pay for the line upgrades at a certain point. And with those costs not being eligible for the ITC, it took some projects off the table.
Right.
And you may have a first in line where you may pay $1 million, the second line may pay less than 100,000. That's a huge difference. Now with all those costs being includable, it puts some of those projects back out there in the mix and makes them viable. Yep. Then the other ones, kind of going through your order here, especially low-income community, and a lot of the community solar we're seeing, it's already community-based. It certainly typically fits that profile of being 5 megawatts AC or less, which is where your cutoff is. So that's another exciting opportunity that could be a 10 or 20% based on location or kind of benefits.
Right.
And then we've got the wage and labor that gets you the 5x multiplier. Then you've got the energy communities, that's another 10% multiplier, and you got the domestic content. Right, and so
you could really stack these up.
You really can't. You could go from a 6% ITC to a 70% ITC along that scale. And the questions we're getting for advice or best practices are, I want to do domestic content. How do I plan for that? And we're like, well,
and what applies?
We don't completely know yet. We can recommend some best practices, but those are the kind of questions. And I want to get low-income community. Well, the important thing to remember for low-income community is there's some black and white criteria there, just like there's some black and white for the energy community subsidy.
Right.
There are some other areas that's a little more gray, so we need the guidance on those. But in the low-income community adders especially, it's going to be subject to an award or an allocation of environmental justice.
Yep.
That, we know an amount that's going to be allocated. We don't know yet how that program will run. And like Tony said, when will guidance come out? Will it all come out at once? What will be the nature of the guidance? Because sometimes the new code sections talk about when the Treasury issues or the Secretary issues regulations, which is a different level than the Secretary issues guidance, which could be some other form.
I mean, and on the low, medium income sort of customer set and delivering value to those, I mean, we have active projects today where, it's 50% up to, almost 100% of those projects. And you've got state-based rules. Now you've got IRA, and then is there some reconciliation required? So those are still TBD.
That's exactly right.
Right. So, anything else on the adders? Anybody wanted to sort of add on the adders? anything else at the top of mind? No.
I think Brian covered it pretty well.
Yeah, he did.
I just want maybe Adam,
go ahead, Tony.
The only thing I just want to add on the adders is that the 1.8 gigawatt allocation, that adder is where we're getting a lot of questions from the industry about when are we going to see guidance from Treasury on how that program is going to work.
Right.
And the bill has language in it that says that Treasury has 6 months from the date of enactment to put that guidance out. My understanding is that the 1.8 gigawatt authority allocation guidance is top priority for Treasury.
Okay.
So I think we're apt to
Okay,
see
that's
that
great
guidance
news.
before maybe other areas of guidance comes
Good.
out.
The one to maybe Adam's the right person to tell people about this, but if you're looking at something that thinks they're going to have these adders, what is your willingness to write a term sheet for these adders and commit to these? Because a difference between a 30% ITC, which you can kind of get comfortable that they're going to satisfy begun construction, versus 70%.
Yeah.
How are you writing your commitment? And then how would you fund? If we're talking beginning of January, we don't have guidance yet. Is there a particular adder you would fund for, or are there others you wouldn't?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I think that it all comes down to kind of the diligence and how certain you can be. So, a lot of people are like, oh, well, this one will clearly qualify as an energy community. It's, located next to a closed coal plant. That's probably right. That's probably one that we could fund on right now. Again, kind of subject to diligence, but the harder ones are, it meets the unemployment threshold. I think there's definitely a lack of clarity on when is the unemployment measured? What is it measured at the time of construction? Is it measured the prior year? Is it measured after construction commences when you bring all these jobs into a community with not a lot of employment? That's going to be a harder one to fund on without any guidance. So I think we could for the right project and has the right characteristics, we can build in flexibility. We'd probably fund on the 30%, assuming again that they've safe harbored it appropriately. We've gone through safe harbor, start of construction analysis and many times before. So as long as that's kind of consistent with how it was done before, that we can fund on the 30%. And then if after guidance comes out, it clearly qualifies for 10, 20, 30% additional adders, then I think we fund on that. It's going to be something we'll all have to kind of think about. How do you plan for it? That's the other thing too. I mean, tax investors generally have, a certain allocation of credits that they want in a certain year, and you have to plan for them. And we're, used to modest swings here and there, but a 30% to a 70% ITC, that's a big swing, So
or a miss when you're planning on that 70% ITC and they deliver 30%.
Yeah, a miss both ways within a bank is a bad miss. So so it's just going to have to be very careful, and we'll have to think about through that and diligence it, and that's why you engage good experts to help you with that analysis. But guidance would be very welcome on all of these adders.
All of those items, yeah. More to come, right? Yeah. We talked about the third theme, which is a new eligible cost. Talked about interconnection costs and standalone storage, so I won't hit that on the technology side. Maybe let's go solar PTCs. We talked a little bit about that early on, and sort of the choice between going an ITC route versus production tax credits. Do you have any sort of do you think that community solar project owners, is there any drivers or any top line drivers which way you would go, or do you have a general predisposition, do you think, Adam, to one or the other?
My assumption is that a lot of community solar projects will continue to elect for the ITC, and that's driven really just because of the smaller project, so the higher kind of cost per watt. You're not getting those large efficiencies, economies of scale that you are with a larger project. So that's generally going to result in a higher ITC value, make the project more economical for the ITC. And I think also generally where we've seen community solar markets are generally in areas with lower insulation. There's incentives created to kind of create those markets. So those are probably going to be more on the ITC side as well. PTCs also have generally kind of historically been much larger commitments up front. So it may or may not work as well for community solar.
Especially as it's 5 megawatts and below.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So I think you probably see it continuing to be mostly an ITC market for community solar.
Great.
Yep.
So direct pay, we talked about it earlier as that's our sort of our fifth theme, and our sixth theme is global minimum tax. So maybe we'll take those two in tandem. direct pay. What is it, right? What, who's benefiting here? How would you run at that?
So, I mean, the first thing about direct pay is it's not everyone, right? I mean, I think that's the point. Is direct pay again is providing some access to liquidity and availability of your capital stack for those who would otherwise be deprived. And we think of disqualified persons in the tax equity parlance, that you can't have, a school district who puts solar on the roof. You can't partner with them because their ownership disqualifies it from the tax credit.
Right. That's a powerful change.
Right.
That's a really powerful change.
And so, there's plenty of wonderful community shared solar developers that have done that and taken advantage of, put solar on the school. Half of it goes to, community solar subscribers, half goes to the school, fits all the program guidance, but they retain ownership. Now there's the opportunity for those, school districts or others to look and say, maybe this is an asset I want to own.
Yep.
And if I choose to do so, I don't have to go through this complex explanation to my board of, do I form some type of, regarded entity arm that's going to own it in a partnership and these structures. Maybe I just do that.
Life gets simpler.
And I think it also allows developers to take a little different look and say, well, maybe I don't have to come with the capital to own this. Maybe I can help you develop it and help manage and run it and do a different type of project there. So I think it's exciting, but it's a limited audience that has that opportunity. It's important to consider that as you look at the structures. And there's certainly a lot more guidance we need for some of those aspects of, how that is going to operate, and can there be any cross ownership and those kind of things within those structures, and how it's going to work to really facilitate that program.
Great.
Yeah, direct pay benefits your tax-exempt organizations more than anybody else, okay?
Yeah.
And it can be very difficult and tricky for a tax-exempt organization to try and structure a traditional partnership tax equity investment,
Right.
okay? So this gives them a tool in their toolkit they've never had before, and I think it's a really important tool for them.
It's maybe a very tailored audience, but that's a big audience.
Yeah.
It is. Absolutely is.
Yeah. Anybody, any comments on the global minimum tax? That was our sort of final.
Yeah, sure. That's really a financial reporting issue.
Yeah.
And so I think the questions there are how do you utilize the tax credit for global minimum tax purposes? How do you utilize accelerated depreciation expense for global minimum tax issues? But that really appeals to your financial reporters more than anybody else.
Sure.
Yep.
So some of the questions that we've received through time, and maybe you have as well, is the speed at project delivery, right? And we felt a little bit here through, the 2022 timeframe, and the projects that did get pushed back. That could be supply chain driven, right? That could be interconnection costs, delays, and otherwise. People like, does this help me move project faster? Right? Has been a question. I think I have an answer, but I'm interested in you guys saying, like, does IRA really sort of break the log jam, or it seems like it creates incredible incentives, but I'm not sure it's necessarily breaking the near-term log jams, but I'm interested in your perspective.
I don't see it breaking the near-term log jam. I think, there are some of the things we didn't talk about, right? There are, tax credits available for manufacturers as well in this. There's obviously the domestic content adder that we need more guidance on. So maybe over time, as the domestic supply chain ramps up, there's a breakage of the log jam. So, but I don't think in the immediate short term that'll be, that there'll be any help with the supply chain issues.
Gotcha. When we hurdles, we talked about some of the hurdles. One of the items was some reconciling some of the federal, some of the rule promulgation, some of the state rules. What would be some of the areas we should be paying attention to for where there might be some tension between what's happening in states and or through IRA? Is there anything that's sort of jumping out that we should keep a pulse on?
I mean, I think, I would think the biggest one is on the low-income community adders, and especially, like we talked about, some of the energy community adders are pretty black and white. Like you talked about, you're building on top of a former closed coal mine. That pretty clearly you're in the census tract, right?
Yep.
For the low-income community, there's certainly just the one aspect of the 10% kind of bonus, if you will, if you're location-based, right? But for some of the others, the rules on how that's going to operate, and looking at what traditional state programs have been for low-income community shared solar and what the thresholds have been, does the federal align with those thresholds, or is it potentially something higher? And how does that? Do we set a federal bar that's higher than the state bar? And then there's another question. You have to get the allocation of environmental justice. In awarding those allocations, is there a metric where they look at, well, you're already getting advantage of this state incentive, so we're going to do some type of scoring that says we're going to give you a lower allocation of capacity because you're already getting these other advantages, and we're trying to push this across the U.S. I think that's probably the biggest one to look out for from state aspects, because none of the others really require as much interplay with the state.
That's awesome. I think our time here on this Insights panel is coming to a close. I was going to give each of you a chance for closing thoughts, but we'll give one person a chance for quick closing thoughts. This is an exciting time, right? Lots for us to figure out together. What would be when you look out? What excites you over the next 3 to 5 years? Maybe one of you jump in, whoever has a point of view on that.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, I'm excited about the adders. I think that it really it's going to, I think, the adders and also the interconnection costs, new technologies. It's really going to allow community solar to really fully live into its mission of really expanding access for solar, which is something that I think at U.S. Bank we're super excited about. And with the ability to transfer credits through the partnership, just the increasing liquidity to really support communities, support the energy transition in a just way. We're super excited about that.
Yeah, Adam, I think we love that too. We talk about accelerating the transition to clean energy, and that's one of our missions. And at the same time providing access to a broad set of the community, that getting that equity access is really, really important. Brian, Adam, Tony, wow. If we didn't get smarter today, I don't know how we could have avoided. You guys were terrific, absolutely terrific. So thank you. We'd also like to thank our supporting sponsors who helped make the Media Zone possible: AES, Aurora, SMA, SolRead, and Sungrow. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks to the whole audience. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Bruce.
You bet.
B2B world. It's crowded and prices are going to the floor and everything is getting consolidated and commoditized. Well, trust me, you have no headaches compared to my guests today. We have the heads of marketing for Sungrow, Shoals, EDPR, and Nextracker. They happen to be some of my best friends. So this is probably my favorite panel to moderate because I can sit back and the guy who usually talks a lot has to moderate himself. So let's start with introductions. We'll go around the horn in the way I just did, starting with Naveed. Quick introductions, and then we're going to jump into the first question.
Hi, my name is Naveed Hassan. I'm Director of External Affairs and Marketing for Sungrow Power Supply Company, overseeing the Americas region. For the last 10 years, my career has been really focused on building the brands of international manufacturers and dedicating myself to localizing them for this market.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kathy Heilman. I'm the VP of Marketing at Shoals Technologies Group. Shoals is a leading provider of electrical balancer systems for solar energy storage and EV charging. I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy second day of RE+. My name is Tom Wyrick. I'm head of marketing for North America for EDP Renewables. We're the fourth largest owner and operator of renewables globally, and the fourth largest owner of wind actually in the US, and catching up on the solar side. And I am a new Texan, so for those Texans in the audience, Longhorns the whole way. And looking forward to the conversation today and to being amongst colleagues and also friends. Yeah.
I think it's called Hook'em Horns.
Yeah, Hook'em Horns.
That's
yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is
That's
Kristen.
a Californian telling me that. That's a sad part,
Austin fan.
Oh.
So, Kristen Kirsch, I'm VP of Global Marketing at Nextracker. We're the #1 solar tracker in the US as well as globally. We have 9 offices around the world, approaching 75 gigawatts delivered or operational around the world, software and solar tracker systems. And super thrilled to be here.
I genuinely mean it when I say that these people are unbelievably smart about this topic. So I want us to try and bridle our enthusiasm. Each of you could speak for an hour on every single topic. So let's try to keep your answers to like 1 to 2 minute versions, and I'll ask you to unpack it or more. Or actually, I'm sure you will ask each other, as I will encourage you to do.
Definitely.
So I'm going to ask the question, and I'm not going to direct it to any of you. Take it. We don't need everybody to answer on each one, so don't feel compelled. And then we'll move on. I just need any of you could answer these. So I'm going to direct this one specifically because Kristen and I talked about it beforehand. What is B2B marketing? It's such a conflicting term. And B2C seems to rue the day, or like we sort of win the day. Everybody talks about to consumers. Can you help us understand, Kristen, what is B2B marketing? And then anyone who wants to tag on.
B2B marketing for me is, in our business, is reaching, as simple as it sounds, another business, and you're not reaching a consumer. So the style of marketing still needs to be emotive. Everyone thinks of B2C marketing is very emotional and you need to tug at those heartstrings. You can do that to another business because why? Because it's about relationships. You've all heard it. You're going to be really, really honing in on like culture and nurturing those friendships with those customers that you have. And at the end of the day, that's what I have to say.
Yeah, no, tagging on really shortly, 100% agree. It's a long-term relationship, right? Also, B2B marketing, involves many stakeholders, right? Unlike B2C, where you just have your consumers or customers, right? You can set them up in market verticals. With B2B, especially for us as a developer, right, and a global IPP, that could be stakeholders ranging from C&I off-takers through to utilities, through to community relations and community affairs, right? So there's many businesses, right, that we engage. And I think it's all about problem solving. We're all here in the business of building more projects. The question is, how do we help each other in building those projects in the future?
Yeah, just adding on to that, I would say, in addition to relationship building, I would just say it's about long-term relationship building because unlike in the B2C world, where oftentimes you're focusing on converting a customer, closing a deal, and then your opportunity with that customer is probably gone for a while. In the B2C world, certainly in the solar development world, we're talking about ongoing relationships with customers that are continuing to develop solar projects so that the depth and quality of the relationship is so important, and that's what we try and express throughout marketing and sales and all of our activities.
Yep, B2B marketing to me is not only about marketing a product and bringing it to the relevant customer base. It's also about really positioning your company's core competencies really finding the strengths of each department within your company and positioning it accordingly to make it the ideal partner for your customer base.
If we contextualize business-to-business marketing, there's a couple of things. The promise here is B2B marketing that actually works, which presumes you've done something that is qualifiably good, that it achieves a goal. So I have kind of a two-pronged question. You can take either one that you like. How do you qualify that B2B, that the marketing that's been done is good? And that's a bit of goal setting, which is what are the goals of B2B marketing to begin with, and how are they measured?
Go for it.
I'll go for it. It's all about lead conversion, right? So I've been an advocate of marketing, communications, and PR are very different businesses, right? And very different skill sets. And in B2B marketing, for me, it's about cradle to project conversion and tracking that. What messages are resonating, what stakeholder outreach efforts are working, be it, and it's not only digital marketing, right? It's also community events. It's also ribbon cuttings, right? It's also advertising, it's social media. It's really looking at all these different platforms and figuring out, okay, what mix of platforms is getting the message across and reaching the consumers and having people actually react to it, right? It's the old adage of marketing or advertising, and an average consumer has to see something 7 times before they jump on it or react to an ad, right? Be it purchasing an item, right, or a call to action, right? So it is that proving that ROI and that lead conversion from cradle to project.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I would actually take issue with that.
Okay.
And yes, I'm going to agree with you. But at the same time, what if your sales team comes to you and says, we don't need leads? Right?
Yeah.
So what would you say to that?
So sales enablement.
Well, they're a very lucky team if they don't lead leads, right? Because you always need a pipeline, and you always need leads. And tell me about, I want your sales team then, because I got the opposite request. We need pipeline. But no, to your point though, it is about working with your sales team, right? I would say a marketer, especially in B2B marketing, you're a cross-cutting member of the team, working with your comms team.
Yeah.
Working with your sales team, right? And also working with your developers on the ground, especially for me, working with our project managers, right? To assess what are the challenges needed and what are other businesses feeling, in terms of needs, and how can we work together to, produce a good product.
I guess I'll step in for a second before you jump in. Is what we're really talking about is, in terms of semantics, is where in the funnel do we add the most value as marketers? And is it like, are we talking tactical or strategic? And at the high level again, what are the goals ultimately of marketing? What you guys are arguing about is really like, is it generating leads or is it sales conversion, right?
I think it's all of them.
Education.
You can't qualify just one place.
As Nextracker, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a marketing panel, so.
We talk a lot, yeah.
For you, Naveed, who I know well, Kathy, who I know well, for us to convert EDPR, what do we have to do? We have to educate, right? But how are we going to educate EDPR and those that are going to be at the procurement stage? What do we need? What's the pain point of the procurement person if we don't need leads?
Yeah. Well, there's different pain points for different stakeholders at any customer organization, and that's where the communications comes in, and relationship building, because ultimately you need to build that trust between the two organizations to be effective business partners over the long term.
I'm glad you said that, because that tees up perfectly exactly what I wanted to mention next. In a world where increasingly selling something like the BLA or an inverter or hunks of steel, we are in a commoditized product category, or our customers want to commoditize us. How do you stand out in that crowd? And in particular, like the three of you have worked a lot together from a product category perspective. So talk about some of the partnerships that have worked between Sungrow and Nextracker and Shoals. And then we'll come back to EDP as both a customer and a savvy marketer.
Sure. Well, we just made an announcement jointly with Nextracker yesterday about a new version of our flagship BLA product that works well with Nextracker's long north-south rows to preserve the unencumbered access along those north-south rows. And that was the result of, I would say, a deep partnership between our two organizations across many departments, engineering, certainly the executives, engineering teams, sales teams. And so we work together. We have common customers that have come to us both with this problem, saying, hey, I really love BLA, but I don't want to have to, tie up my rows. So we came out with this product as a result of that. And that's just one example of the way that we work together to serve common customer problems.
Yeah, and one thing I'll point out here that I hope you'll see as a through line is partnerships between companies that are trying to sell similar or not similar, but complementary products is meant to, again, do really one thing well. They've got excellent sales teams that aren't necessarily relying, let's face it, Shoals and Nextracker aren't looking for a whole lot of leads. That's why they can give you 1,000 tickets for a party that's going to serve beer for free. But what they do need is the unified lift among your sales teams, right? I think you guys have done that really well.
Yeah, I think telling the story of, or really just painting the picture for the customer, they can see firsthand through your marketing messaging what the partnership, what it looks like to develop a project with your particular technology. Yes. So, for example, if a customer is already familiar with Nextracker but doesn't really know Sungrow, to put together a case study where both of those products are complementary and providing value add to the customer is a really powerful message, and just lets the customer get that vision really of what it's going to look like to work with these products in the real world.
I think partner selling is a B2B strategy that will never get old, right? Like white papers might get old, webinars might get old. I think cross-partner selling is an amazing strategy that I see you guys do really well. I have another question, because here's something that you can definitely lean into, because Tom has invested in data. Does social media actually freaking work for big brands?
It does, and I kind of picking up on what everyone's been saying, it's leveraging each other's brands, right? It's the case studies. It's one example also sitting next to Kristen here. Our CEO, Sanjay Ganapathy for North America, was invited to the amazing BCL Steel unveiling in Pittsburgh. And what an amazing story about workforce development in the Rust Belt, right? And us joining forces as an amazing supplier of some of our cutting edge technologies, and us talking about the development projects that are really affecting Pennsylvania. That was an amazing ribbon cutting. That photograph has been used by almost everybody, every publication, every time the IRA was referred. That's a picture with Secretary Granholm at that ribbon cutting. Our CEO is right next to her. Kristen's CEO is to the left of her, right? So it was an amazing example of leveraging each other's brand, and also talking about the social issues, right, that we all have to address as an industry, right? Workforce development, diversity in our supply chain, things like that. And that's where social media works. And then to your point, Kristen, you can still get emotional and passionate about these things. You can still make an emotional connection even to a business if you're hitting those kinds of those topics, those pain points that we all have to face. I mean, all of us are addressing RFPs. We're being asked, how are you impacting local economies, right? Yeah. How are you aiding in diversification of your supply chain, right? How are you helping local students right in community colleges get into education, get into renewables?
Diversifying your workforce.
And diversifying your workforce, exactly. So that's where social media, I think, when you really unite with your partners on that messaging that resonates, that's where social media, especially LinkedIn, moves across the whole board.
Yeah, LinkedIn is so important for us too.
Agreed.
That's where most of our customers hang out, on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I would say Instagram and TikTok, right, and Facebook, not so much.
Not so much.
But I would say Twitter still, I think, in terms of reaching out to media stakeholders, yes, people follow Twitter, especially the media follows Twitter. But today it's all about LinkedIn. Yeah. All about LinkedIn advertising, right, and really reaching out and really developing that followership.
Well, you just said a word that I think is really interesting. You said it's about LinkedIn advertising.
Yes. Expensive. Yes. It's expensive. Yeah. LinkedIn advertising, if you get granular, it is, If I'm reaching out to, let's say, on the ground folks, local EPCs like in Illinois in a certain county, it gets, the more granular it gets, the more expensive it gets.
Yeah. I think
don't forget Google.
Oh, Google too. Yeah.
I think social media is a perfect example of what Kristen was saying earlier, that B2B and B2C marketing techniques are not always, so different. Yeah. I think when you apply certain B2C practices with your social media platform, for example, the attention span of a consumer, no matter what, when you're on the internet, is going to be similar, whether it's a B2C product or B2B product. So short videos, I think TikTok might be the future of B2B marketing. We don't know. Yeah.
Heaven help us if it is.
So before you're on social media, what do you need? Right? I don't know if anyone out in the audience is looking for, okay, so we have, what is right for my business? Before you're even on LinkedIn or Twitter, Instagram, or you're even taking out a TikTok, like Jen Bristol, our beloved Jen Bristol over at SIA, she gets something in an outfit, in a costume with what was it, a sunflower? Sunny, it was Sunny. I love that. That was very viral. What I was going to say, sorry, I saw my friend Dan Witten out there. I had to say something. Is brand pillars. So it all comes back to your key messages, your brand platform, and understanding what are your pillars. So for example, at Nextracker, we look at partnerships, leadership, and technology. Every single thing that we do needs to be consistent. Why? Because that's the way people remember things. Yeah. You're going to remember this guy's wearing a green suit, right? Oh, that guy, even yesterday I saw him, he was wearing a bow tie, but today is a different bow tie, but nevertheless, it's a bow tie. Key messages, brand pillars, all are the support structure and your foundation for your brand and anything you do on social.
If I can also add, I think customer journeys are important. Yes. You have to know your customers, and what people skip to right away is all the fun stuff, right? The social media, the case studies, things like that. All of that is not going to work if you don't have customer journeys mapped out, and you have to know your customers well. You have to interview customers and do your homework.
You have to know their pain
all
points,
of that
right?
is not worth it.
Yeah, you have to know your customers' pain points, because if otherwise you're marketing to something they don't care about.
So I think understanding exactly what led to the procurement or your customer to finally choosing your brand, like what were the elements that went into that, is very important in creating your marketing strategy and messaging strategy, because those key points will definitely guide you to the right direction.
I want to highlight something there's a couple of things that I'll touch on. There's always the quandary of, are we doing branding in social, or are we for the company, or are we, like Dan Sugar, like Sandhya Ganapati, trying to actually help our executives have a presence that then points back to the company, right? Build a following for them. And I see different takes on it, right? I think that Sungrow does an amazing job, corporate branding. I mean, you guys do an amazing job of like an integrated marketing plan for that. But like, there's not a lot of like personalities at Sungrow for Naveed to necessarily like stand up on social media. So they focus a lot on having the Sungrow brand be ubiquitous. So it really comes down to if your brand pillar is clear on how you want to highlight your leaders, and you have charismatic leaders, then it tweaks a bit your marketing strategy of how you approach social. I'll just highlight that. One of the things that each of you were involved in that really stands out to me as a key way that large companies leverage B2B are associations, right? So SIA and SIPA, we're super grateful for SIA and SIPA and the work they do. We're grateful for ACP and the work that they're doing. Renewable Forward, let's talk about how that came together really quickly. I know it's Kristen's baby, but we've all been involved in this thing called Renewable Forward. And how does that represent a way that B2B marketing actually works to create goodwill in the marketplace?
So if you're not all familiar with Renewables Forward is a collective to bring more diversity within the renewable energy space. So we are a collective of companies and CEOs and partnership organizations like Acor, and we all banded together and we said, how can we change our industry? How can we make this more diverse? How can we create that workforce development, that number that we're trying to reach of 1 million workers in the next, 3-4 years by 2030? To get to 1 million, how are we going to do that? And how do we want to do that in a just and equitable way? So Renewables Forward, just quick plug there. We had our breakfast this morning, a new membership organization gathering. But please plug in. It's a really amazing organization. And I want to give an opportunity for you guys. There's amazing things going on that you are doing in diversity and DEI, the book that you guys just published. I mean, so many cool things. Well,
definitely, I would say, plug to Acor. So out of full transparency, I was employee number 2 at Acor close to 19 years ago. And they have an amazing program called the Accelerate Program, which helps startups from marginalized communities who have CEOs, who have the leadership. They just need the introductions, right? And it's a partnership. And so that's an amazing program to get involved with. Also, you have RISE and the Solar Fellows. We're all about education. There's so many amazing young ladies out there who want to be technicians who are doing some amazing work, and so that's another program to really get plugged into. And then personally, and taking off my EDPR hat, putting on my author hat, October 1st, my book is being launched. We took the risk about the original risk takers in the U.S. renewable energy industry. I spent COVID interviewing about 100 executives and really writing together the history of who were those risk takers. And my publisher leaked the ebook 2 days ago, just to test the market, and believe it or not, and I was saying this to Kristen and others, I ranked #1 in trending books for guess what category? Not wind, not solar, petroleum. Because so many oil and gas people were downloading the book to figure out how do I get into renewables, who do I need to know, what's the jargon, right? I am trending #1 this morning in wind energy, so I'll get to solar hopefully eventually.
Well, it helps. It helps that EDPR is a leader in wind.
Well, yeah, it does. But I mean, we're at a solar show. I've been tweeting. I've been, talk about bad marketing. I should be like on #1 in solar today. But
it's a challenge.
It's a challenge. But it's about that. And I think we all took the risk. And I think my big message there is we're an industry of risk takers. And in a time when we're being told to avert risk, to stay away from risk, we actually need to take risks again to get to the next level, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I have a whole bunch of other questions that we'll do a follow-up interview. I think maybe we'll schedule one and do an AMA with you guys. It'd be amazing. We should do this as like a quarterly roundtable. In the last minute that we have, you would take this marketing tool out of my cold, dead hands. You can get a backup as well if you need 2 choices. What's your answer?
HubSpot. Love it.
Trello.
Trello.
Oh, yeah.
I even prepped them for the question, and it's hard to decide.
Only one?
Yeah, I would say, our CRM, our DG team is using QuickBase, which is a competitor to Salesforce, and it's been very effective. So I would say QuickBase 100%.
Good old-fashioned checklist.
Yes. Process is everything. How you do anything is how you do everything. Checklists win the day. How about that? At the end of the day, all the software for Salesforce and everything else is just automating checklists. It's just automating how we write stuff down and make sure we do it over and over and over again. And that's what good marketing is. Well, folks, up on the stage, we have a great example of what good marketing is. There are few in our industry who do marketing equally as well. I would say none who do it better. We've got Naveed from Sungrow, Kathy from Shoals, Tom from EDPR, and of course, Kristen from Nextracker. Global leaders in marketing. Hopefully you've learned something about how B2B marketing works and the kinds of B2B marketing that actually do work. Are you guys going to have a second to stick around if folks have questions? Or you got to rush to the next?
Yeah.
Awesome. So they'll be floating around. We're going to kick off the next session here in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Thank you.
Stage and you know, I'm holding the mic here, but we're being broadcast both to the audience here and to the world, apparently.
Really excited about it. I don't know about you, but
the only distance is the gap. I feel like we're, you know, talking across the room.
yeah.
Anyway, thanks folks for being here in the room and online. My name is Sean Rummery. I'm Senior Director of Research at the Solar Energy Industries Association. Introduce yourself.
Silvia Leva Martinez. I am a Senior Analyst at Wood Mackenzie, and I cover North America utility scale solar. So super excited to be here.
Great. So Sylvia and I are here to discuss some findings from our most recent U.S. Solar Market Insight report. The report is something that SIA and first GTM Research, and now Wood Mackenzie has been working on since 2010. So it's really the longest running kind of standard industry trends report in the industry, and I think it's still kind of the flagship, right? It's the main one. We track deployment trends across all 4 market segments: residential, commercial, utility scale, and community solar. We do, Sylvia's team does demand forecasts across all of those channels, all 50 states, 5-year forecasts, and then once a year we do 10-year forecasts. We also track pricing trends, manufacturing trends. It's the definitive report for solar market updates in the industry, and so we're going to be discussing some findings from that. Just a quick marketing plug. We do make the report available in executive summary form on our websites, cia.org, woodmac.com, right? And so you can find the executive summary there. We have a full report version where you can get all the data I just discussed in a 70-page report that features vignettes on you know, on each of the markets, on many of the state markets. And then you also get a pretty extensive database with all of those forecasts. And so SIA members get a very significant discount on that report. And I know a lot of folks find it very, very valuable. We certainly do on SIA's end. So we're going to be talking about some findings from that report. Sylvia's on the utility scale end, and so we're really going to mainly be focusing on utility scale. But let me just bring us up to speed here quickly on where we are through the end of Q2 2022. We saw a solid Q2, but not what we expected when the year started, right? So when the year started, we were looking at, you know, after record growth in 2021, where 24 gigawatts were installed, going into 2022, we were expecting, you know, close to 30 gigawatts being installed, with a good bulk of that coming from utility scale. I think maybe 20 gigawatts of utility scale, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, starting at the beginning of the year, we started seeing a lot of supply chain challenges, as many folks are aware, most of that stemming from the pandemic. And then layered on top of that, in the spring was the auction trade case, which overnight created major issues in module supply and module pricing, which led to the slowdown, postponement, in some instances cancellation of many particularly utility scale projects. Even after President Biden issued his executive order in the spring, you know, it led to some relief there, but not total relief because of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act and companies trying to, you know, get their paperwork together on that, as we'll talk about here in a second. And so that was kind of the low point of the solar coaster, right? And then, fortunately, in August, just like a month ago, it seems like an eternity ago because we've been doing a ton of work on it, but a month ago, we had the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, which is has a ton for the renewable energy industry, as I'm sure everyone here has heard, and that has really supercharged forecasts going forward, as we'll discuss. But you know, the supply chain issues are still kind of a problem.
Definitely.
So let's now that we've kind of level set, that's where we are today, right? So we're not looking at 30 gigawatts this year, probably closer to 15 to 17 gigawatts, right? And so let's dig in a little bit more there. I'll give you an opportunity to speak here about some of these challenges. So I just kind of set the stage. We have all these supply chain challenges. Can you dive in, Sylvia, into a little bit more detail on how some of these issues have impacted deployment expectations for the year, particularly on the UFLPA, because I think that is the one that folks are still dealing with. It's front of mind for many folks. And can you talk a little bit particularly on how that is impacting the forecast for utility scale solar?
Of course. So I think we all agree that the IRA has been great news for the industry, and we're taking that into consideration for our forecast. But in the short term, we're still having supply constraints, and just because of all the items that you just mentioned. Right now with UFLPA, there's a lot of uncertainty because there are still modules detained by CBP, and there is just like not clarity about how to get these modules released, when is that going to happen, and this is all the way back because of lack of quartzite documentation. So if you remember last year, there were already modules detained at port because during the WRO because of polysilicon documentation. Now with quartzite, it's going like steps beyond into supply chain, so it's more complicated to get documentation for that. So right now, I think everyone in the industry is just waiting to get more information about it from CBP. What is going to happen? What does clear and concise evidence of what acceptable documentation to prove quartzite comes from or looks like? And then is when we're going to see relief in the utility scale segment in particular, because most of the projects in the utility scale segment rely on imported modules. So I think as of right now we're just waiting to see what is going to happen, when we're going to see an answer to that. And that is the main factor affecting the short-term build-out. So for 2022, we're expecting around 8 gigawatts of utility scale deployment, not only because of UFLPA, but with the Oxy investigation and all the changes in the market that had happened, it has become extremely tricky for developers to negotiate contracts, negotiate PPA prices, and establish a firm COD.
You had mentioned Oxen, and obviously that was big news in the spring to many of us, came out of nowhere. I remember we were at a conference in New York when that was announced.
Yep.
And immediately, like, we had to go into like kind of disaster mitigation mode, and we had to start communicating what this meant for the industry. Can you bring us up to speed on Oxen as well? Because folks haven't heard as much about it since, I think, the Biden executive order.
Mm-hmm.
So can you talk a little bit about what the Biden executive order did, and then where we are in the Oxen case?
Sure. Actually, it was funny because we were at the Wood Mackenzie Energy Storage Summit in June, and then we had just published the Q2 SMI, and that same week, the executive order passed. So we were like, okay, what we're going to do? We were talking to manufacturers during the conference, and they said, like, we're ready to ship again to the U.S. So there was a lot of optimism on that side, which was mitigated by the UFLPA. Right. So talking about the solar coaster, I think that was a clear example.
Right.
But right now, the decision, the Department of Commerce was slated to give a preliminary decision in September, but now this has been pushed to November. So just, I think, again, everyone's waiting, but with the executive order, that gives like some room to see like what is going to happen. Developers will have the opportunity to diversify their procurement during this 2-year period. But again, like, everyone is still waiting from a preliminary decision and then a final determination from the Department of Commerce.
So the main takeaway from Wood Mac then, right, is pending, more information around UFLPA. Maybe mid to late 2023, we start returning to a kind of a supply environment that looks a little bit more normal.
That's the expectation if UFLPA is cleared. So dependent on what happens with UFLPA and getting acceptable quartzite documentation.
Right. And we have seen a few shipments released from that. Is that right?
What I have heard is that there are only like small scale orders. But not necessarily from tier 1 manufacturers or large scale orders. So still expecting what's going to happen there.
So sorry to dwell on that, but it's important because it hasn't been discussed as much at this show as I think it should be. So again, that's kind of the low on the solar coaster, but the highest of highs was the passage of the IRA in August, which on the C end, we had been working on nonstop really since Biden was elected. And even after, like the news cycle stopped paying attention and saying it was dead, it was still front of mind for us. And I wouldn't say it was shocking for us to see a deal brokered, but obviously still exciting. And that energy has continued to carry over, I think, into the show, which has been very exciting for all of us. I think everyone has felt kind of the jam-packed meeting rooms. But let's get into the weeds here a little bit on IRA. I think most folks hopefully are aware of the various components of the bill for them. Let me just very quickly summarize. So the bill obviously features a 10-year extension for the ITC and PTC, transferability of the commercial ITC, and direct pay for certain non-residential customers. Commercial ITC credit adders for projects cited in an energy community, which, plug for SIA, We just created a nice energy community map that is accessible to our members on our website. I would encourage you to check that out because a lot of folks have questions. What is an energy community? Like, am I going to get an adder on this project? So check that out. There's also a pocket of money for projects serving low-income customers for commercial ITC projects. The ability to add interconnection costs for certain small utility-scale projects into your ITC basis, which is, I think, important for a lot of the smaller Northeast projects especially. And then, looking at my notes here, the standalone ITC for storage, there's manufacturing incentives both on the investment side and the production side, and a bunch of other stuff. But in addition to that, there's kind of some conditionality on some of the ITC components, which includes domestic content conditions, as well as prevailing wage and apprenticeship. So it's a lot. It used to be like analyzing the ITC impacts on deployment was just, okay, you throw a 30% tax credit on there and we go from there. But now there's a lot of things to weigh. Given what we know and the fact that the bill was just signed into law less than a month ago, regulations have not been written yet. SEIA is on really the front end of working with the administration to get additional guidance out to everyone. Given all that, given what we know right now, can you talk a little bit about kind of your initial sense of how the IRA is going to impact utility scale deployment, both in the near term and maybe in the longer term?
Of course. I think in the latest forecast, we generate 5-year forecasts that are published in the report. For the utility scale segment, we're expecting 162 gigawatts of utility scale build-out compared to 52 gigawatts that we were originally expecting in a scenario prior to the IRA. So, yeah, there is going to be a huge boost to the industry, and the IRA has been the moment at which, with the most certainty for the industry, like never ever we have ever seen a 10-year extension like that level of certainty for tax credits. So that definitely helps negotiations of PPAs, development of a project pipeline. So that is something that we had never seen before. For this particular forecast, we are considering 3 main elements. So the extension of the ITC, expansion of PTC to solar because before it was only available for wind, and transferability of tax credits, which is going to give smaller developers or developers that previously didn't have access to tax equity, which is like a more complicated or more complex transaction process. It is just going to give the opportunity for them to have access to financing. So there is a wealth of opportunities for developers. There's also, however, the fact that all the different elements that you mentioned, the adders, choosing between ITC versus PTC, tax equity versus transferability, developers have a lot to think about. But we do think like one way or another, everything is going to materialize, and that's driving the forecast as we see it right now. There is going to be additional upside with all the adders because citing in energy communities, low-income benefits for the utility scale segment, there are still some things that need to be figured out, more guidance from Treasury, more guidance from the IRS. But ultimately, people are going to benefit from these adders and have additional upside in their projects with considering all of these elements.
Now, we didn't prep at all for this, so I'm going to give you one that we haven't talked about. But I know you've worked on this in the past with the option to take the PTC, right? How does that impact the market? Do we see a lot of uptake in that? Do we see that expanding demand at all, or do we just see it as another option for developers that's going to give them flexibility?
We do see it expanding demand because ultimately it's more benefit for a single project, so more people are interested in investing in that. I have heard 2 different versions of choosing ITC versus PTC. One is like PTC, obviously, depending on the capacity factor of the project, you're going to have more benefit for that single project, so I agree with that. But also, with ITC, you have the certainty of receiving a specific amount, and that is defined. So that's also talking about the risk profile of the developers and the investors as well, and choosing one over the other. But we do think that that is going to drive demand up.
And then we mentioned the domestic content provisions. Do we see that as we're primarily talking about upside here with many of the adders, but do we see the domestic content provisions at all, particularly considering that there's not a ton of domestic capacity for utility scale? Do we see that as perhaps having a countervailing effect on these forecasts at all?
Not necessarily. I think it's more there is going to be, we see it as an upside actually, but it's not going to be in a 2-3 year period.
Right.
We have seen a lot of announcements regarding development of the domestic supply chain, but again, we need to go back and see more guidance from Treasury, more guidance from IRS, like what does domestic content mean? What does it imply? And I have received questions from both developers and manufacturers. So I think once that is cleared, we're going to see all of these announcements materialize, and I know that domestic supply is going to be highly, highly sought after because of the adders.
Right.
So for as of right now, we consider it as an upside to the forecast. It's not factored in yet.
And do you think for the next forecast in December, are we going to start factoring that in, or is this a little bit further? I don't want to put pressure on you.
No problem.
Yeah.
I think as of right now, we're just waiting for more guidance. And
you're waiting for us to do our work, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll try to do it quickly so we can start having forecasts for everyone. Okay, switching gears just a little bit here. So despite some of the supply chain challenges that we've seen, and despite some of the challenges around UFLPA, auction, we've still seen pretty solid procurement over the past, 18 months, right? It's been a little slowed down, but I mean, last quarter was record procurement. Why? What's driving that procurement? Why does it seem to be fairly resilient? And can we expect that to continue? And again, this is on the utility scale side.
Yeah. Definitely. I think that is going to continue. And it's safe to say everyone wants renewables. We're seeing it from the utility side. We're seeing it from the corporate side. More and more corporate entities are announcing very ambitious ESG goals, and that involves the development of renewables. So, and it's not only big tech. I know that the big announcements typically come from big tech, but we're seeing pharma, we're seeing automobile industry incursioning in renewable energy. So I think that is going to continue. We're seeing the corporate pipeline grow. We're also seeing on the utility side, more and more utilities are incorporating solar and hybrid carve-outs in their IRPs. Actually, we have around 50 gigawatts in the next 5 years only related to utility IRPs, and it grows to 100 gigawatts in a period of 10 years. So there is a lot of, a lot of entities, a lot of stakeholders really want renewables, and what we have seen so far, that demand is going to continue. This last quarter, 10 gigawatts were procured, and this has been like the growest bump that we have seen lately in procurement.
Wow.
And we're expecting that is going to grow now with IRA, because this 10 gigawatts was prior IRA. So now with all the different tax credits that are now available, I'm very sure that is going to continue.
Yeah, and so that puts the pipeline at what?
88 gigawatts.
88 gigawatts, right? And most of that is looking at the next 3 years for COB?
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Okay, I mean, that's a lot to build out. One kind of challenge, perennial challenge around utility scale development is interconnection. I know there's been a lot of activity at FERC around that. We only have a few minutes left. Can you talk quickly about some of the things that are coming down the pipe at FERC and how they may help improve the interconnection situation?
Sure. There are two main proposed rules that are in the works right now, and that gives a lot of expectation to promote renewables, not only utility-scale solar. One of them is that now transmission providers need to incorporate renewables in their planning process. So they need to have an electrification scenario, 20-year forecast, that is going to be updated every 3 years. Mm-hmm. So that's the first thing, just having a better view of transmission, how they are already incorporating renewables there is going to help development of utility scale. We also have that utilities or the interconnection process itself needs to be slimmed. So that's the second proposed rule that FERC is working on. So just having more certainty of the projects that enter the queue to make sure that they are feasible. Maybe adding penalties to projects that exit the queue, and elements such as cluster studies, for example. So just all of these processes to make the interconnection process more efficient and more transparent to everyone, because I know that interconnection costs have been an issue recently. And
then I think selfishly as an analyst, it'll also make it more useful for us.
Oh,
Because we can look at a queue and actually have a better sense of what that actually means in terms of build out going forward. Okay, last question, real softball here. It's been a ton of change this year. There's been, all the models that we're putting together, we've had to almost throw out all the initial assumptions and put new ones in. As you think about, just the near term, next 6 to 18 months, right, what are the top 2 or 3 things that you are going to be focused most intently on and you think have the biggest the biggest likelihood to kind of change demand projections going forward?
Yes, I think the first one, and I think a lot of the audience here is looking for that, what is going to happen to UFLPA? Like, when are the first shipments going to be released?
Yep.
If CBP is going to require traceability for other raw materials, because right now it's just quartzite. But what happens if they ask for glass or aluminum?
Mm-hmm.
The conversation is going to change.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing. And the second one is what is going to happen with the anti-circ investigation and receiving the preliminary determination from the Department of Commerce. So just see how the situation evolves with that, because that could change the story in the next 2 years.
Right, right. Okay, we'll leave it at that because I think we're just about at time. Again, Sean Rummery, Senior Director of Research at SIA, srummery@sia.org. Feel free to reach out to me. Sylvia, do you want to give your outro here?
Sure. Sylvia Leiva Martinez, Senior Analyst at Wood Mac, sylvia.leiva@woodmac.com.
I think both of us will hang around for a little bit if anyone has questions and anyone wants to chat. But otherwise, thank you. Thanks to Nico for having us here, and we'll leave it to the next panel.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks again.
Of a fire.
We at Libox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is...
Yeah, Tigo rapid shutdown, we were the first one introduced.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Appreciate it, and I'm so glad to be here. Can you guys hear me all right? All right, awesome. So, as Nico mentioned, my name is Matt Abel. I am the Director of Marketing and Communications with a group called the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, and also the host of the Squeaky Clean Energy podcast. So, I'm very privileged and pleased to be here at the invite of Nico and the SunCast group, along with Sia and the friends here at RE+. So, today, I am really, really excited to be joined by Charles Bolden, who is the Director of Congressional Affairs with the Solar Energy Industries Association. And as you have seen from the title of our conversation here this afternoon, we're going to be talking about the IRA. That's been a big topic of conversation, and I think part of the reason why there's so much excitement in the air this year at RE+. So on that note, quickly, Charles, just for the folks listening in, can you let people know what your role is at SIA and what type of work you're doing for the organization?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I got to thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. Again, my name is Charles Bolden. I'm the Director of Congressional Affairs at SIA. I started my career kind of on Capitol Hill as a congressional staffer for a couple of members of Congress. As of most recent, I worked for, or my former boss was Congresswoman Robin Kelly, who's actually the vice chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee. She represents Illinois, the 2nd Congressional District. And what I did for her was I handled her energy portfolio. And we did a lot of things around diversity. That was a really big issue for her. So it was a great fit for me to come kind of join SIA when they're at the core of their initiative is going to be DEIJ work. So that worked hand in hand. My day-to-day, I would say, is I work with a lot of different members of Congress, and we discuss a lot of the different issues, which we'll get into more details on along through the podcast.
Yeah, sounds great. And I know you've been very busy in your role with SIA. We've had a lot of action taking place on Capitol Hill, so let's get right into it.
Absolutely.
So as I mentioned, there's an excitement in the air this year at RE+. I believe this is one of the largest events that RE+ has ever held. And part of that really is due to some of the largest federal investments we've seen made in clean energy as of late. So at a high level, can you share some big takeaways from the most recent Inflation Reduction Act and how that might impact a number of the folks that are here in the room today?
Absolutely. Well, the IRA is the single biggest climate investment in the United States history. I would argue that it's the biggest investment in the world for all of energy transition. So I think that's something that we were super excited to see, and just working with members of Congress. And I want to go back to your original when you first started talking. This is my first RE+. This is my first, formerly known as SPI.
Yeah.
And it's so incredible to see all of the technologies and things of that nature in person. So I'm really excited to see, and the energy in the rooms are just extravagant. I mean, everywhere you go, it's like so many people saying thank you for helping get the bill passed. I was just a single tool in a Swiss Army knife. So it was a long time coming. I think we were a little bit frustrated, I know, as the nation was when it was formerly known as Build Back Better, and we went into that Christmas season hoping that it was going to be something, and we found out that it was going to be dead. But again, back to the IRA, I mean, right now the solar industry is worth approximately $33 billion, and we're expecting that to balloon to a $150 billion economic giant over the next decade. So I think that alone should let you know how big and how significant the IRA is, just for not just the United States, but for the world.
Yeah, and talking about the process of negotiating the bill and getting it to where it was, I know earlier this year, I was feeling a little depressed when Build Back Better formally, seemed to be all but dead. Right. And I was getting a little worried about the ITC, and then suddenly out of the blue from Senator Manchin, we got good news that an agreement had been reached. But aside from some of the big things that a lot of people are aware of, like ITC for storage, solar, There's some other provisions in the bill as well, specifically focused on environmental justice and equity.
Right.
Could you talk a little bit about some of those provisions in that bill?
Absolutely. So this bill specifically has $3 billion in environmental and climate justice block grants for specifically disadvantaged communities. And I think that a lot of people were excited to see this funding level inside of this bill. But again, there's $29 additional billion in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. I'm sorry if I butchered the name of it, but it's just a lot of different pockets of money where we have the opportunity to go in and help some of these vulnerable communities. A lot of these communities you see have been disproportionately impacted for respiratory issues and health impacts for decades. And right now we have the resources and the tools, given we're working on the implementation of everything. But there's no excuses why companies should now go into these communities and say, hey, we have resources that we need. We can help these communities that for far too long had disproportionate health impacts. I mean, that is just something that I'm super excited to see. I was so happy to see that it was included in the bill. So it's just something that we're desperately we need at this time to kind of recenter all of the things that we've done wrong in the past. Now we're seeing policies come out now where equity is at the center and the forefront of it. While $3 billion might not seem a lot to a lot of people, it is definitely a start. It's a chance and it's a start in the right direction, I should say.
Absolutely. And so, big picture, I am curious to talk about what the IRA means for the industry moving forward. You already started alluding to it with some of the numbers that you mentioned, what the growth sort of looks like. I know it also provides some predictability and long-term stability as well. So what does this mean for the clean energy industry moving forward?
Well, I mean, we finally get a chance to in the bill specifically, we have a lot of domestic manufacturing funding. We have things that will bring and spur the economic growth of the industry, but also we have the opportunity to bring jobs that are now overseas back home. And I think that is one thing that we wanted to see for so long, for administrations in the past. That's what they talked about. They spoke about that often, but now we actually have a bill that does that. And aside from that, we have a lot more funding opportunities for low-income and disadvantaged communities. That's something that has not been talked about enough, and I think that's what we need to focus on. But obviously, the job growth, the creation, the apprenticeship provisions that are included, the prevailing wage, that stuff is significant to our industry, and it'll carry us for decades to come. We're changing generations. Communities that have been left behind are now going to see some of the benefits of a lot of the members who ran on these positions in Congress and things of that nature. So it's great to see how we're moving forward,
Well, you yourself recently were at the White House to celebrate the passage of the IRA.
Absolutely.
What was that experience like?
It was, I mean, you turned around, we had great seats. And when you turned around, it just looked like it looked like people came in droves and everyone was so excited. The energy was just through the roof. It was like when you walk past somebody, you felt like they were just recharged. you saw it in their face. They couldn't stop smiling. Nobody at the White House could not stop smiling. Everybody was just super happy. The water that they served tasted like the best water ever. it was like one of the best things that I'd ever seen. And the president came out and gave a great speech. The vice president came out and gave a great speech. We had there was a young lady, I forget where she was from, but she had some remarkable words, and it just made you feel so grateful to be at this point in history in the United States, because for far too long we've kind of been at a standstill, and now we have for the first time the boom that we needed and so many people yearned for. again, I can't put my head around that we're a $33 billion industry right now, and over the next decade we'll be over $150 billion in economic growth. Like that alone is something that is very impactful for not just communities that are disadvantaged, but for all communities across the nation.
And knowing, from my perspective over in North Carolina, I mean, we've seen solar jobs just take off all across the country.
Right.
In North Carolina alone, we've got about 100,000 people employed in the clean energy industry.
Right.
And that's between rural and urban communities.
Absolutely.
So you have communities all across the country that are really feeling the impact and having, millions of dollars of investments being made there, providing all these jobs, providing generational wealth.
Right.
One area that I think is really interesting that you mentioned, right, is the industry continues to grow, having more of a focus on working with and helping disadvantaged communities and low-income communities. Why is that an important focal point for us as an industry as we continue moving forward?
Well, again, like I think I alluded to it earlier, is just that, for far too long, these communities, they faced health disparities that have really impacted children, their everyday lives. Like if we talk about the cost of health impacts that it's had, the numbers are insane. Like we pay children in these communities they have asthma. Like in a lot of these communities, they can't afford the medicine for it. So, this right here, the bill really puts us in a trajectory where we can change the dynamics of that. And I think that's the most important part of it to me, is that, it's sad to say, but a lot of communities have suffered from environmental racism. And now we have the opportunity and the resources to come in and clean that up and change the narrative of that moving forward, so that this doesn't happen in the future. So our future generations can say, hey, in 2022, there was a bill that changed the dynamics of how we look at economic impacts and environmental justice and environmental racism.
So implementation-wise, what does it look like next steps to get some of the funding from that bill actually into these communities to actually start seeing that impact take place?
Right. Well, right now we're waiting for the EPA to come out with the implementation guidelines. I think that's something that we're just patiently waiting for. I mean, it takes a while. We understand that it's not an overnight process, but we definitely have. We're in communication with the EPA, and we're in communication with the other agencies to see just exactly how the funding will be allocated.
And while that's taking place, the conversations aren't stopping at Capitol Hill.
Absolutely not.
And we were just talking about this prior to us being up here. Some bill language just recently released around permitting and siting.
Absolutely.
So what are the conversations looking like on that front from the most recent legislation within the past half an hour around environmental justice?
Well, as you said, like not even 10 minutes before we jumped on stage, I was in the back room kind of going through some of the provisions that we have been hoping for. One specific is that the transmission pieces, transmission cost allocation is something that will help spur the industry again. I mean, it's one thing to build all of these solar panels and put them on homes and have utility scale solar projects, but if we don't have the transmission lines to get that energy from one place to another, I mean, it's kind of null and void. So we're definitely excited about that. And the bill has not been formally introduced yet. We the text was just kind of brought to our attention. so right now we're just waiting. There was talks that the bill, dimension siting and permitting bill, will be included in the continuing resolution, which as you know funds the government. So we're just waiting to see exactly how that is going to look politically, and you never know with Congress. I mean, it's literally the wild, wild west. I work for a couple of different members, and I get the chills sometimes thinking about being in committee rooms, watching them argue and debate, I should say, is the politically correct term. But it's pretty awesome. But I'm excited. It's an exciting time for the industry. Another step forward in the right direction to kind of for renewables for sure.
Yeah, and transmission is, an integral piece to the equation. I know we've been challenged in North Carolina where we've built out a lot of solar in the eastern part of the
Right.
state, but we're now transmission constrained over there, and that's
Right.
been a big roadblock. And so seeing more allocations being made in the transmission space is incredibly important as we
Right.
continue to build out large utility scale solar projects.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hey, I got a question for you, man.
Oh, okay.
This
Turning the mic around
This
here.
is not going to be a one-sided interview. I just wanted to say that. I've always wanted to do this too. So how did you get your start in the renewable industry?
Yeah, that's a good question. Over in North Carolina, there's a program at a university, Appalachian State University,
Okay.
that got its start about 40 years ago, called
Right.
Sustainable Technology Program there, and I was drawn to that immediately. Going up into the mountains, seeing a wind turbine right on top of the mountains, actually one of the world's largest wind turbines, which was a pilot project from NASA, was
Okay.
sited in Boone, North Carolina.
Wow.
And so they have a long history in the space, and I was immediately drawn to it. And then knowing that North Carolina, at one point in time, we were number 2 in installed solar in the entire country behind California, I saw solar everywhere.
Right.
Driving down the roads, you see solar all along the highway,
Right.
and you see solar trucks driving everywhere. So the utility scale solar industry is huge in
Absolutely.
North Carolina. And so
Absolutely.
I wanted to be a piece of that and see, as the industry continues to grow and evolve. And now we're at this point in North Carolina where, you were talking a lot about federal legislation.
Right.
We're also seeing states take a lot of action as well.
Absolutely, especially Illinois, the state that I'm from. I mean, they just passed a very robust funding opportunity for the disadvantaged communities, especially when it comes to solar. So, that's a great point.
Yeah, in North Carolina, we passed last year a bill that mandated carbon reductions for the
Okay.
utilities, 70% carbon reduction by 2030 and 100% by 2050. So
Right.
there is a lot of action going on at the state and federal level. So I am curious, do you engage at all, at the state level and work with some of the, the federal delegations down at the state?
You know what? I don't. In my current role, like I'm more so focused on congressional, like the federal side of things. So I work with a lot of the Congressional Black Caucus members. I work with a lot of the Congressional Hispanic members, Congressional Hispanic Caucus members, and you can just tell like the energy has changed. Like as cliche as that sounds, the energy has changed. but you can just tell like it feels good to see members more engaged in these talks. They're more welcoming now, and it feels good to go on Capitol Hill and say, hey, this is what our industry is doing. This is where our goals are. We're trying to meet the Biden administration's goals, and this is how we can do it. And we understand that it's not going to be just a one-sided thing. We understand that solar's not going to do it all, So it depending on what state they're representing, it goes hand in hand. Like whatever they want to see, what their goals are in Congress, leadership will take up from whether it's a new member or a member who's been around for 20, 30 years. Like it's just the conversation has changed so much.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think the conversation has changed and sentiment has changed?
I mean,
around this topic?
you can't deny the climate crisis right now. You can't. We're seeing like the hurricane that's devastating Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic right now. Like that is we're continuing to see more tragedies when it comes to like the natural disasters. Like it's just exponential now, and I think the biggest thing is that we now see that if we can prevent this as best as we can on the front side, then it's not going to cost so much. So it's saving them money. We're saving money if we're doing preventative measures instead of being reactive. And I think that's the biggest thing.
And on top of that, the clean energy industry is a big industry, big business. I mean, look
Absolutely.
at the conference that we're at here today.
25,000 people, right?
Right.
That's
And I mean,
insane.
look at all the companies that are on the expo hall floor.
Right.
I mean, it's unprecedented how many
Right.
people are in this industry, the billions of dollars of investments being made. And when you have, I'm sure when you go and talk to legislators, right, and you talk about the economic impact that this industry is having, I'm sure that helps in those conversations
Absolutely.
too.
I mean, especially across the aisle. I mean, and I have to say, we're a bipartisan. Our lobby shop is a bipartisan lobby shop. Like I work with as many Republicans as I do Democrats, and I work with as much leadership as I do new members. It doesn't matter. but the conversation is consistent when you talk about the job growth and the economic impacts on districts. I think that is something that we see is going a lot. The conversation is changing in that regard, because now that you can go back and go to your district and say, hey, we're delivering on our promises with jobs.
Yeah.
And everybody loves money. So like, let's go and get these, let's create more jobs. I think that goes a long way.
So let me ask you this.
Absolutely.
What's next? Like for you and the work that your lobbying team is doing,
right?
What's y'all's big focus moving forward?
That's a loaded question, man. I don't want to give our sauce out. we kind of, I'll say this about my team, about our team, is that we're led by a young lady, Erin Duncan, who is phenomenal. Like I literally think she wakes up and goes to sleep thinking about solar, and I'm like, yo, do you like? Her kids, solar. Her husband, solar. And I'm just like, yo, like, it kind of rubs off on you. So now I'm just like in a position where I wake up and I'm like, all right, what can we do? But to answer that question, I think we're just going to continue to advocate on policies that impact our industry, the industry's growth. One thing that we are super, super engaged in is diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. I mean, that is one thing. It's one thing to have an industry full of wealthy people, but it's another thing to have an industry full of people who didn't have these opportunities that can now understand the scope of just what the renewable industry looks like. And I say that to say, we really, we're not a reactive team. Mm-hmm. We try to be very proactive in aspects. So right now, we're working with this Congressional Black Caucus. They have their annual legislative conference, and we'll be discussing some additional renewable energy things that we want to see happen. But also, we are, as elections come up, we have a lot of stuff that we're doing. We're doing fundraisers, we're doing things of that nature, trying to make sure the right people are in place to get reelected, because we have to remain steadfast in our advocacy.
Well, you've got quite a bit of work ahead of you, especially coming up with the midterm elections and digesting some of the bills that were just recently introduced.
So many.
But we're so thankful to the work of you and your team in helping to carry the IRA over the finish line.
Absolutely.
I mean, it really was the boost that the industry needed. And so I'm really grateful to have had the time to sit up here and talk with you a little bit about your experience and what the IRA means, and I'm looking forward to having you on an episode of the podcast again in the future.
Hey man, you got a new friend, man. You can call me anytime. Like, just reach out to the team. I'll do this anytime you want. Like, we should actually do this like once a month.
Oh, I would love to do that. Yeah, I like that.
Like let's just follow up and just talk. Like, let's just talk about the industry in whole.
I might have a new co-host for the Squeaky Clean Energy podcast.
Hey, I don't know if I had a bandwidth, but I'll do my best. I promise you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And I got to thank Nico and the SunCast team for allowing me to have the floor here for this past 30 minutes. And thanks again to everybody for listening in. And I hope you get a chance to join and subscribe to the Squeaky Clean Energy podcast. All right. Thanks so much. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
All right.
All right. Give it up for Matt and Charles. That was awesome. We got next coming up, we are going to be celebrating.
What's up, Jake? How you doing, man? So good to see you. Dude, long time no see. I guess I've never met you in person before. I figured that you were probably around here somewhere because I ran into
Tiger Rapid Shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, really to provide the safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Libox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at www.suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tygo. If you're watching us on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. Okay, this is my first podcast. This is your first podcast?
This is my first podcast.
Yeah.
My first podcast.
Wow.
Yeah,
How you feeling?
right.
This is my second podcast.
Oh.
No big deal.
So Sarah's our veteran.
That's right. Season.
What was that first podcast?
It was the Cool House podcast in
Cool
Austin.
House.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow.
Cool.
All right, Gary. So earlier today, we were talking about the Jetsons and the Cat in the Hat.
And the Cat in the Hat.
Could you tell me a little bit about what the Jetsons and the Cat in the Hat have to do with innovation at a utility?
Absolutely.
All
yeah.
right.
So the Jetsons represent the future that's so radically different than the way we do things now. Because the Jetsons, when they came out, when I was a kid, the Jetsons were the very cool cartoon that had the future that you couldn't imagine. I'm still waiting for that car, that flying car that folds up into the briefcase, because I want one of those.
We're almost there.
Really bad. We're almost there. Okay. So the Jetsons mean this break with the way you do things now. You have to think about a future that's radically way outside the box. So it's a future that we can sort of strive to. It's visionary, okay? And that's kind of...
Is that what you do?
Yeah, that's what I do at TVA. I think
Oh.
about that stuff. And so then, and that links perfectly to the Cat in the Hat. Now, I know we were talking about sort of the Cat in the Hat being a little bit weird as we were walking down here. I understand you ladies don't think that, but the Cat in the Hat, I love the Cat in the Hat. He's the original innovator. Because if you think about the Cat in the Hat, everything he does in those books is he takes stuff and makes things with it on the fly. Things that don't necessarily go together. The umbrella, the fish in the bowl, thing one and thing two, and somehow we turn it into something that is cool and innovative
Like a solar
and different.
panel, or storage,
Solar
microgrid,
panels, and something, whatever.
Safety.
Right. And so the Cat in the Hat, I love to use him as the example of how you innovate way outside the box. So you push the envelope and strive for that future that is way out there on the horizon. And if we can do that as a utility, if we can learn how to pivot. Now, I challenge my peers at TVA because we're kind of like an elephant trying to dance on the head of a pin most of the time.
Love to see that later.
But yeah.
Cocktail hour starts.
But
soon.
we're going to try and get there. And as an innovation group inside a big utility like TVA, that's where we're trying to go.
That was beautiful, Gary.
Thank you.
It was. Is that a tip? Well, I'm curious because at SEPA, Smart Electric Power Lines, we work with a lot of utilities as our members, innovating through our working groups, through conferences like this. So I'm curious what Austin Energy and WPPI, no need to make a reference, but if you want to make a reference to a childhood friend or imaginary friend or TV show, I think that's fun. If not, it can just be what you all are doing to innovate.
Well, I don't have a good childhood reference for this, but I can say that I can really appreciate the sort of Cat in the Hat MacGyver reference because my background is in engineering and I spent a lot of my career working in the developing world with energy access, and you are constantly having to MacGyver and adapt and pivot and find things that aren't the exact thing that you wanted. And I think that there's a big push within our organization at Austin Energy to integrate that kind of thinking into what are traditionally more conservative areas of the utility. So planning and design or interconnection studies, like those sorts of things, and finding ways to innovate in those areas that will help us move all of the huge innovations that are happening in the private sector with solar and batteries and other types of DERs and DR innovations.
Keeping up with all of it.
Yeah, keeping up with all of it is hard, and moving that big infrastructure piece, which is the distribution and planning piece, I think is really where the biggest opportunity for implementing an innovation culture really sits.
I love that. Anna?
All right.
Yeah, so WPPI Energy, we're a member owner organization. Our members are utilities. And what we really look to our utilities for is to define the problem, right? So they come to us with their problems. I'm sorry I don't have a good...
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
And it's our job to help them come up with creative solutions to address those problems. And we've been lucky enough to be recipients of a number of grants to investigate some innovative solutions to those problems. We've been doing customer research to support income qualified customers, how to better build trust for those customers. I think that's a big piece of the the equity puzzle for us.
If one of those customers was the Jetsons, say their house, what would be their number one concern or problem that you'd have
I think
to solve?
that robot, we got to get rid of her. She's an energy hog.
Really?
Yeah.
She wouldn't be able to help, like somehow?
Is she considered critical? Is she considered a critical circuit? Is Rosie a critical circuit?
Yeah, I think she's critical load.
They think she's critical.
All right, well, I stand corrected.
Well, I guess it depends.
I'm merely posing the question. Is Rosie the hairdryer or is she the air conditioning? I don't know.
Yeah, she is critical. So, and I'm sorry I don't have a children's book reference for us here. I've been sitting here stewing about children's books instead of answering the question.
We can do that too.
But I think the key piece is defining the problem, finding an innovative solution. We're public power, so we don't have a lot of money and resources, and being able to leverage our manpower, the ideas of our staff and other utilities, and drive that to a solution.
Well, I think you guys do an incredible job, given the fact that you are rural and urban Wisconsin, and there's a lot of different customer problems, issues, but you guys do a great job, I know.
Well, I have a question.
Yes. You're allowed to do that.
Am I allowed to? I know he's supposed to be moderating, but I'm not going to let him. So I'm really curious, particularly, Anna, for both you and Sarah, because I've been thinking about in this, we've been talking a lot about resiliency, and this is supposed to be what we're doing, is exploring resiliency.
Yeah, I guess that was. This is the exploring the value of resilience with utilities.
So what would be, I'm curious first, Sarah, for you, but then also for Anna, what if the fairy godmother could bloop, what's perfect resiliency look like for you? What would that be? Because I love what you guys are trying to do at Austin. I mean, I think it's really cool.
And maybe you as an Austin Energy, and you as Sarah.
Not you as Sarah, but you
that could be
Austin.
I mean, someday I'll be queen of Austin Energy. It's fine. Yeah. So I mean, as I said, I have this sort of background in the developing world. So the way that you see a lot of technologies and infrastructure develop in the developing world is very nodal, right? And conversely, we had the amazing opportunity as a country in the United States to do large-scale infrastructure development after World War II, or after World War I, and then also after World War II, right? To build out this big grid. But the drawback is that it's so giant and interconnected that we don't have a way to throttle back and go back into those sort of more distributed, more nodal kind of areas. And so the way I kind of like to think about, in Austin at least, what would be a really neat way for it to function is that if there was a version of grid operation that looked like zones, right, where we just had specific zones all over the city, and we had a pretty fully fledged resiliency plan for each of those zones. And that includes these DERs, and that includes demand response programs within those zones that are tailored to the needs of those specific communities, and that can centralize within those zones resources and resiliency assets as needed in the case of an emergency. So I think that's kind of what I think about. Is it's awesome that we have this amazing large-scale aggregated infrastructure, but if you can make that aggregated infrastructure comprised of a mosaic of disaggregated zones that then can each be treated separately, I think that you get to a more robust and resilient long-term solution.
I think that's great.
I think we're going to have to do that in the state of microgrids. We're going to have to brainstorm a little bit more on painting that mosaic.
Yeah.
What's that mosaic look like?
I love that vision, because I'm kind of with you. I think I think we're going to end up as a grid of grids eventually, which is really where Thomas Edison started. If you think about it, we've come full circle back to where we started in the utility business. But I'm sorry, I got to have Anna.
And it's like
it's
that
good
everywhere.
to come full circle,
Yeah.
though. It's
come full circle, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I would say, we serve communities that are not isolated. I'm struggling with the word, but they're spread throughout the state of Wisconsin. They're community-owned utilities. I think to have that conversation at the community level, to prioritize those pieces of infrastructure that are most critical, those lines that are most critical. So really to take it as a people exercise more than a technical exercise, to walk through the planning efforts, identify what needs the most support, and to create a plan that might include flexible load, that might include solar and storage, that might include whatever generation can get community support, really, to enhance the resiliency experience for those customers.
I can't stop picturing you at the ferry outfit. Right? It's not good.
But I love that people part and your idea about the mosaics that are customized to those areas, because those two ideas go together now. That we've got little solutions that are different because those areas are different and their priorities are different. But they deliver on the resiliency that's required in those areas. And then our job as a utility is to knit those things together in a way that guarantees the overall system is still resilient and operates well.
And there's a basis for it, right?
Yeah.
Like we already have kind of what we think about as like our load shed circuits. And, so we already do in our distribution planning efforts, like we already think about kind of zones and who's on the feeders and what can be shed and what cannot be. So it's really just about, it's not even that big of a step to then take it to the next level and say, okay, we're going to segment each of these areas off and think about like, okay, we have to be able to shed load here. So we're going to try to, incentivize the installation of DERs in that area or whatever it is, And I think that it's an extension of what we already do, and it is leveraging our past as well as what a lot of the world does, just back into our very already modern system.
But this is definitely something we ought to think about for the working groups. Project list for next year.
Absolutely. And by the way, so the working group, SEPA Microgrid Working Group, host of utilities, but not only utilities, it's really important that we have solution providers, developers, regulators, national labs, because they're part of the conversation. It's really critical that they're there. I'm curious, as we get close to wrapping up on this short, brief segment here, I'm curious if there's one thing that you all heard today or this week at the conference that, whether it's something to get you to that perfect resilience or help with your customers, bringing back all those problems that you guys are dealing with your utilities, or something that you haven't heard yet. We have a lot of great people out here. We've been a lot of panels that I certainly have a few, but people aren't here to see me. They're here to see you. So I'm curious, anything you picked up over the show?